I just swallowed a snake heart at birth, and dense snake scales grew on my back. My parents thought this was an ominous sign, so the next day they abandoned me in the wild mountains, leaving me to fend for myself. Just as I was about to meet my end in the jaws of a wild beast, a huge white snake suddenly appeared and with just one strike, killed the beast beside me. What surprised me was that the serpent did not swallow me, but instead coiled its tail around me and brought me back to its nest. As I was surveying the surroundings, feeling like I was being seen as winter food by the white snake, the next moment, I witnessed an unforgettable scene. The massive body of the white snake swayed and transformed into a young woman with a snake tail. Afterwards, she gently pulled me into her arms and swayed me, her eyes occasionally showing confusion, as if she was flustered because she didn't know how to take care of me. I widened my eyes, slightly parted my lips, feeling surprised in my heart. Why is there a transformation too? Could this be the legendary monster? Perhaps due to her nervousness, the aura emitted by the white snake made it difficult for me to breathe. As if my survival instinct had triggered the potential within me, scales densely appeared on my back, and with each breath, I imitated the breathing rhythm of the white snake. The spiritual energy from the surroundings poured into my body frantically, and in just a few breaths, my physique had increased several times compared to before. This scene caused a drastic change in the white snake's eyes. She had thought she had only found a human infant, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a genius treasure. Just as she was deeply shaken, a sudden strange sound came from outside the cave, and a deep voice slowly said, "I heard that Bai Nyangzi brought a human infant from outside. No wonder the cave is so fragrant. Hurry up and bring it out to share with me." Watching the minotaur approaching from outside the cave, Bai Snake's face immediately turned ugly. She stood up in attack position, shouting angrily, "Get out! He is mine!" The minotaur trembled at the sight, hesitated to retreat, but then saw me manipulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His eyes lit up, saying, "Don't think you can eat alone. I don't need much. Just give me an arm to taste." With saliva dripping, he slowly approached me. Bai Snake's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent, her tail shimmering with a ghostly light, suddenly lashed out. The minotaur couldn't react in time, felt a chill on his neck, and collapsed unconscious on the ground. I stood there dumbfounded, watching as Bai Snake's tail struck the minotaur's chest, pulling out an unknown object and offering it to me. Before I could resist, Bai Snake forcefully squeezed the object, and a red liquid flowed into my mouth. At first, I felt uncomfortable all over, my tongue resisting the liquid, but as it entered my stomach and was absorbed by my body, an inexplicable memory surfaced in my mind, and my muscles began to move rhythmically. My eyes lit up. This liquid actually contained a lineage of cultivation techniques? Realizing this, I reached out, grabbed the demon heart, and sucked the liquid from it, finally swallowing it. Bai Snake stood still, surprised. She had placed the demon heart in my mouth, not knowing how to care for a human infant, using the demon heart's essence to sustain my life, but she did not expect me to intuitively use the essence to refine my body. Bai Snake took a deep breath, as if making a decision, and with a flick of her tail, she pulled out a few more demon hearts from the stone wall. My eyes brightened, and I quickly grabbed them and stuffed them into my mouth. This time, the refinement of the essence was faster, and soon, several demon hearts entered my stomach, though I regretted not gaining the inherited cultivation techniques from the essence. Bai Snake's eyes showed a hint of complexity as she looked at the few remaining demon hearts in the stone wall, then at me, who had fallen asleep after being full, sighed and swam out of the cave, muttering, "What a little monster, treating demon heart's essence as snacks." When I woke up from my nap and found Bai Snake gone, I waited in vain for her return, and then immersed myself in cultivation. Unbeknownst to me, a pair of crimson eyes were fixed on me from the shadows. As I cultivated, a subtle change occurred, my hands and feet transforming into hooves, and my smooth skin sprouting numerous snake scales. Seeing this scene, the black shadow couldn't help but shiver madly. This cub is actually a small demon at the third stage of the spirit transformation realm? Holy, I really thought it was a human cub, but it turned out to be a spirit transformation demon in disguise. It's a good thing I didn't rush out, or else I would have been killed by that damned rumor. No, this must be that black lady's plot. The more the dark shadow thought about it, the more it seemed so. This must be that black lady joining forces with this spirit transformation demon, preparing to pit and kill some demons for cultivation purposes. The rumors flowing out of the periphery of the 100,000 Great Mountains today were also definitely put out by these two themselves. How else could it be such a coincidence? Therefore a hint of fear flashed in the black shadow's eyes, and the intention to retreat arose in his heart. This baby is not to be messed with. The wind is tight, pulling and whistling, but just at that moment, a dark tail quietly penetrated its body. The black shadow turned his head violently and could not help but gaze horrified when he saw the figure that suddenly appeared behind him. "It's you? What are you doing back here?" This came at a really Bad time. In sight. A purple figure looked at him, his pale golden eyes filled with extreme indifference, and the corners of his slightly hooked mouth revealed just the right amount of white, sharp teeth. In his hand, he also held a few crystallized demon hearts. Seeing this, Black Shadow's heart went cold. Grandmas. This one doesn't speak of demonic virtue and engages in sneak attacks. The most crucial thing was that there were now spirit transformation realm demons in front and behind him, and the way back was considered completely blocked. Not the time? Wasn't it a good time for me to come back? The Black Lady stepped forward. The more the smile on her face grew, the more the coldness in her eyes grew. Master Huang made a sudden visit, and didn't say hello in advance. The demon called Master Huang had already despaired in his heart at the words. The Black Lady was a long-famous spirit transformation realm expert, and was just a step away from condensing the demon Dan, which was extraordinary. In his current situation against it, there was absolutely no chance of winning, unless one also breaks through to the third stage in the same way. But it was from his younger brother Huang 19's mouth that he heard the rumors. In order to devour human cubs to break through the cultivation level, that he tailed the Black Lady to this cave that he had intended to use as a preparatory cave a long time ago, and looked for a time when the Black Lady was not present to prepare to make a move. Would you believe me if I said it was just a misunderstanding? A moment later, Huang was full of bitterness and opened his mouth. I was also deceived by that guy Huang 19. I didn't know that the original you guys were pretending to be people to eat demons, and in fact, there is no such thing as human cubs. Let me go. I absolutely cooperate with you guys, and I can even join. At those words, the Black Lady frowned, but still looked over in Jian Lu's direction. At this time, Jian Lu had already been awakened by the actions of the two demons and retreated from the cultivation state, and the abnormalities previously displayed on his body had all disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared, and even Jian Lu himself didn't realize it. Now he was staring at the direction of the two demons with his big, ebony eyes, motionless, a hint of anticipation flashing vaguely in his eyes. The Black Lady didn't notice anything wrong, and when she looked at Huang again, the coldness and murderous intent in her eyes was already thick to the extreme. Yes, then you will join us and be with us forever. Suddenly, the murderous intent on the Black Lady's eyes vanished into thin air, and the smile on her face cleared. When these words came out, Huang was immediately relieved as well. Then before he could say anything, the expression on his face changed abruptly. Only the dark snake tail that had previously pierced through his body was already cutting across his neck. Hiss! Hearing the sound of flesh being torn apart, Jiang Lu's pupils also shrunk violently. Some couldn't believe the scene they were seeing. It's a bit inappropriate, but it's not as if the White Chief Executive knew that he was pressing the sword, is it? Immediately, Jiang Lu became excited. Auntie is so hard-hearted. I love it. Next it's time for the delightful Please Point harvest session. Does this guy have any essence blood for me to drink? Also not being in Nyang's arms this time, I don't know if I'll be able to rub in the assists. Again a good opportunity to test out the rules of the Golden Handshake decision Chapter 005. Spirit Transformation Perfection. Yellow Family Land. The demon blood wet and dried the stone walls, adding a touch of horror to the already eerie cave. The Black Lady had already dug out Huang's demon heart as well and finished cleaning the bloodstains on her tail scales, and was holding a demon heart to feed Jian Lu. Surely it didn't rub off on the assists? It seems like it's still only possible to be held in Auntie's arms, but in that case, the reason why the last time we obtained a demon's lifespan was only 1/10 will have to wait for the next time to be confirmed. Jian Lu, who had been waiting for the infinite extrapolator's prompts for a while, was a bit disappointed, but when he felt the steady stream of demon heart essence blood pouring into his mouth, he put all of that out of his mind. Cultivation. Cool. For the next 5 days, Jiang Lu's life was so happy, until the 6th day, when he once again finished refining all of the essence blood in a demon heart. His body's chi and blood surged by a large margin, and a trace of divine radiance flowed faintly in his blood. Physique, mortal, in metamorphosis. Cultivation, mid-blood moving realm, mid-half demon realm. After the Golden Fingers authentication, Jiang Lu was certain that he had already broken through to the middle stage of the blood-moving realm through his diligent cultivation over the past few days. Unsurprisingly, after refining 20 to 30 more demon hearts of spirit transformation realm demons, one should be able to cultivate to the late stage. Jiang Lu was still relatively satisfied with such a cultivation speed. After all, cultivation became more and more difficult the later one reached. Even if it was only the blood-moving realm as the first major realm, the gap between each minor realm was also a world of difference. But it's a pity that none of these demon heart essence blood has allowed him to obtain a new gong method. This gave Jiang Lu the feeling that the burst rate of the demons wasn't really that high. And at that moment, Jiang Lu, who was being held in Black Nymphet's arms, once again heard a voice coming from his ears. Black Lady, my family's Dewang's brother. Huang of the Huang clan, has also disappeared. You have to give an account of this, right? Can't understand what you're saying. Huang followed you into this cave, which was seen by many demons, but he didn't make it out. And this is something my family's great king is thinking about. Oh, so that's it. The black lady's tone was indifferent, as if it didn't matter at all. This made Jianlu feel as if it wasn't himself and Yang who were being hunted. There was a feeling that as long as Auntie was there, no problem was a problem. Feeling safe. Do you have anything else to do? If there is nothing, then leave. I am surrounded by bad luck. Otherwise I am afraid that if you stay with me for a long time, your king should also miss you. Jianlu, who was in a good mood for having evening out his thighs, directly laughed out loud when he heard this. It seems that Yang is not only strong, but also has a powerful mouth. So it's really hard not to like Na. This is the human cubs adopted by the black lady. Look at the little arms and legs, white and tender and fragrant. I can smell the aroma from a long way away. Rip, really excellent. At this time, the demon who was conversing with the black lady also noticed Jianlu, and with a turn of his eyes, he had an idea and immediately said with deep meaning. Jianlu rolled his eyes as he listened. What kind of behavior is it to make threats when you can't negotiate? The demon pin is considerably worse. But immediately afterward, Jianlu became excited, opening his half-squinted eyes, a pair of becks staring straight at the fluffy demon. How dare it say it covets me in front of Auntie? How dare it? It's dead. What do you mean by that? You want to practice with my son too? Sure enough, just the next moment, Jianlu's ears then once again resounded with the voice of the black lady, followed by the sound of tail waving. He's even more excited. Now he was being held in Auntie's arms. And the time had come to test the rules of the golden handshake decision once again. In sight, the black lady's tail was already skillfully slashing across the fluffy demon's neck. The demon struggled, but no matter how much it struggled, it looked especially powerless in front of that slender dark tail. One could only watch as his demon blood stained the stone floor of the cave and watch as his bloody demon heart was dug out. If this scene were to fall in the eyes of an ordinary human, it would certainly feel bloody and incomparable, and even vomiting on the spot would not be impossible. But Jianlu had already experienced the goodness of sucking the demon heart's essence blood, and at this moment, he didn't feel half as disgusted by the stomach. He only felt that it was really fragrant. As for bloody, isn't the heart of a demon that hasn't yet cultivated to the second stage of spirit transformation bloody? Only demons that had cultivated to the second stage and condensed their true spirit into a spiritual body would have their demonic hearts appear crystal clear, as if they were rubies. Moreover, at this moment, Jianlu didn't have the heart for more demons. His attention had been attracted by the voice ringing in his head and the words floating in front of his eyes. Assisted in the killing of the young demon Huang, total lifespan 500 years, 50 years remaining, absorption complete, current remaining lifespan 100 years, current demon life expectancy 5 years. The demon longevity gained was only 1/10, so it's really because of the assists. Jianlu sighed slightly in his heart, though previously he had thought that would be fine, letting Auntie do the messy killing and himself do the gagging. But now, he was sick by and large. It actually felt that laying flat in Amma's arms to harvest the demon's lifespan was somewhat not fast enough or exciting enough. But his demon mother apparently didn't give him a chance to think about it much, and soon brought the bloody demon heart to his mouth, gazing at him with loving eyes. At the same time, it was not clear if he was really speaking to Jianlu or if he was opening his mouth to himself. A mother's little demon. Although you are a human being, you are so young that you have already embarked on the road of cultivation, and you even comprehend the breathing and exhaling techniques on your own, and will use the demon heart and essence blood to condense the foundation of your physical body. In just a few dozen days, you will have finished the road that it took a mother 50 years to finish. It seems that you really are destined to be a mother's cub, but you can eat so well that mother can barely afford to feed you. Saying that, the black lady held Jianlu in her arms and gently rocked him, just like a mother in an ordinary family putting her child to sleep. And although she said the words of dislike, there was not a trace of dislike in her eyes, but instead, they were full of pride. Jianlu heard the embarrassment cancer and tried to squeeze out a smile, but felt tiredness invade his will once again. He looked down, already asleep, but even though the person was asleep, his mouth was still instinctively sucking on the demon's heart, and his body was spontaneously running the two gong methods. In the meantime, Yellow Family Land, Artemisia Deep, inside a deep grotto, a demonic aura lingered, and several humanoid shadows shifted in the strange rising mist. These demons had all cultivated their human bodies, and although they still had some demonic features, they were already very inconspicuous. This was the characteristic of the third stage of the spirit transformation realm being complete and about to enter the demonic Dan realm. Demon Dan realm. To this level of the demon already can be called a big demon. It's in the body cohesion demon Dan. The body of spiritual power also metamorphosed into the demon power. A drop of blood can collapse mountains. The pressure can cover all the low realm, but also ordinary demons in the extreme. However, in order to enter this realm, one must complete the final spirit transformation, completely reshaping the physical body as well, into the likeness of one's own spiritual body. Demons raising people is already appalling, and now they are also mutilating demons for the sake of human cubs. This is a good opportunity for us to take the opportunity to make trouble. It's just a shame about Yellow 9 and 8-9. They can be good kids. Two useless wastrels. They are about to run out of lifespan and have not been able to break through to the third stage. In a few years they will also die of old age. But now they are still of some use. Not bad. Just, so can it really work? That black snake mouth but very strict. So many years never said a word more. That's not true, but that was before. Nowadays that black snake has a soft underbelly. But, 19. This is the time for you to show whether you are qualified to become the heir of my Huang family. One grim voice sounded one after another, and in the end, their gazes all converged on the figure at the cave entrance of the grotto. There a weasel demon that had already taken on a human appearance was following the example of a human and was rushing at them to salute them. It is 8 feet tall, wearing a long brown robe, with an evil aura between its eyebrows, except that around the end of its nose, the corners of its mouth and its forehead there is still white fluffy hair that has not yet faded, and there is a big brown tail wrapped around its waist. Chapter 006. Running Away, Demon Intercepting the Road. Huang 19. The genius of the Huang family on the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains, as well as a demon of the third realm of the spirit transformation realm, with his fleshly body being reshaped, only waiting for his fleshly body to completely transform into a spirit-like form, he would be able to condense his Dan into a great demon. Such a realm, when looking at the entire periphery of the 100,000 great mountains, was considered top-notch, and only the old monsters of the various clans could be compared. Since 10,000 years ago, the last venerable demon clan fell. The demon race has been declining, barbaric top strong, all by the human race out of the Xian Shiru Sangui the world, and the 100,000 mountains within the unity is not united. In such a generation to seek development, no matter which clan needs a sufficiently established demon, and at that moment, facing those gazes, Huang 19 also slowly opened his mouth. Demon clan last venerable passed away has been 10,000 years. 100,000 mountains fell. Has long been no longer when the pressure of the weather of the 10,000 tribes, only a demon god palace survives, the continuation of the demon clan luck. Among them, it was said that there were 10 self-appointed saints that had been left behind since 10,000 years ago, but it was only a rumor, and no one had actually seen it. In today's era, the 100,000 great mountains were still honored by the 9 great demon kings. Even in the periphery of these 100,000 mountains, several large demon clans had the shadows of the demon kings behind them. Take for example the Huang family. Back then, the Huang family was able to make a fortune, with the bloodline not powerful weasel demon body in the periphery of the 100,000 mountains to stand firm, is because of the favor of the ghost fox demon king. Nowadays, among the 5 great families in the periphery, our Huang family is not the strongest, not to mention that, another 100 years have passed, the other several demon kings also have support for the demon race. And soon there will be more than just 5 great families in this periphery. But this is also exactly our opportunity. When the Blackwater Xian Snake clan was exterminated because of the inheritance of the heavy treasure, leaving only a remnant with only half a life left, she thought that she was well hidden. But she did not know that everything was a deliberate act by the demon kings, including more demon kings today to support the peripheral demon clans. If our Huang family can get the whereabouts of that inherited heavy treasure one step ahead of the other demon clans, the Ghost Fox Demon King will definitely be willing to give us more support. The Huang clan's old ancestors had spoken again. I, Huang 19, have this confidence. The old ancestors can rest assured that is. At this time, Huang 19's voice also sounded again, revealing a strong confidence between his words. Although there were other demon clans on the periphery staring at the Black Snake, the newly supported demon clans by the Demon King were also mostly running towards that Black Snake. After all, when that Black Snake was able to survive, it was because the demon kings hadn't obtained that inherited heavy treasure, so they deliberately left it alive. It also deliberately chased it to the outskirts of these 100,000 mountains and created the illusion of being escaped by it, so that it would let down its guard. Even the suppression of the Yellow, Willow and other demon clans was not as simple as ostensibly rejecting outsiders, but rather pretending to reject outsiders and actually fulfilling the orders of the Demon King. The intention was to gradually break through the Black Snake's mouth and make it spit out the location of the inherited treasure. Now that 100 years have passed, and there is still no news about the landing of the inherited treasure. The Demon Kings are expected to have lost their patience for waiting, yet he was confident that he could get the upper hand. When the Huang family's old ancestors saw such Huang 19, their hearts were greatly satisfied. This was exactly what their Huang family's successor should look like. The words fell. Huang 19 turned around and walked out of the cave. All the demons see it so decisive. Then more satisfied. What they didn't realize, though, was this. Just the moment he turned around, a shadowy look flashed across Huang Xix's face, and an emotion called ambition flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Don't know the old things who don't know how to change. Can let the inner circle of demon kings not hesitate to overthrow a demon race, but also so much trouble and then lay out to consume hundreds of years to seek the treasure. It's how precious it is. To put it politely, such a thing. If my Huang family can get it, maybe in the future they can all be equal to the Demon King and don't have to look at their faces anymore. But it's a pity that these old things are afraid of the Demon King's majesty, and they don't dare to give birth to their possessions. But, I, Huang 19, am a demon who is going to lead the demon race to its heyday, and I'll take what they don't dare to take. Not only that, in time, I'm going to make that towering ghost fox Demon King all kneel underneath me and respectfully lick the soles of my feet. Huang 19 thought about this while walking into the night with great vigor. As for the Blackwater Xian Snake Clan's previous experience and the possibility of failure, it had been completely put behind him. The next day, Jiang Lu woke up again, finding that his surroundings have changed again. He was now hurrying through the silent jungle, but the good thing was, he was still in the Black Lady's arms. This reassured Jiang Lu quite a bit, though I don't know why mother is taking him on a rush, but as long as he could be in his mother's arms, he could feel completely safe. And for the next few days, Jiang Lu spent them in a hurry. This would not have been too difficult for Jiang Lu to accept. After all, he only used to eat and sleep, and then cultivate. Even though there was no chance of gaining demonic longevity because the Black Lady had avoided other demons along the way, Jiang Lu felt that he could endure it for the time being. However, with the metamorphosis of the physique and the further enhancement of the qi and blood, Jiang Lu's body growth speed is also too fast to be human. In just a few days' time, Jiang Lu, who was still a small ball, had grown to the size of a normal 2-year-old. And that wasn't even the most important thing. What was more important was that Jiang Lu realized that when he was cultivating, scales would actually emerge from his body, and his hands and feet would occasionally turn into cow hooves. This scared Jiang Lu. He knew that this must be the reason why he practiced his gongfu, but he was afraid that his strange changes would scare his mother. That's not normal even among demons, is it? Unexpectedly, when the Black Lady saw the change in Jiang Lu, she didn't say anything, but only remained silent for a long time before she took out a demon heart to feed it once again. Jiang Lu couldn't help but wonder, could this change actually be normal? But human babies grow scales on their bodies, and their hands and feet will turn into cow hooves. This is not normal in any way, is it? If it was placed in Jiang Lu's previous life, it was definitely a level that could make people cry out demon, and then push them onto the dissecting table with loaded guns. So that means mother isn't going to pursue the matter of her mutation? Jiang Lu couldn't figure it out and didn't think much about it because the exhaustion had already spread to his entire body, and almost in the space of a breath, he slept straight through. Physique, mortal, in metamorphosis. Cultivation, late blood-moving realm, late half-demon realm. A few more days passed. Jiang Lu had already reached the late stage of the blood-moving realm under the Black Lady's daily feeding of 2 or 3 demon hearts. It was also on this day that Jiang Lu saw the Black Lady's horde of demon hearts bottoming out, and he was instantly a little excited. Wouldn't mother have to go hunting again now that the stock in her hand was gone? This is my chance to harvest the demon's lifespan. However, the Black Lady was looking a little worried at the moment. Nothing else? It's not looking good right now. She had originally thought that her newly found caves were too unsafe when they were either found up one after another, and that was why she took Jiang Lu and ran away. For fear of attracting the attention of the demons again and being detected by that yellow 19, the demons they encountered also took a detour to avoid them. Thinking to myself that I just need to wait until I leave the 100,000 mountains. Going out from the periphery of these 100,000 mountains, one would arrive at the border zone between the human and demon races, where fish and dragons were mixed, and it was a too-negotiable zone agreed upon by the two races. Once there, the sky is the limit, and one can live a peaceful life by being careful. By then, with the talent of himself and this child, as long as he cultivates hard for a few hundred years, he will be able to kill and come back to sweep away today's insults, and maybe even avenge his former extermination of his family. But the Black Lady had to invoke the demon now because the child was hungry, and it was still several days away from walking out of the 100,000 mountains, even with her cultivation. You can't suffer a child any more than you have to. After a short hesitation, the Black Lady surveyed her surroundings. seemingly searching for suitable prey. Just then, a figure with a large tail wrapped around its waist also appeared in the Black Lady's line of sight. It was Huang 19 who walked slowly, with mockery in his eyes as he silently looked at the one man and one demon. Black Lady, where are you planning to go in this hurry? It can be that he knows that he killed my Huang family's demon and wants to run away. Can you run away? Saying that, Huang Xix's eyes looked toward Jiang Lu slyly. Immediately afterward it was as if he had discovered something. A hint of excitement flashed up in his eyes. What an exuberant blood chi! I'm afraid this has reached the late stage of the blood-moving realm. What a good manifestation seedling. What an excellent blood food. I didn't even realize it before, but it's not too late. Since you can't figure it out, the king I will eat into charge as interest jia. Saying that, Huang 19 approached step by step. Looking at that demonic and hideous face, Jiang Lu was terrified, and his entire body was feeling a bone-chilling chill filling every corner of his body. He instantly recalled the feeling of seeing his mother's original body when he had just crossed over, and it was exactly the same as this moment. Jiang Lu subconsciously stepped back, and then he felt himself bumping into the vast chest. In a moment, Jiang Lu remembered that he was no longer the abandoned baby drifting with the river in a wooden basin with no one to turn to. He has a mother. Thus, Jiang Lu made a sound almost biologically instinctive, and also uttered the first words he uttered in this world. Auntie, I'm afraid. Chapter 007. Grabbing Heads. Yellow Immortal Spirit Transformation Skill. Although the Black Lady was jealous of Huang 19, the moment she saw it, the entire demon tensed up. However, after hearing the words that the other party was going to eat Jiang Lu, a few moments of viciousness surged on his face. Jiang Lu's subsequent opening made her body tremble, and then the vicious color became more and more intense, only to see that the next moment, the Black Lady's dark tail swung violently, and was directly intercepting Huang Xix's advancing figure. Her pale golden eyes also turned into the vertical pupils of a snake at this moment. A cold aura was revealed, and the killing aura almost condensed into substance. Huang 19 saw her this look. The smile on his face was also changed to grim. Long ago to see you this black-skinned is not used to. If not the old ancestor they do not allow. The great king I have long been. Now still dare to resist. Looking for death. As the words fell, the majestic chi and blood in Huang Xix's body seemed to come out through his body, and the incomparably terrifying power swept towards Black Nix and Jiang Lu like a hurricane. Jiang Lu's face changed drastically, and in this instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as if the blood in his body had frozen, and even beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Is this the real power of the third stage of the demon of the transformation spirit realm? He felt it, and it was really scary. However, it was also at this moment that the Black Lady swung her tail once again. With a burst of sound, Jiang Lu's body was abruptly lightened, and that terrifying force was actually slapped away on the spot. Huang 19 retreated several steps in a row, looking at the Black Lady with a face full of horror. That horrendous power coming from his tail had actually completely overridden him. How is this possible? How could you possibly possess this level of power? Who the hell are you? Huang Xix's face gradually grimaced, and there was more than a hint of insanity in his voice due to things being out of his control. The black nymphette had calmed down. Her expression was indifferent, seemingly smiling, a pair of vertical pupils flashing with icy killing intent staring straight at the other party. But it was also this glance that Huang 19 was shocked to realize that he actually couldn't move, and his body quickly became stiff as if he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. He tried to use his psychic powers to resolve this state, to no avail. Then he tried the secret method of burning his lifespan to briefly increase his strength, but burning it for 200 years didn't help at all. He could only watch as the shapely, beautiful woman passed by with her child in her arms, and then saw a long, dark tail stained with blood poking out of his chest. Consciousness gradually dissipated. Huang Xix's ears resounded with the Black Lady's unhurried soft laughter. I'm what you call a black-skinned pussy. Only you seem to be less of a black-skinned pussy than I am. Demon cultivation has never been a realm a heavy day, especially from the third stage of the realm of the spirit of transformation. That is, even the slightest breakthrough, which is also a great difference. And you are still far from. This is still claiming to be a heavenly pride? Oh, earlier if not scrupulous about those old undead in your family. As the words fell, she twitched her tail once more before stabbing out violently. But just at that moment, the Jiang Lu in her arms leapt out like streams of light, rushing to land on Huang Xix's stomach before the dark tail arrived. In the next moment, Huang Xix's eyes widened violently, spitting blood out of his mouth, struggling to look toward the bottom, only to see that on top of him stood a humanoid creature covered in scales, and one of the other's hands was grasping his crystalline demon heart and yanking it violently outwards. You are by no means a human cub, nor do you look like a demon. What exactly are you? Unbelievability was written all over Huang Xix's body. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he really couldn't believe that human cubs had suddenly grown scales like snakes. The bottom line is that this thing was considered a blood meal by himself just a moment ago, but now he's pulling out his heart? Moreover, he was close to him in the blink of an eye, and he was so vicious that he didn't even have a chance to save himself? What the hell does this black snake keep? Pity. He won't get a chance to figure it out. Killed the demon Huang 19. Total life expectancy 500 years. 60 years remaining. Absorption complete. Current remaining lifespan, 100 years. Current demon lifespan, 65 years. Familiar words floated before Jianlu's eyes. He was ecstatic. Seems like it's okay to grab heads. Not that it's worth him jumping in at the last minute. However, Jianlu didn't know if his own mother would be angry at being robbed of her head. After all living things have the instinct to protect their food. And when Jianlu played the game in his previous life, he would also get angry if the monsters he worked so hard to fight were robbed. After thinking about it, Jianlu grabbed the demon heart in his hand, walked over to the black lady's side, and handed it over with both hands. Thought this would give mother some comfort. You're really hungry. Surprisingly, the black lady only flashed a complex color in her gaze before she took Jianlu back into her arms, nor did he mind the blood stains on him. Jianlu hesitated for a few seconds before opening his mouth and taking a bite on the demon's heart and began to suck on it. He heard what mother meant. It seemed that his mother had misunderstood that he was hungry and anxious, so she had grabbed his hand. So did he need to talk about politeness anymore? The black lady didn't know what was going on in Jianlu's mind. She only knew that right now the problem of food was solved, and that her mother and son had killed the Huang family's heavenly pride. So the Huang family definitely wouldn't let it go. If we don't leave the 100,000 mountains as soon as possible, we will be in big trouble. Thinking this way, the black lady moved even faster, like a purple lightning bolt weaving through the forest. On the other hand, Jianlu, who was swallowing the demon heart essence blood in her arms, was planning to consume some of his demon lifespan to deduce the spirit snake spitting method * prototype and see if it could be perfected. Although the vomiting method was the most basic cultivation method, the benefits of it were also immense. It would also be a great help to the current gang stream. It was also at this moment that Jianlu realized that on his panel, the column of feats had changed once again. Current techniques, spirit snake spitting method * prototype, powerful bull magic, yellow immortal spirit transformation technique, uninitiated. He was stunned at first, then reacted. It seemed to have exploded. This yellow-skinned rat's essence blood contained the inheritance of feats. At that moment, there was no ink, and he directly smashed 20 years of demonic lifespan onto the yellow immortal spirit transformation technique. After all, the spitting method could wait and be extrapolated. But what is the efficacy of this new gong method? And what kind of point can be reached after deduction? Is more people's expectation. In the meantime, Yellow family land. One by one, the Huang clan ancestors who had already almost completely cultivated into human form revealed their forms. Their faces were all gloomy, and some of them were even red in the face, their mouths letting out beast-like growls. Who is it? Who killed my clan's heavenly pride? What great guts, to dare to lay hands on my Huang clan's heavenly pride on the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains. No matter who you are, I will definitely make you pay back in blood. Ming 19 just went to chase that remaining evil. How did he die? No, there is a ghost here. It must be that black snake that messed up. Yes, it must be that black snake that poisoned little 19. My Huang family's heavenly pride can't die in vain. Find her. Kill her. Chapter 008. Demon Transformation Realm. Nascent Soul Technique. Pursuing troops arrive. You already have a certain cultivation foundation, and your chi and blood are in full bloom, so it only took you a year to cultivate the yellow immortal spirit transformation technique. You continue to cultivate. 6 years, and finally the first ray of spiritual light is birthed in the true spirit, and the spiritualization technique is accomplished. In the 10th year, you vaguely showed signs of condensing your spiritual body, so you tried to condense your spiritual body with your true spirit, but unfortunately, your chi and blood were insufficient, and you ended up failing. In the 11th year, you regrouped, polished your flesh through the other two techniques, grew your chi and blood, and progressed rapidly. In the 15th year, you once again sensed the opportunity to condense your spiritual body, and with your body's chi and blood like a furnace, you began to try to condense your spiritual body once again, but due to the shackles of your body type, you could only plan for it slowly. In the 17th year, you have successfully condensed the yellow immortal demon spirit, and your yellow immortal spirit transformation technique has come to fruition, entering the second stage of the demon transformation realm in one day. Demonization realm? What realm is this? On the other side, Jianlu looked at the words that surfaced one after another in front of him, as if the door to a new world had been opened. Wasn't the blood-moving realm followed by the spirit transformation realm? And what the hell was this demon transformation realm? It was almost as strange as the suffix after the realm in his own panel earlier, but Jianlu didn't care too much about it, because right at this moment, he felt as if he had broken some sort of bottleneck, and there was a moment of clarity in his spiritual platform, as if there was something crying out for him to come out. Such a turn of events was quite a surprise to Jianlu. The yellow immortal spirit transformation technique is the technique that leads from the blood-moving realm to the spirit transformation realm. Cultivating this technique no longer involves accumulating qi and blood and polishing the physical body, but rather, it goes from the physical body to the soul, which then acts on the physical body. But the difference is that the Huang family cultivates, condensing humanoid spirit bodies, while I am condensing demonic spirits. Jianlu figured out the difference, but didn't really care. After all, he himself cultivated demonic techniques with a human body, and it was normal to be a bit different. Just being able to practice is good. Rather, it was the process of this deduction, in which the state of practicing the gongfu seemed to be correlated with one's current state. Just this time, for example, because he had already embarked on the path of cultivation and had already attained a great deal in both the blood-moving realm, he was able to cultivate extremely quickly. It was almost no less than the previous barbarian bull body forging technique. However, Jianlu wasn't satisfied with this. He felt that there was still room for improvement in this technique. In the 18th year, you used the demon spirit to influence your flesh, completing the remodeling of your flesh and entering the third stage of the demonization realm. In the 19th year, you have successfully transformed into a demon with a weasel body, limbs like an ox's hooves and scales like a snake. Your yellow immortal spirit transformation technique has reached the state of perfection, but you feel that the limits of this technique seem to be more than that, and that there is still room for improvement. In the 20th year, when you were practicing the yellow immortal spiritual technique, you vaguely sensed a hint of aura, but you were still short of a chance and failed to grasp it. Remaining demon life, 45 years. Jianlu was surprised and sorry as he felt the gongfu sensation surging in his mind. The surprise was that this yellow immortal spirit transformation technique was really not bad, and there was indeed room for improvement as he had expected. The pity is that although this gong method is good, but if you want to practice it, you have to consider your current physical condition. Even after the feedback from the deduction, his comprehension of this technique had now reached completion. However, his current qi and blood were insufficient, and even if he mastered it more skillfully, his cultivation would be as it was in the middle of the deduction. Then, Jianlu looked at the considerable amount of demonic lifespan he still had left and continued to smash it inside. Aha! Since there was still room for improvement in the gongfu, he definitely chose to want a better one. In the 21st year, you put all your energy into practicing and comprehending the yellow immortal spirit transformation technique. In the 29th year, you've still got nothing, but day after day you've been practicing, making your demon spirit more and more condensed. In the 32nd year, after years of accumulation, your demonic spirit has almost condensed into substance, but you begin to feel uncomfortable, and your body begins to gradually lose control of itself. In the 35th year, you practiced in your demon body as usual, and suddenly, the demon spirit left your body, and you suddenly felt that you felt unprecedentedly free. The feeling of euphoria comes from the separation of spirit and flesh, the supreme freedom that makes you almost sink. You carefully perceive the state you are in, which realizes that your demonic spirit, under the condensation of more than 30 years, has become so powerful that your flesh cannot accommodate it. You seem to have touched some kind of taboo by mistake. Jianlu's face gradually changed and became grave. In the deduction, one's own demonic spirit was actually so strong that the physical body could not accommodate it, causing the spirit to separate from the flesh. This was caused by the strength of the physical body not being able to keep up with the strength of the spiritual body. Don't look for the spirit and the flesh to complement each other, but that comes with a condition. The difference must not be particularly huge, otherwise complementing each other will become binding. It seems that this method should not be delved into too deeply. Even if you want to drill, you have to make sure that the cultivation of your physical body keeps up. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the deduction of the demonic spirit being ostracized by the physical body will be repeated in reality. Jianlu pursed his lips and continued to smash demonic lifespan into it. The atmosphere was here, and he wanted to see what he could eventually deduce. In the 40th year, you completely abandon your physical body and realize the way of spirit transformation. In the 45th year, you have gotten used to the feeling of not having a physical body, and you feel that there seems to be some kind of special qi between heaven and earth that attracts you. That kind of qi is invisible and formless, but in the middle of heaven and earth and all things, similar to aura. In the 53rd year, you had a flash of insight, as if you realized something, and began to try to use your demonic spirit body as a vessel to absorb that special kind of qi. In the 60th year, You successfully absorbed the special chi, and your demonic spirit body showed signs of metamorphosis again under its nourishment, and a smile appeared on your face, knowing that you might have made the right choice. In the 62nd year, you feel that you are absorbing more and more special chi, and you feel that these chi are spontaneously flowing in your body according to a route similar to that of the yellow immortal spirit transformation technique, and you begin to carefully observe the route of its flow as you think about it. In the 64th year, you finally figured out their flow routes and memorized them. You've realized the yellow immortal's nascent soul technique. Remaining demon life, 1 year. A large amount of information once again surged out in Jiang Lu's little head. The gloomy color on his face was directly swept away, replaced by uncontrollable excitement. Though smashing 64 years of life down almost emptied all the demon life accumulated during that time, but the rewards are definitely worth it. The yellow immortal nascent soul technique that was derived from the yellow immortal spirit transformation technique was not very complicated though. Even in all seriousness, the route of transportation is not too different from the former, but the intensity is vastly different. If one were to say that the yellow immortal spirit transformation technique was a technique that pointed directly at the third stage of the spirit transformation realm's grand completion, that yellow immortal nascent soul technique was a technique that aimed straight for the great demon level. By practicing the yellow immortal nascent soul technique, you can absorb the special substance called demonic chi that permeates heaven and earth. After comprehending this technique, Jiang Lu also knew that this special substance was precisely the key for the demon race to condense the demon pills and achieve greatness. And this gong method in the condensation of the spiritual body at the same time also has a quenching physical body. The efficacy of growth. The emergence of the spiritual body is too strong over the physical body, resulting in the separation of the spirit and flesh situation is also the possibility of a much lower. This is the max version of yellow immortal spirit technique that has been enhanced in all aspects and optimized for its drawbacks. The only beautiful thing was that Jiang Lu's remaining demonic lifespan was now only 1 year, which shouldn't be enough to perfect the vomiting method. It seems that perfecting the spirit snake spitting method will have to wait until next time. LOL. Still not enough raw accumulation of demon longevity. The moment. The black nymphette who was embracing Jiang Lu seemed to sense Jiang Lu's excitement as well and looked down. Then he saw a small face with a small mouth biting the demon's heart, smiling so hard that his eyes narrowed into 2 lines and drooling involuntarily at the corners of his mouth. Her heart was a little confused. This is eating excited? Is demon heart essence blood really that good? If so, then why didn't those little things in the clan used to love it? Such a question reverberated through the Black Lady's mind. That was until the Black Lady saw several demonic creatures that exuded a terrifying aura stepping into the air and running towards her direction. She instantly left all those have-nots behind and looked up with a grave face, muttering under her breath, "Those old undead. Is this coming? Faster than expected." Chapter 009. Sins of the Human Race. Crazy Killing. The third stage of the spirit transformation realm was the realm with the largest gap in the second realm of demonic cultivation. Although the weakest was also a demon that could normally crush stage 2 demons, the strongest existence among them was one that could make even demonic Dan great demons quite fearful. So many weasel demons, I don't know how much demonic longevity can be gained by killing them all. Jiang Lu stared at the demons that were running towards him, his eyes revealing excitement. After this deduction, not only did he obtain the yellow immortal nascent soul technique, he also understood the various stages of the spirit transformation realm quite well. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that these were all spirit transformation realm stage 3 demons, and all of them had already reached the point where they had remodeled their flesh and their forms were like spirits. It was more than several times stronger than Huang 19, who was also at this stage, but there was the precedent of the Black Lady almost killing Huang 19 in seconds. Plus, Jiang Lu had now obtained the nascent soul technique and was able to sense the elusive demonic aura. He also happened to sense a demonic aura on the Black Lady, so he knew that his mother was almost invincible in the spirit transformation realm. To know, even if they were also at the third stage of consummation, already possessing demonic chi and not having it were two completely different concepts. Therefore, Jiang Lu was not scared at all, and even when he saw this group of demons, his first reaction was still that another elite monster had come. Boom! Boom! As several large craters were smashed out on the ground, the figures of 3 huge and demonic weasel demons landed directly in front of, to the left of, and to the right of the back of the one man and one demon. The momentum became a trio of talents that surrounded them. Jiang Lu watched their arrival, his blood spurting more and more, his eyes even glowing with longing. Right at this moment, the Black Lady's aura changed violently. Her 2 jade hands grabbed the sweatshirt that wrapped Jiang Lu and threw it upwards, and the entire demon instantly transformed into a hideous giant snake, catching Jiang Lu with its body while quickly circling. It surrounded Jiang Lu in the center, the upper half of its body standing tall, sending out a warning hiss towards the 3 demons, and at that moment, the 3 demons noticed the demonic heart that Jiang Lu was biting. and their faces, which were already raging, couldn't contain their killing intent. The biggest weasel demon directly in front of Jianlu's hideous and ugly furry face showed viciousness, showing his teeth. "It's really you guys. How dare you?" As he spoke, the other two weasel demons also approached. "My Huang family's heavenly pride actually really died in your hands. And, moreover, you human sins actually dared to devour the essence blood of my Huang family's bloodline. It's really unforgivable. Stinking. This great king will give you a chance to hand over your clan's inherited heavy treasures, and I will give you all a good time today." The black lady's face was grave, and she did not speak. Instead, Jianlu caught the point and realized something. "The monster of the yellow house, and accused me of devouring the essence blood of their heavenly pride. Could they be the old demons behind that yellow 19? Thinking of this, Jianlu couldn't help but grin his cherry mouth. "Yeah, let's just say how come the elite monsters are back so soon. It turned out to be the old one who beat the young one, and the old one who beat the old one to come to the even older one. And this routine he is familiar with." He was already a little impatient. And at this time, the largest weasel demon heard the other two weasel demon words, like suddenly remembered what, tone slightly eased. Facing the black lady said, "You mutilated my tribe's pride, but also the demon heart to take to feed the people, has violated the taboo. According to the reasoning of the today I should be for the 100,000 mountains in addition to you. But, if you are willing to pay something, I will be the one to spare you this time." The moment these words came out, the black lady's face steeply and furiously changed. Although she had also been at odds with the Huang family over the years, she had always assumed that it was simply to suppress her as an outsider. After all, there are countless disputes over territory every day in the 100,000 mountains, and it's common to suppress neighbors and outsiders who might pose a threat to the rule of one's territory. Even if Huang 19 had said that before, the black lady just thought that it was that guy who had overheard something. But now it seems, rather like the Huang family knew her identity from the beginning. So what does the other side mean by this century of suppression? And did the demons of that Ryu family know who she was? Or even, did they play any role in that massacre 100 years ago? The more she thought about it, the more appalled the black lady was in her heart, and the more the killing chance in her light golden vertical pupil flourished. "It seems you guys know quite a lot, so what if I don't give it?" The eyes of the weasel demons were completely cold, and the largest one indifferently said, "Then we will have no choice but to take you back and give you to our sons and daughters to enjoy until you are willing to talk." At those words, Jianlu felt his fists harden. He felt that he was still too merciful for just wanting their demon heart essence blood. These should be chewed up and eaten by the mother, so that they can also taste the taste of being enjoyed by the demon. And the black lady's movements were faster than Jianlu's thoughts. "I also wonder if they don't want to pollute their children's ears with filth." The black lady's tail was as fast as the wind, directly penetrating the right rear weasel demon's chest, as if the next moment it would pull out the demon's heart from it. She looked condescendingly at the huge weasel demon in front of her, as if she was waiting for the other party's reaction. Seeing this scene, Jianlu's heart was bahumbugged. Not bad for a mother. What a bully. The speed at which she swallowed the demon heart essence blood all sped up by a few points. Right at this moment, the eyes of that huge weasel demon revealed a strong shock, followed by a surge of monstrous anger. "How dare you commit another murder in front of me? Do you really think that my Huang family can't take you?" Before the words fell, the black lady had already pulled out a crystal-clear demon heart, and the right rear weasel demon's body fell down softly and powerlessly. Afterwards, her tail flicked once again, viciously stabbing into the opponent's chest before the weasel demon at the left rear could react. Pust! The weasel demon fell back a few steps, blood spurting wildly from its mouth. The largest weasel demon also reacted at this moment. Its eyes were red and it directly fell into a violent rage. "Old 2, old 6. It let out a mournful whine. And then the entire demon transformed into a black shadow and swept towards the black lady's direction, with blood chi pulsating all over his body. The brownish-yellow giant claw carried boundless momentum and grabbed straight towards the black nymph at 7 inches of vital points. First, it was the pride of their clan. Then it was its brother again. And this feud was made big. Even if it wasn't for what that demon king wanted, it would still have to kill this vengeful bitch to avenge its clan. Instead, the black lady was unrelenting, and with a flick of her tail, she wrapped the demonic heart of the weasel demon in the left rear and smacked her tail over in the process. In the flash of lightning when that giant claw was about to land on his body, it was just in time to meet it. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. It was the huge claw that could easily open mountains and break rocks that smashed down on the long dark tail, and then it was bounced off. The huge weasel demon's pupils quaked as incredulity surged in his eyes. Its full force strike in anger was blocked by such a casual wave of its tail? How is such a thing possible? For the past 100 years, hadn't this snake demon been suppressed by their Huang family? not daring to make a move even after cultivating into a transformation spirit. How did it suddenly become so powerful? However, at this moment, the Black Maiden had already made a move again, and that dark snake tail was already lashing towards it once again. As a matter of fact, it should have immediately retreated. But the fact that two brothers who had been close to each other lost their lives one after another obviously greatly impacted its sanity. Facing that horrible snake tail, the huge weasel demon directly went up and fought with it. The terrifying aftermath of the battle swept around, crushing all the rubble on the ground alive. At the same time, it also crushed the last living chance of the two fallen weasel demons. Good. Well played. That's the way to play it. Hard. Seeing the wonderful battle scene, Jianlu cannot help but secretly cheer in his heart. This battle scene, not more than the previous life to see those special effects blockbuster cool? Compared to this, those so-called immortal great productions in the previous life are simply non-combustible. Okay? And it was at this moment that words floated before Jianlu's eyes. Assisted in killing the young demon Huang Lao Air. Total lifespan 500 years. 90 years remaining. Absorption complete. Assisted in killing the young demon Huang Lao Lu. Total life expectancy 500 years. 80 years remaining. Absorption complete. Current remaining lifespan, 100 years. Current demon life expectancy, 18 years. Chapter 010. Grab another head and go into the belly. Oops, those two demons are already dead? This is a big loss. Jianlu was immediately in pain and wanted to give himself two big mouths. He was so focused on watching his mother educate the demons that he forgot to grab heads. This dabbing assist could certainly also gain demon longevity, but compared to the demon longevity gained from mopping up and causing a kill, it was a tenfold difference. However, at this moment, Jianlu noticed that the giant weasel demon was beginning to lose ground under his own mother's attack. Although the chi and blood surging from its body was still climbing, even though it was still many miles away, it still allowed Jianlu to feel the vastness and horror of it. But not only was the movement of his claws gradually stiffening, even the speed of his leaps was slowing down. It was clearly starting to run out of steam, and the dark tail was still powerful, which was not only wrapped in surging chi and blood, but also attached to a faint layer of demonic black mist. That was the use of demonic chi, and demons with demonic chi attached it to their bodies and were able to burst out with even more power. Jianlu watched with great interest. He loved to see this kind of counter-killing drama, and if the head could be given to him, it would be even more enjoyable. Abruptly, Jianlu's eyes widened violently as he watched the huge black snake that had surrounded him in the center disappear into place, and when it reappeared again, it had already wrapped the weasel demon into a dumpling of death. The thick tail had even probed into the weasel demon's heart position. In Jianlu's line of sight, that weasel demon was also staring in disbelief, completely unable to believe what he was experiencing right now. Its robust and powerful limbs were never able to move no matter how much it struggled. It looked down, only to see the skin and flesh at the chest of his demon body blossom, scarlet blood dripping down, and the crystal-clear demon heart inside was also entangled by a black tail, as if it would be ripped out in the next moment. Seeing such a dramatic scene, Jianlu couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. I didn't expect Mother to come out so old and ruthless. He actually seized the opportunity to directly stab the demon in the heart, not giving the demon a chance to live in the slightest. It's very barbaric, very demonic, and very 100,000 mountains. At the same time, a trace of fear unconsciously rose in Jianlu's heart. Although it was said that Mother's cultivation was above the other party, but being at the same third stage, she had almost killed all three demons so easily, and the ruthlessness of her mind was by no means ordinary. Luckily in their own mother's cubs, otherwise the end of the wall is not good. Hiss! At this moment, the killing chance in the black nymphet's pale golden vertical pupil had already intensified to the extreme. The muscles of her body wriggled as if the next moment she would rap the demonic heart of the weasel demon out and completely cut off its life. But just at that moment, a silhouette flashed in front of the black lady's eyes, and she subconsciously had to spray a mouthful of venom over. When she saw the appearance of the visitor clearly, her face changed slightly, and a puzzled color appeared in her vertical pupils. The weasel demon, who had already known that he was dead, had even more seismic pupils. It wondered if it was hallucinating before it died. What did it see? A human cub that looked like it was only at the blood-moving realm actually grew scales and bull hooves in a flash? How is that possible? How could a human cub grow scales and bull hooves? This cub was afraid that it wasn't a spirit transformation realm demon pretending to be a demon, right? In the middle of his thoughts, the weasel demon felt as if he understood something, and the eyes that looked at the one man and one demon were suddenly filled with anger, especially towards the black lady. Good, you stinking. It turns out that you were hitting on us from early on, and actually found a demon of the third stage of the spirit transformation realm consummation to play the role of a human cub. Can be really well-intentioned. Before the words fell, the weasel demon felt a sharp pain coming from his heart, and his mouth began to spit out blood in large gulps. It lowered its head once again, only to see that the spirit transformation demon pretending to be a human cub had already followed the opening torn open by the snake's tail, burrowed into its chest, and took a bite on top of the demon's heart. We all fell for it. Fell for your tricks. Ah, I'm not willing. I haven't had the chance to avenge my clan. You don't speak of demonic virtue. If I hadn't fallen for your schemes, I would have been able to. I hate it. Amidst the weasel demon's gradually feeble growls, Jianglu felt that as the demon heart essence blood entered his stomach, his own body began to dry up. This time, these essence blood seemed to be different from those previously swallowed. As soon as it entered the abdomen, it was like a warm current melting in the body and dispersing into the limbs and bones. Even if he didn't run his gongfu to refine it, it was still flushing and quenching his flesh over and over again as his blood flowed, causing his chi and blood to grow by leaps and bounds. This guy's essence blood is obviously of higher quality than the ones before. It's true that even if it's the same realm, the deeper the demon's essence blood goes, the better the quality of the demon's essence blood will be. Jianglu felt the changes within his body and his heart was happy. At the same time, he operated the spirit snake vomiting method * fledgling and powerful bull magic to accelerate the absorption and refinement of the demon heart essence blood. Soon, as more than half of the essence blood was lost and the demonic heart dried up, the giant weasel demon let out a sharp, harsh cry. The pupils then lost all color and would never struggle again. Witnessing the whole process in its entirety, Black Nyangzi gave Jianglu a complicated look, and then she grabbed the demon heart's tail and jerked it out, cutting off the weasel's head. Only then did it release its body and return to its half-human, half-snake stance. Seeing this, Jianglu was startled, and he couldn't help but begin to feel apprehensive inside. However, it was also at this point that killed the small demon Huang Yongtong. Total lifespan 500 years, 70 years left. Absorbed. Current remaining lifespan, 100 years. Current demon life expectancy, 88 years. The words scrolled, and Jianglu was thrilled, his hanging heart finally dropping. Honestly, the moment he saw his mother fill in, he thought it was going to be a no-go. I didn't realize it was actually still my own. This head he still grabbed. Under the happiness, Jianglu's speed of sucking on the demon heart's essence blood even accelerated by a few points. And just in the next moment, he felt his body vacate and his entire body was lifted up from behind. Jianglu subconsciously clutched the demon heart in his mouth, and the black lady's face went cold. If you are so gluttonous and can't control yourself, how can you achieve great things in the future? Looks like it's time to put cub education on the agenda. Thinking like this, the black lady had already taken Jianglu in her arms and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly seemed to remember something and blindfolded Jianglu with his hand, then turned around violently, his head transforming into a huge snake head. Opening his bloody mouth, he swallowed all 3 weasel demon corpses on the ground into his stomach in a few bites. But what the black lady didn't expect was that Jianglu had witnessed the entire process through the gap in her fingers. He couldn't help but smack his mouth secretly. Mother, this service can be really thoughtful. Not only tube kill, but also into the belly for peace. Did not waste a little. But Jianglu didn't think much about it, because he once again felt a deep sleep coming on, and he fell asleep. Sensing that the little thing in her arms had quieted down, the indifference in the eyes of the black lady as she looked down at Jianglu had disappeared, and had once again resumed her loving nature. Just as she was about to continue her journey, suddenly a footstep sounded in the nearby forest, and the black lady's nerves immediately tightened again. Who? Chapter 011. Old friend, traitor, thousand eyes heavenly centipede. What kind of demon would arrive at this time? It's hard not to be the Huang family. Black Nyangzi's heart is vigilant and incomparable, and a pair of pupils once again turn into the vertical pupils of snakes. The muscles in his body were even tighter, ready to run at any time. If she was still a solitary demon, then naturally it didn't matter what happened. But now she's raising pups, or human pups. 100 years ago, on that night of blood and fire, it was a great human cultivator who saved her. It allowed her, who was the last survivor of her race, to avoid the fate of being directly searched by the Demon King. Since then, a shadow of a man has been planted in her heart, though the child seemed a bit different from the human cubs he remembered, even acting more and more like a demon than a demon. But the black lady didn't mind at all. It's not normal. Normal human cubs don't live long in the 100,000 mountains. Even in the 2-region zone that was their destination, it was difficult to survive. Moreover, she was burdened with a blood feud, and even if she had decided to hibernate for the time being, it was only a matter of time before she stepped onto a thorny path filled with blood and rain. Maybe they will also keep encountering chases from the 100,000 mountains. This child demon sum is better than mediocrity. This could also be an asset to her in the future. Even if we take a step back, in case something bad happens to her in the future, this child can still live on his own. At this moment, the Black Lady's mind turned 100 times, and countless thoughts flashed by. Soon, the nearby forest then came out of a figure, only to see it holding a flower, wearing a blue robe, covered with golden light shining brightly, shining on the yellow soil road, also shining on the green silk sash. After noticing the Black Lady's gaze, it also blinked the 1,000 eyes on its body that were emitting golden light and revealed a smile. Yes, that's right, this figure was also a demon. Moreover, judging from its form, it was still a demon at the third stage of spirit transformation, and it didn't look malicious. But once the Black Lady saw the other party's appearance, her face began to change, from nervousness to confusion to anger to extreme indifference. Obviously, the Black Lady recognized the demon. It's just that the relationship isn't as cordial. However, she clearly didn't want to get too involved with this demon at this time either, and sidestepped and prepared to go around. Yeah, little Blackie, you are really ruthless. Wasn't it just that you accidentally revealed the news of your clan's inherited heavy treasure 100 years ago? As for hiding from me for so long, we used to be great bosom buddies, don't you miss that at all? Black shadows flashed. The Black Lady swung her tail impatiently, while the demon looked at the cuts on his body, which were already slightly blackened, and his face flashed with a trace of imperceptible excitement. What a familiar pain. It's just as it was in the memory. The corner of its mouth quirked as it spoke towards the Black Lady once again. Well, even if you don't care about the feelings we once had, you still have to think about the current situation, right? You killed the Huang clan's heavenly pride and elders. They won't let you go. Come with me, I can keep you safe. The Black Lady coldly swept at a glance and said dryly, get lost. She knew she was in a bad place right now, but not so bad as to plant herself on the same demon twice. The events of 100 years ago would make the Black Lady hate her guts just thinking about it. Of course, there was also her own reason. It was because she did not know what was important to leak the news of her race possessing the inherited treasure to the other party. But if the other party had not turned around and disclosed the news to a certain demon king, then how would their race have suffered that kind of misfortune? And it would be fine if that was all there was to it. The fact that there were already quite a few demons who secretly already knew the news at that time, and even if there was no such thing, the news would have been passed on to the demon king by the other demons. But the hateful part was that this guy was actually secretly hiding a strand of her breath. On the night of the extermination, the wisp was used to track down the secret hiding place of the Black Lady in the clan. And now you have the nerve to come and talk to her about feelings and sisterhood? And what about letting her follow along and keeping her safe? The Black Lady could barely restrain her tail from listening. If she didn't know that the other party's bloodline was unusual and that it would be difficult to take down the other party in a short period of time, Black Nymphette had to say a few heartfelt words to it. Just thinking about it, suddenly heard the demon with the bright golden light speak again. I'm sorry for what happened 100 years ago, but now is not the time to play with your temper. Do you know that nowadays the entire Huang family of demons are pouring out of their nests? And the demon kings are also thinking about you. You don't know it yet, right? Now that the Huang clan's demons have blocked the route out of the 100,000 mountains, and the demon kings in the depths of the 100,000 mountains can't wait any longer, you're in a very bad situation. At these words, the Black Lady fell silent. If that was the case, then the situation she was in now wasn't generally a bad one. Don't look at the fact that she had been killing demons like slaughtering dogs in the past few days, but if she were to really go up against the entire Huang family, it would still be difficult for her to stand alone. Moreover, the Huang clan had heard that there was a great demon that had already succeeded in congealing Dan as a backbone. If that great demon also appeared, she would be in big trouble. Not to mention the demon king deep in the 100,000 mountains. And so, that's not for you to worry about. I'll work out my own situation. The Black Lady looked up, decisively refusing. She really thinks she's stupid. Though neither the Huang family's underpinnings nor the Demon King were by any means something that the current her could deal with. But this traitor was obviously also coming from a bad place, and she'd be out of a job if she really believed it. The demon shrugged, then stopped in front of the Black Lady. What it meant was self-evident. The Black Lady's vertical pupils were filled with murderous intent. I've already refused. Why don't you just go away and stop me from going? She was unwilling to make an enemy of this traitor now because she didn't want to delay in case she was discovered by the Huang clan as well as other demons, and was in no way afraid of the traitor. It's fine to lie to me, but don't even lie to yourself. I advise you to think again. The golden light on that demon's body erupted once again, and its tone became gloomy. Go with me. At least there is a way to live. As long as you are willing to tell the whereabouts of the inherited heavy treasure and sign a master-servant contract with me, and from now on feel at ease to be my Wu Chi-Chi's consort. My Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan can at least keep you alive. But if you still can't see the good in you, you don't even need the Demon Kings to make a move. The Huang clan will be able to consume you to death. Upon hearing this, the Black Lady laughed coldly. In that case, I still have to thank you? Thanks is not necessary. Just based on the feelings of you and I being handkerchief friends in the past, I have to save your life. That Wu Chi-Chi's demon glanced at Jianlu, and then, as if he thought of something, he added, by the way, if you want to get the shelter of my clan, this human cub will also be handed over. It just so happens that I'm still missing a great medicine for my recent cultivation. Before the words were finished, the black lady's tail was already stabbing out violently. She had no desire to dwell on the subject with this traitor any longer. Since the other party didn't want to get out of the way, it was just as well to kill them. Big deal. But the weird thing was that Wu Chi-Chi didn't duck or dodge, letting that highly poisonous tail stab into her body. Obviously, he was grimacing in pain, but a trace of fervor, if any, rose in his eyes. It was as if was finally getting the touch of the one who loved and could not be touched. And just at that moment, a few figures in the distance came towards the side at great speed. At the same time the sound of angry shouts resounded through the sky. Bitch! Found you! A mere Xian snake remnant! How dare you kill my clan's heavenly pride and maim my clan's elders! Today is your time to die. Chapter 012. Heavenly Centipede Bloodlust, Ox Demon Treasure Body. The black lady's face changed when she heard the explosive shout. No good! The yellow rat is coming after us. The killing intent in her eyes as she looked at Wu Chi-Chi intensified. It was the traitor's fault for delaying her time to run, but the black lady did not choose to continue to spend time with Wu Chi-Chi after all, even though she now hated to break this demon into pieces and eat him alive. But if she delayed any longer, she really wouldn't be able to leave. Secondly, this Wu Chi-Chi looks strange. Facing her attack actually do not dodge. The state seems to be a little wrong look, estimated to be holding something bad again. It's better to be on the safe side. In the next instant, the black lady directly transformed into a large black snake. Her tail wrapped around Jianlu, and disappeared in place like lightning. This time, Wu Chi-Chi didn't block it again. She pretended not to react, but her mind was torn. If she let Koriko go this time, then she might lose the chance to get Koriko forever. If she was a bit more ruthless, and those yellow-skinned rats attacked back and forth, as long as she forced out the location of the inherited treasure, little Blackie would be hers. As for whether the Huang family will have opinions, behind her Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan, there is also a Demon King, and the relationship with the Demon King can be closer than the Huang family, so it is not possible for them to have opinions. At this moment, the owner of those angry shouts, several weasel demons at the third stage of spirit transformation stepped into the air and walked up to Wu Chi-Chi's body. They all witnessed the scene where Wu Chi-Chi let the black lady leave, and all of them couldn't help but be enraged. Some of those who had a lot of fire couldn't bear it and directly spoke out in mockery. Wu Chi-Chi, are you sick? That black snake was standing right in front of you, and you actually just watched her run away? I have long heard that 100 years ago you are because you are infatuated with the beauty of the black snake. But love, in order to have her alone will be the Blackwater Basilisk Snake Clan has the inheritance of the heavy treasure of the news. At that time I still do not believe it. Now it seems to be. It's about as real as it gets. Lao Jio. Shut up. Originally, the other few weasel demons had not reacted to the words in front, but when they heard the latter, several of the demons' faces changed, and the oldest was even directly rebuking with his voice. There's no harm. There's nothing wrong with what it said. Wu Chi-Chi's face was quite calm, but cold killing intent surged out from the bottom of her eyes. 100 years ago she made a mistake that any demon in the world would make to get what she loved, and didn't get what she wanted, and wasn't happy about it. Only now did she realize that what she wanted was not only the body of Xiao Hizi, but also Xiao Hizi's heart, was everything of Xiao Hizi. Therefore even in the face of the highly poisonous poison tail, Wu Chi-Chi did not hesitate to choose to meet it. It was the hatred of the little black man, and she was willing to go along with it. And at this time, the previous head of the voice of the weasel demon once again opened its mouth. Fourth brother, what are you afraid of? What I said is the truth. To say that the black snake is also unlucky, actually have her such a friend. Saying that, the weasel demon even bullied his way forward and outputted against Wu Chi-Chi's face. Wu Chi-Chi's face as if not angry at all, even surfaced a smirk, but in the depths of its eyes, the icy killing intent is increasingly prevalent. The weasel demon that was called fourth brother seemed to realize something and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but just at this moment, Wu Chi-Chi suddenly leaned her body forward and stroked up the head of the weasel demon in front of her with her eye-covered palm. She raised her head fiercely, her eyes blooming with bloodthirsty red aura. It's fine for you guys to talk about me, but you shouldn't have brought her into this, and other than me, any demon that harms her has to die. Before the words fell, a terrifyingly powerful golden light blossomed from all the eyes on Wu Chi-Chi's palms, instantly penetrating the weasel demon's head. Bang! Not even a chance to react. That weasel demon then had no breath. And the other few weasel demons all changed their faces drastically. Damn! This crazy of the Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan has gone crazy again. And compared to 100 years ago, this crazy woman's strength has changed drastically. At the same time they were cursing the dead head of the same clan. Don't you know you can't mess with this crazy in the 100,000 mountains, but you still have to run into her hands. If you die yourself, you might even get them involved. But all the demons were bitter in their hearts though. The face is not slow at all. They all spoke out. Good. The great king has killed well. This sinful creature dares to offend the great king. He already has a way to take his death. Not bad. Even if the great king doesn't kill it, we're still going to clean it up. But the great king mustn't take it out on us. We don't actually know it well. And doesn't the great king want to get that black snake? We can cooperate with the great king. What? You said the demon king chastised? What demon king or not? As long as you are happy, great king, it's good. The other side. The black maiden rushed with her demon body at an extremely fast speed. But it's also hard to get a restful night's sleep with such bumps. It didn't take long for Jiang Lu to be woken up. When he saw that he was being rushed along wrapped in his mother's serpentine tail, he realized that something must have happened to him. After all, his mother usually didn't show this kind of posture in front of him. And even if he saw it sometimes, she would immediately return to her human head and snake body after realizing that he had woken up. Thinking of this, Jiang Lu instantly sobered up. According to the plot of those big heroine article episodes in the previous life, no surprise, there is going to be a surprise next. Chanting silently in his heart, immediately Jiang Lu summoned his panel. Name, Jiang Lu. Race, human. Current techniques, spirit snake exhalation method * prototype, powerful ox magic. Yellow immortal nascent soul method. You can consume longevity to deduce the technique and get the corresponding enhancement. Current remaining lifespan, 100 years. Current demon life expectancy, 18 years. Demon's lifespan can be used for deduction of techniques, and cannot be converted with one's own lifespan. Physique, bull demon body, in metamorphosis. Cultivation, late blood moving realm, late half demon realm. The physique has already metamorphosed into a bull demon treasure body? That yellow-skinned rat's essence blood is really something. Jiang Lu was delighted in his heart. Upon waking up he felt that his qi and blood were abnormally full, and his strength was incomparable to before. This opened the panel and it was a big improvement. Although the cultivation has not changed yet, but it has to do with the changes in his physique. Nowadays, Jiang Lu's physique had undergone a metamorphosis, completed the initial metamorphosis into a treasure body. According to the records inside the powerful bull magic, there were 4 grades of physique: mortal physique, treasure physique, king's physique, and god's physique. The powerful bull magic body that could be cultivated to the end was the king body. It was said that the great completion king body could rival a demon king, but that level was still too far away from the current Jiang Lu. For today's Jiang Lu, the metamorphosis of his physique into a treasure body was already a great improvement. One must know that even if it was only a treasure body, the possessor would be too powerful than a mortal body, because even if you put aside the special abilities, the limits that a treasure body possessor's body could reach in each realm were far beyond that of a mortal body. This was also the reason why this time, Jiang Lu's qi and blood had improved tremendously, but his realm hadn't changed. As for the king's body or whatever, Jiang Lu was in no hurry. There were all the cultivation methods. As long as he practiced persistently, he would also have it sooner or later. Jiang Lu skillfully activated infinite deduction and slammed the demonic longevity into the spirit snake spitting method * prototype. In the first year, you looked at the spiritual serpent exhalation method * prototype that you had memorized backwards, and with great ambition you began to deduce the path that lay ahead. The next year, you've accomplished nothing. In the third year, you've still got nothing to show for it. In the 6th year, you feel that you can't go on like this, and you decide that since you can't understand the road ahead, you should retrace your steps. Chapter 013, Mouth and Nose Swallowing Demons, Xian Fu Nascent Soul. In the 8th year, you reenacted the spirit snake exhalation method * prototype for the 3rd time, and you finally found a breakthrough. In the 11th year, you began to close your mind to sense the qi between heaven and earth, capturing the trajectory of spiritual qi and demonic qi. In the 18th year, you caught a hint of inspiration in your day-to-day realization. You seemed to have comprehended something, but in the end you were not able to complete further deduction. As the words surfaced, many realizations came to mind. Jiang Lu felt that his spitting method was only one layer of mist away from poking through a higher realm, but it was a faint layer of mist that stopped Jiang Lu dead in his tracks, preventing him from peeking at what kind of scenery was on the other side there. Simply because the demon's lifespan has been depleted by this point, Jiang Lu was furious. The ing atmosphere is here, so tell me where to go next. The card this is not on is really hard to get. Extrapolator, you graduated from some Point Break class, right? Even a little more would be nice. But the helpless thing is that when a demon's lifespan is depleted, it is depleted, and it must continue to consume its lifespan in order to then proceed with continued deduction. And this is something that Jiang Lu can't change either. Ugh. Still have to work hard to earn demonic longevity. Jiang Lu secretly sighed, then poured his own longevity into the infinite extrapolator. Although he was aware that the amount of longevity needed to completely perfect the spirit snake vomiting method * prototype would certainly be quite a lot. After all, just capturing a hint of inspiration had consumed 18 years of longevity. If you want more, you have to pay more. But Jiang Lu didn't care. What he wanted now was to become stronger. And to become stronger he needed to cultivate powerful techniques. And this Tuena method was already the lowest ranked and should consume the least amount of energy to raise it, while raising it the most. Among the feats Jiang Lu possessed right now, the value for money is great. As for the fact that continuing the deduction would consume his own longevity, Jiang Lu cared even less. According to his previous breakthrough through the blood-moving realm, the lifespan of living beings at each great realm was fixed. Even if there was some depletion in the previous realms, as long as one was able to complete the breaking of the realm before their lifespan was depleted, there would be no harm. So Jiang Lu just had to make sure to leave himself enough time to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Plus, as things stood now, at a glance he and his mother were about to face a major crisis. If one didn't quickly raise their strength up, then what was the use of even having more lifespan? No matter how many lifetimes you have, you'll still die if you're killed. In the 28th year, you have become too familiar with the breath between heaven and earth, and you know that the key to perfecting the Tumna method lies in spiritual chi and demonic chi. But you have never been able to make the demonic chi follow the same route of the Tumna method in your body as spiritual chi does, to polish your physique and sinews. In the 32nd year, you've tried so many times to make the demonic energy obey you, but you still can't get the hang of it. In the 40th year, you succeeded in letting the demonic chi run in your body according to the line route of the vomiting method, and your physique and sinews were tempered by the demonic chi. But new problems also appeared. You find that although you are able to make the demonic chi follow the route in your body, it seems that it is unable to coexist with the spiritual chi, and every time you run the circumference, it causes the spiritual chi in your body to be consumed, and you immediately try to reabsorb the spiritual chi, but you are surprised to find that you are unable to absorb the spiritual chi yourself after spitting out the demonic chi. Gradually, your body began to change. Over the course of 2 years, not only did you grow scales on your body surface, even your eyes gradually turned into the vertical pupils of snakes. You tried hard to return to normal, but you became more and more like a demon. In the 46th year, you almost lost your human features. Your body was covered with scales, your legs turned into a tail, and the whole person looked like a snake man. You looked at your own appearance in the reflection of the water pool for a long time and had no words. You could not accept such an ugly self. In the 50th year, you have transformed into a huge black snake, but you are still persistently trying to absorb both demonic energy and spiritual energy at the same time. You suddenly remember the yellow immortal nascent soul method, and a hint of thought emerges on your face. In the 55th year, the feeling of aura entering your body again came from your body, and the taut strings in your heart finally relaxed, and you knew that you might have found the right route. In the 7th decade, you regained a few human appearance. You are more and more sure of your own ideas. Since you can no longer spit out the aura, then do the opposite. Let the aura enter the body by itself, using the instinct of the demon race to swallow the essence of the sun and the moon and the world's aura to develop the xuanfu, so that the aura will not go through the mouth and nose to enter directly into the flesh and blood. For 20 whole years, you have been repeating the process of exhaling demonic chi through your mouth and nose to quench your muscles and bones, while developing your instincts and absorbing spiritual chi into your body with your xuanfu, and the mutations in your body began to gradually disappear. In the 108th year, you finally developed your xuanfu completely and completed the further deduction of the spirit snake vomiting method * prototype, pioneering the vomiting cultivation method of swallowing demons through the mouth and nose, and absorbing spirits in the xuanfu. Current remaining lifespan, 10 years. With the last paragraph surfacing, an endless stream of information exploded violently in Jiang Lu's mind. The incomparably large amount of information caused the breath on Jiang Lu's body to be disorganized for a moment, but immediately afterward ecstasy flooded the mind. Although through the text of the deducer, he already knew that this perfected vomiting method would definitely not be bad. But it was also when it was truly possessed that Jiang Lu realized how domineering this spitting method was. The mouth and nose swallow the demons, and the xuanfu contain the spirits. Normal demonic cultivation was to use the exhalation method to absorb the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth to polish the foundation, and then go through moving blood in transforming the spirit until the third stage of transforming the spirit was perfected before they began to touch the demonic chi. Even at the third stage of the spirit transformation realm, Mastering demonic chi and not having it were both completely different concepts. But this method is at the beginning of the vomiting of demonic gas, then the demonic gas quenching physical sinews and bones of the body. At the same time, it could also absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth through the xuanfu, which was the pores of the entire body, and synchronize the quenching of the physical body. The foundation thus forged is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. To put it unceremoniously, mastering this technique was equivalent to having the foundation of a great demon. Moreover, fighting at a higher level is like drinking water, and practicing is twice the effort. Although it cost me 90 years of my life, it really isn't a loss at all. At this moment, Jiang Lu's heart was really excited. Just spending a few decades of life expectancy in exchange for such a spitting method. It's completely blood money. Okay, as for only having 10 years left to live, Jiang Lu didn't care before, and now he cared even less. Even if he put aside the other techniques, just relying on this spitting method alone, Jiang Lu was certain that he would be able to cultivate to blood-moving realm perfection in a short period of time. Not to mention that Jiang Lu also has powerful bull magic. As for the realm after that, Jiang Lu also had the yellow immortal nascent soul technique that matched the spirit transformation realm and pointed directly at the great demons. As long as he had enough demon heart essence blood, he was completely confident that he would complete his blood-moving realm cultivation and break through to the spirit transformation realm in a very short period of time. And it was also the kind that had cultivated the blood-moving realm to the point of no ancient demons before. And at the same time, in front of Jiang Lu's eyes, another column in his panel changed accordingly. Current techniques: Spirit Snake Exhalation Technique, Powerful Ox Technique, Yellow Immortal Nascent Soul Technique. Seeing that the original Spirit Snake Spitting Method * prototype had turned into the Spirit Snake Spitting Method, Jiang Lu choked on his words a little. I don't know whether this name was made by the self in the deduction or by the deducer. It is really no level, making the name of such a domineering feat not domineering at all. However, Jiang Lu didn't think much about it, because with the realization of this method, his body had spontaneously started to exhale. The demonic chi poured in from the mouth and nose, flowing into the through-body meridians and limbs like a ghost or god tasting color and eating incense. At the same time, the pores of his body opened spontaneously, as if a small mouth wantonly sucked in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and transformed into the flesh and blood of his body. Jiang Lu only felt his whole body bulking as he gradually became engrossed. Then the powerful bull magic also spontaneously began to operate, and Jiang Lu's bones all through his body smashed and snapped, and his physique and chi and blood once again began to rise at a rapid pace. The sensation was 1,000 times more intense than rubbing the skin. He was addicted to the feeling and couldn't help himself. However, it was also at this moment that the black lady, who was tired of rushing along, finally sensed Jiang Lu's abnormality and couldn't help but look back. This look is to see a ghost in general staring straight at Jiang Lu, and then cannot move their eyes. Is that demonic energy? Chapter 014. Mighty Spirits, Great Demons Blocking the Road. The demonic aura filled the air, and the spiritual aura was like a tidal wave. The only sound in the dense green forest was the sound of a few winds hitting the leaves, and after a short silence, the black lady came back to her senses, but she still doubted her eyes. My son is actually exhaling demonic energy? How is such a thing possible? How can a human race exhale demonic chi? The shock within the black lady was beyond compare. She already possessed demonic aura as well, but it was because of that she understood more about what it meant. First of all, the matter of the human race being able to absorb the demon race's demonic chi was unreasonable. The second thing to know was that even as a demon, one needed to cultivate to the third stage of the spirit transformation realm in order to be qualified to touch demon chi and absorb it. But now, the human cub she had adopted had actually started absorbing demonic chi at the blood-moving realm, and it wasn't simply absorbing, but exhaling demonic chi like one would exhale spiritual chi, and using demonic chi to quench the roots of the physical body. The most crucial thing was that while exhaling demonic chi, the xuanfu of this child's entire body opened up, receiving spiritual chi into his body and also tempering his physical body. This is simply setting a precedent for a lineage. Okay, how powerful the roots forged in this way would be when they grew up in the future, she didn't even dare to imagine. Black Nymphette only felt that her perception of the human race had been refreshed once again. Originally, embarking on the road of cultivation without a teacher, as well as the occasional scales growing on the body and the hooves of cows, these are already strange enough, and now they have actually pulled off such a feat? Are all human cubs like this? Or is it only your own pups that are special? The black lady couldn't figure it out, but she understood that if the human race was really all like this, it was truly a miracle that the 100,000 great mountains hadn't been exterminated by now. Spin. Rapture then welled up in her heart. Either way, the pups being stronger than expected is a good thing with no downside. It was still imperative to quickly escape from the 100. 000 mountains with the cubs. After all, even though the Huang clan had blocked the periphery of the 100,000 mountains nowadays, she might not be without a chance with her strength. But if she waited until the Huang family's great demons or the demon kings of the inner circle stepped in, then even if she was given wings, she wouldn't be able to fly out. With that thought in mind, the Black Lady stuffed a new demon heart into Jian Lu's mouth before continuing to start rushing. Aha! Even though the situation is urgent, the pups should not be suffering. Now that the cubs themselves have comprehended the reverse heavenly exhalation method, the demon heart essence blood must keep up. Otherwise, if the essence blood intake from the outside world was insufficient at this time, the pups would be delayed. The time just went by minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 days, and during these 2 days Black Lady hadn't stopped except for stuffing Jian Lu with demon hearts. While Jian Lu was just sleeping and refining the demon heart essence blood every day, he found that when he was refining the demon heart essence blood, his cultivation of the spitting method was also twice as effective. He couldn't help but marvel at how the demon heart essence blood was truly omnipotent, and could be paired with any cultivation technique. At the same time, perhaps because of the growth in chi and blood and the enhancement of his physique, Jian Lu's size also grew with the naked eye. The last 2 days had been almost like growing a year a day, and now they looked to be 4 years old or so. This made Jian Lu rather uncomfortable, because the sweatshirt that would have wrapped around your body can only be worn as shorts. Your body is cool, even more so because this sub of mine also jumped up too fast. Right. Fortunately it wasn't born in the human race's territory, otherwise it would definitely be burned to death as a demon. Waking up again and feeling the changes in his body, Jian Lu couldn't help but secretly sighed, and then quietly began to measure up to the Black Nyonya. In fact, even if he was born in the land of the demon race, he was still afraid. Such a growth rate, even if it was placed inside a demon, it was about as close to normal as it could get. I don't know if Mother will be able to take it, but soon, Jiang Lu's hanging heart was released, for it was not long before the Black Lady looked back at him, and then continued on her way. Jian Lu also didn't know what Mother meant, but felt that since he didn't overreact, it should mean that he was able to accept it, so he began to continue practicing with peace of mind. But it didn't take long for the river to stop flowing. The demon heart essence and blood had been kept in his mouth almost every moment during this period of time, and it had already nourished his body to a grippy state. Now that there was no demon heart essence blood to swallow, he only felt that his cultivation speed was as slow as a turtle crawling. Even if, compared to other demons, his cultivation speed has actually been called heaven-defying. Auntie, can you give me another demon heart? I'm hungry. After thinking about it, Jiang Lu opened his mouth to the Black Lady. The Black Nyangzi who was rushing on the road had a slight stagnation in her movements, and then she turned her head to look at Jian Lu, and her eyes flashed a touch of tenderness and said, "There is no more. The ones just now were dug out from the previous weasel demon. Wait a little bit longer. Wait until we get to a safe place, and Nyang will think of a way to do it." Good. Jian Lu nodded his head in a hurry. He also just wanted to see if his mother still had any stock in her hands, and he wasn't forced to do so if she didn't. Though she also looked forward to her mother hunting demons to get demon hearts for herself to eat. But Jiang Lu also knew that the situation was probably really critical right now. He's not really a child, nor is he one of those fairies who can't see the situation and won't care about anything to satisfy their desires. So he shut up quite decisively. But just at that moment, a dozen figures violently appeared in Jiang Lu's line of sight. They are shriveled and humanoid, and their bodies are covered with dry yellowish-brown fur, as if they were the carcasses of an upright weasel. Their faces still wore a weird smile if anything, while they carried a palanquin on their shoulders, bouncing over in the direction of Jiang Lu and the Black Lady. Seeing such a scene, Jiang Lu's entire body was cold behind him. His chi and blood stirred, and scales unconsciously surfaced on his body surface. What the hell is this nifty? It's also too scary. The Black Lady also stopped moving forward at this moment, hiding Jiang Lu behind her, straightening her body and looking at the group of weird weasels with an incomparably grave expression. Compared to Jiang Lu's ignorance, the Black Lady seemed to have vaguely guessed the opposite side's origin. A few moments later, the weasels carried the palanquin to the Black Lady's side and stopped a short distance away. A dry hand reached out from the curtain on that sedan chair. Immediately after that, a tall and thin old man with a height of 9 feet walked out of the sedan chair, and then actually stood in midair just like that. Then it just walked over in the direction of one person and one demon. Jiang Lu's pupils jolted. The black nymphette even seemed to feel an invisible pressure the moment she saw this figure, and her huge body couldn't help but start trembling. Stepping in the air, the mighty spirit of the crowd. This is the sign of the demon Dan realm. The great demon. The old man in front of him was a demonic Dan realm great demon. At this moment, it was as if the Black Lady suddenly realized something. She glanced back at Jiang Lu, and a flash of determination flashed through her vertical pupils. At the same time, Jianglu felt his mother's tail wrapping around him abruptly tighten. He was about to say something when his mother's voice rang in his head. When I say run later you run, and no matter what you see or hear, don't look back. Jianglu sniffed and subconsciously looked up. Only that tall and thin figure was coming step by step, slowly. Every time it took a step out, the mountainous and zephyr-like pressure became 1 point denser. In just a few short steps, it had already made it so that within a 100-mile radius, there was almost no standing demon race, and even that one ancient tree in the sky was bent over. However, his mother, the Black Lady, was standing tall and straight up, using her flesh and blood to completely shield his figure, blocking all the pressure for him and facing that terrifying figure head-on. Chapter 015, Cow's Hoof Broken Skull, Sacrificial Vessel. A demonic elixir is formed in the belly, and since then all spirits bow down. This might was similar to the Taoist Jindan realities that Jianglu remembered from his previous life. If it wasn't for the Black Lady who had blocked all the pressure in time, this horrible and unparalleled pressure alone would have been able to cause Jianglu to die. After all, although Jianglu was now considered a pervert in the blood-moving realm, he was still simply not good enough to face a demonic Dan Great Demon. However, Jianglu didn't panic because of this. Instead, he calmed down more and more. I didn't expect that you would actually offend the majesty of a great demon for the sake of a mere human cub. Standing still in mid-air, the tall and thin old man looked at the Black Lady who resolutely stood in front of Jianglu, gently raising his eyelids as a playful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Since you've done such a thing, then I guess you must be ready to withstand my wrath as well. Although it was wearing a smile, its tone was eerie and icy, as if it was an evil spirit crawling out from the underworld, causing Jianglu to shudder. And when it said this, it suddenly paused, and a pair of eyes snapped towards Jianglu behind the Black Lady. This is the cub that you want to protect even at the expense of making enemies with the Huang family. With me? Indeed it's not bad, and it doesn't look like a pure human race. It's not in vain that you killed 3 of my sons, 2 of my grandsons, and a collateral Shen grandson for him. It spoke again, its eyes becoming deep and tyrannical and bloodthirsty. But even though I have a lot of descendants, being killed by a demon for such a ridiculous reason really upsets the demon. Seeing that you are also a part of the demon race, I will give you a chance to kill him and say the whereabouts of your clan's inherited heavy treasure, and I will grant you a pain. When it finished speaking, its gloomy eyes fell back onto the Black Lady's body, as if it was expecting a reply from her. Jianglu clenched his fists, angry at himself for not fighting. If I can be stronger again billion points. And at this moment, the Black Lady's dark tail was already like a bolt of lightning, stabbing straight at the tall and thin old man's chest against the terrifying pressure. The tall, thin old man's eyes glowed fiercely, his dry human face sprouted fluffy hairs and a pointed nose, and his mouth, split to the base of his ears, revealed ghastly fangs as he let out an angry snarl. Insolent snake demon, you offended my majesty first, and now you dare to covet my demon heart? You're so damned. Damn it. Before the words fell, its dry palm had already slapped down towards the Black Lady. A monstrous demonic aura surged. In the next moment, a sound of bones breaking rose at first, and the black nymphet's huge snake body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. Bright red, fishy blood fell like drifting rain. Immediately afterward, the Black Lady fell heavily to the ground, and her tail already had a large area collapsed, but she immediately straightened up again, revealing her black fangs toward the old man. I absolutely can't just fall here, even if my opponent is a great demon. Jianglu's eyes were glazed over. He knew that his mother was certainly no match for the great demon, but also never expected. Actually cannot even carry a move, but also lost so miserable. But Jianglu simply didn't have time to think about it more, because right at that moment, the dozen or so dried up like corpses weasel demons that had previously been carrying the palanquin had already surrounded them from all sides. Almost all of his escape routes were blocked. The Black Maiden immediately wanted to come over to relieve herself, but was stopped by the tall and thin old man. I thought about it. You have repeatedly offended my majesty. It is really cheap to kill you directly. Why don't you do it? I have to let you watch that little brat get tortured to death first, just like you killed my son, grandson, and grandson, and let me send a white-haired demon to a black-haired demon. Finally, then I will kill you. Little ones, give me on. This skinny and tender little brat is in your hands. No matter what means you use, give me a hard time torturing him. Whichever one of you does a good job, old ancestor will heavily reward you. Jianglu's heart tightened at once. It seems that today he is also in a bad way, but at the same time, it was a secret blessing. Fortunately, this great demon didn't understand that villains die from talking too much, and was now playing the cat and mouse routine. That gives him a chance. He naturally has no way to deal with the demon Dan Big Demon, but it is not certain who is the prey against these minions. Almost at the same moment, a dozen weasel demons' eyes glowed green as they simultaneously attacked and killed towards Jianglu. Rumble! Jianglu violently operated the powerful bull magic. His body's chi and blood erupted, and demonic chi surged in the meridians around his body. At that instant, the scales that surfaced on his body even became shiny with a black iron-like luster, and his two palms turned into the shape of bull hooves as they landed with a bang on the head of a weasel demon. Although these sedan chair-carrying demons were all good in the blood-moving realm, they didn't have a special physique, and their fighting strength was only ordinary. So how could they carry a hoof of this pervert Jianglu? Only just grazed. Its huge head exploded like fireworks, scattering red and white all over the ground. Seeing this scene, the other weasel demons were stunned. The weird smiles on their faces instantly solidified, and their gazes toward Jianglu became horrified. Is this kid really a human? How is it possible to display such a demon-like stance? And that tiny hoof power is also too big. Right. Facing the moving blood realm demon, actually just lightly touching it to blow up. This is simply more like a demon than they are okay. It couldn't be a spirit transformation realm demon in disguise, could it? They all involuntarily looked in the direction of the tall and thin old man, as if they were hoping to get an explanation from the tall and thin old man, as well as instructions for the next step of action. At this moment, the tall and thin old man with a sinister face and a look of waiting to see a good show also froze, obviously not expecting that things would actually unfold like this. Interesting, this cub is really not a pure-blood human race, seems to be a half-demon, but it is a sacrificial container. Immediately after, the color of the sinister color on the face of the tall and thin old man suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a strong greed. The black lady's heart thumped. A worse situation appeared. The cub was also completely targeted. This is not good. Kill the weasel. Total life expectancy 100 years. 10 years remaining. Absorption complete. Current demon lifespan, 20 years. And just at that moment, Jianglu looked at the headless demon corpse, and his eyes flashed with a ferocious color. In the next instant, Jianglu's body moved violently, calmly weaving between the crowd of demons, waving his hand through the headless corpse's chest, pulling out a demon heart from it and stuffing it into his mouth. Then it actually took the initiative to attack and kill towards those weasel demons. Although those demons hadn't received instructions from the tall and thin old man, the lack of instructions meant that they would then have to carry out their previous orders. Moreover, at this moment, Jianglu was coming aggressively, so they naturally couldn't just sit back and wait for death. And at that moment, they also pounced towards Jianglu once again. Then, Jianglu once again blasted the heads of the two weasel demons. Kill the weasel. Total life expectancy 100 years. 8 years remaining. Absorption complete. Kill the weasel. Total life expectancy 100 years. 12 years remaining. Absorption complete. Current demon lifespan, 40 years. Seeing the soaring demon lifespan, coupled with the fact that he had once again harvested 2 more demon hearts, Jianglu was all a little red-eyed, feeling his heart thumping, as if some kind of bone-deep instinct had been activated at this moment. However, when his body swept out again, the black lady's chorus of curses rang in his ears. Idiot! If you don't leave now, when will you wait? Chapter 016. Taking over the body. Alteration. Condensing the spiritual body. The black lady's voice was like a blow to the head. It made Jianglu's eyes clear up a lot. He realized at once that he had made a serious mistake. Bad. What needs to be done now is not to kill these demons just make a path out of it. Just now, it was clear that he could have taken advantage of the fact that the demons were all frozen and just left, but he didn't. On the contrary, the cultivation is addicted to killing and swallowing the demon heart essence blood. This is simply a picture of a snake. Now was not the time to accumulate demon lifespan and enhance strength. Killing demons for their hearts was what was wasting precious escape time. Realizing this, Jianglu hurriedly leapt in his body, trying to scurry out from between the figures of the demons. But at this point it was already too late. The weasel demons that had been frozen in fear had already fully reacted, and the successive deaths of their fellow clan members had also made them red-eyed. A head of yellow-skinned rats pounced towards Jianglu like ghosts, their sharp claws and fangs glowing with a chilling aura. Such a move also caused Jianglu's face to change slightly. Scales once again surfaced on his body, and his hands once again turned into bull hooves, both hooves opening up the road as he swept out towards the distance. He didn't take the initiative to attack the demons, but all the demons that stopped in front of him had their heads blown apart by his hooves. Kill the weasel. Total life expectancy 100 years. 3 years remaining. Absorption complete. Kill the weasel. Total life expectancy 100 years. 5 years remaining. Absorption complete. Current demon life expectancy, 60 years. In the blink of an eye, Jianglu had killed several more weasel demons, reaping another 20 years of demonic longevity, while his figure had also reached 100 miles away. The rest of the surviving blood-moving realm weasel demons didn't dare to mess with the skull-shattering maniacal demon anymore, and they all stopped where they were and watched him go far away. Seeing this scene, the Black Lady finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was surely not able to escape, but at least the child escaped. But just at that moment, a strange smile appeared on the black-robed old man's face, and the way he looked at Jiang Lu was as if he was looking at some extremely large treasure. Swish! Abruptly, the black-robed old man disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 100 miles away. Jiang Lu raised his head somewhat dumbfounded, looking incredulously at the old man who had suddenly appeared in front of him, shrinking into the ground. 100 miles in one step. The demonic Dan powerhouse was as terrifying as it was. At this moment, Jiang Lu's heart was filled with despair. The heart was also full of regret. If the party had not been greedy for the demon heart and delayed, would it have escaped? And the Black Lady was even more remorseful. Why hadn't she reminded the cub earlier? It was too late to say anything now. Half-demon boy. You're good. The black-robed old man carefully sized up Jiang Lu, the greed in his eyes growing more and more prevalent, and a hint of a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Obviously only at the blood-moving realm. Yet he's able to directly swallow a demonic heart and refine his essence blood in battle. And he's also grasped the demonic chi. Unusual. Truly extraordinary. This is my chance. If I can use it for me, maybe. Jiang Lu's face collapsed. He felt that this great demon didn't seem to simply want his life anymore, but rather coveted something on him. Help! In addition to this body, he only has a sweatshirt worn as shorts. Okay. What is worth thinking about? Wait. Body? Could this guy be craving my body? It wants to take me over? Jiang Lu instantly thought of a certain possibility. Creepy as hell. And hearing the old man's words, the Black Lady also reddened her eyes and once again pounced fiercely towards him. Bang! Bang bang! The black-robed old man didn't even look at him and directly slapped 3 palms through the air, sending the Black Lady flying out once again, breaking bones all over her body, but with just the right amount of force to keep the Black Lady awake while incapacitating her. If you cultivate another 20 years, perhaps even I will not be your opponent. But now well, you are not worthy to get in my way. The black-robed old man let out a cold smile. Then a dark red aura violently flashed out from his brow. Upon closer inspection, the dark red aura was actually a palm-sized weasel, which at times turned into a human figure, and the silhouette's appearance was clearly the same as the black-robed old man. After seeing such a scene, the black nymphet's eyes were bared, and Jiang Lu's tightly clenched palms were also tightened a few more points. His heart was quite a bit unwilling. I can't believe it's really a takeover. In contrast, he still wanted to be killed outright, even if it's just to be eaten. But at this moment, Jiang Lu couldn't change anything. One can only sigh inwardly. Crossing over to the end is ultimately an empty. Alas, I may be the first crosser to be taken over. I guess, it's really a disgrace to the face of crossers. Before he finished speaking, the dark red aura had already disappeared into Jiang Lu's brow, and just at the moment when it invaded Jiang Lu's sea of consciousness and was about to erode the soul inside Jiang Lu's body, the spirit snake exhaling method and powerful ox magic spontaneously operated. Demonic chi surged madly from his mouth and nose, and spiritual chi also entered his body from the surrounding xianfu, wrapped in surging chi and blood instantly enveloping that Lingguang's soul. Such a turn of events shook even Jiang Lu. Could there be a reversal? But Jiang Lu didn't have too much time to think about it, because just the next instant, the yellow immortal nascent soul technique, which had a full level of proficiency but could not be cultivated for the time being due to the lack of realm, was also operating spontaneously within his body. A loud shout came from that aura. Ah, how is that possible? You brat is actually able to refine a spirit body? Quickly let grandpa me out, or else later I will not only take over your body, but also refine your soul into a devouring ghost, so that you will never be able to transcend. Don't, Daddy, have mercy, stop sucking. It was only a blink of an eye before and after, and the other party's attitude had turned a few big corners. Seeing this strange situation, Jiang Lu instantly remembered the special features of the yellow immortal nascent soul technique. This method can absorb the special substance called demonic chi, and it also has the effect of tempering the physical body while condensing the spiritual body, and most importantly, also has the ability to refine other spiritual bodies to accelerate the condensation of the spiritual body. Right, it is the refining of other spiritual bodies. Thinking of this, Jiang Lu's heart burst with joy. Even if it is the spirit body of a great demon of the demon Dan realm, that's a spiritual body. 2. The yellow immortal nascent soul method is the nemesis of spirit bodies. It must have been the other party's move of trying to take over the body that mistakenly triggered the refining spirit body function of this method. After all, although he hadn't formally practiced it before, thanks to the deducer, Jianglu's body and soul had long been too familiar with this technique. Without the slightest hesitation, Jianglu directly took the initiative to run the yellow immortal nascent soul method to accelerate the refining of the spiritual light. If this demon wanted to violently strike him down, then he would indeed be dead, but it has chosen to take over the body. Then don't blame him for laughing at it. Perhaps it can also take this opportunity to condense the demon spirit in advance. And just at this moment, in the distance, a golden light bright figure came at great speed, and after seeing the scene clearly, its entire demon let out a monstrous roar. Who was it? Who hurt Blackie like that? You are damned. Chapter 017. Bone destroying and soul devouring. Chopping the grass to get roots out. The remaining dry weasel demons could not help but all change their faces drastically. 1,000 Eyes Heavenly Centipede Clan Demon at the third stage of spirit transformation. Wu Chi-Chi. How did she get here? However, before the crowd of demons could react, Wu Chi-Chi's blood chi had rippled out like waves of water, and the hundreds and thousands of eyes on her body were covered with demonic chi, blossoming with demonic red auras. Wherever that red aura shone, whatever substance was corroded in an instant, turning into a puddle of fishy liquid. Even for the crowd of demons that had already crossed over into the blood-moving realm, they were only able to rely on their rich chi and blood to resist for some time. Come on, who the hell did this? Get the hell out. Otherwise, all the demons involved in hunting down little Blackie today will have to die. At this moment, Wu Chi-Chi's voice sounded once again, and even more wisps of fury began to emerge from her body. The blood-moving realm demons in front of him showed a look of despair, no longer having any illusions about living. The crowd of spirit transformation demons that followed closely behind him also had their pupils shrinking slightly, and shock surfaced between their expressions. They seemed to have come at a bad time, but at this moment, since they had already come, they could only go forward with their heads held high, or else at the level of this insanity, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to survive either. Great King, calm your anger. This matter, no matter who did it, is surely for the good of the 100,000 great mountains. Yes, and this is also the authorization of the Demon Kings. It is said that the Blackwater Basilisk clan's inherited heavy treasure possesses the miraculous effect of causing the demon qualifications to metamorphose, the bloodline to return to its ancestor, and the awakening of the precious body, if we can cause it to be offered out. Great King, your 1,000 Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan will also be able to benefit from it. Well, the demons opened their mouths, but before they could finish their words, demonic red auras swept in. Immediately, wisps of white smoke rose above their strong bodies as if they had been poured with sulfuric acid. Those blood-moving realm demons of the party even directly disappeared without a trace like vaporization. The king knew. The demons were terrified, but they were simply too late to react. The flesh and blood of their bodies were corroded in an instant, leaving only a rack of white bones. Even with the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, they were all dying at this moment, their lives hanging by a thread. The last sound that rang in his ears was Wu Chi-Chi's unhurried, yet cold laughter like a severe ghost demanding for his life. 100,000 mountains? Demon King? He, that would be great. Today, since you guys dare to hurt her skin and flesh for the Demon King, in the future I will slaughter all the Demon Kings. Since you dare to damage her bones for the 100,000 mountains, I will kill all the 100,000 mountains in the future. As the words fell, the demonic red aura had already swept in again, and in an instant the remaining white bones and spirit bodies of the crowd of spirit transforming demons were enveloped, bone destroying and soul devouring. In just a moment, everything in it was reduced to a puddle of fetid pus. In the dying moments, all the demons' minds could not help but flash over a thought. So, this is what death feels like, and it doesn't hurt as much as one might think. It just feels like the consciousness is slowly being drawn away. But why is that? What have they done wrong and why? Would they die at the hands of a madman just like that? And Wu Chi-Chi, who had buried all the demons, didn't look at the pus all over the ground. Her gaze fell on the Black Lady, sometimes heartbroken, sometimes guilty, sometimes welling up with madness. She had already owed Koriko once and a half. She couldn't do it again. As long as little Blackie would be fine, she didn't care what the other demons would do. Black Nyangzi had not expected to see this scene. Her complexion was a bit dazed, and a hint of complexity flashed in her eyes as she looked at Wu Chi-Chi. Little Black, are you in pain? I have good spirit medicine here that can help you recover from your injuries quickly. At this time, Wu Chi-Chi stroked up the Black Lady's scaly snake body and said with a shudder, no need. The Black Lady's tone returned to indifference. This heavenly centipede can be soft and gentle, but also the most ruthless and merciless. Such things she had understood 100 years ago. Tragedies that happen to you are always etched in your mind. Okay, I'll start then. Just bear with me. Wu Chi-Chi went straight to work, applying the crystal and liquid evenly all over the snake's body. It wouldn't do for the Black Lady to refuse, but she didn't care too much on the matter. Her attention quickly returned to Jiang Lu once more, her eyes filled with worry. Back then I was deceived by this unquestioning care of hers. Now she can't fool me. But the cubs. Looking at the Jiang Lu who stood in front of the Huang clan's great demon. And with the Huang clan's great demon everything was caught in a state as if it was in a state of stasis. But his breath was soaring. The black lady's heart thumped. She had already seen the matter of taking over the body an unknown number of times in her hundreds of years of demon life. So there is also a lot to know. Although normally, only demons whose cultivation had reached the second stage of the spirit transformation realm and who had condensed a spirit body with their true spirit would have the possibility of performing the secret method of seizing the body. Moreover, even if a demonic Dan great demon wanted to take over a blood-moving realm demon, there was still a possibility of failure if sufficient preparations were not made beforehand. But the cubs are in the end a human rather than a demon, and are too young to have gone through the baptism of long years, and their willpower is able to resist the invasion of a great demonic spirit body? That soaring breath also looks like the scene of a successful spiritual body taking over the body and feeding back to the physical body. He's encountered a demonic pill great demon taking over his body? I have long heard that the Huang family's great demon cultivation on the problem, in order to prolong the life, has been secluded not to come out. Recently it is even more in the search for the reclaimed vessel. I did not expect it to be true. At this time, Wu Qiqi noticed the black nymphet's line of sight, and looked along, saying rather emotionally, it was also unexpected that a great demon was actually reduced to taking over a human cub. It seems that it's really going to die, and this cub is unlucky as well. But it has hurt you to this point. Think it can live by taking over the body? Hurt you. I want its life. Her voice suddenly became cold and her eyes suddenly became murderous. The black maiden coldly took over and said, there's no need for you to do it. If the cub really succeeds in being taken over, I'll kill him with my own hands. And in the meantime, inside the body of Jiang Lu, the dark red aura had been refined from the size of a palm to only half the size of a palm. The screams coming out of it also became breathless. Father, you are my own father. Please let me live. I have lived for more than 700 years, and I have many treasures that I can offer to father. No, master, just treat me as a fart and set me free. I can sign a master-servant contract with you, as long as you are willing to spare my life. And from now on I will be a slave and a maidservant, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Jiang Lu's face didn't have the slightest expression. Then, he exerted himself even more in the yellow immortal nascent soul technique to speed up the rate of refinement. He was not going to leave himself with that kind of afterthought when the grass was cut and the spring breeze blew. And just now, this guy has beaten his mother into a serious injury, and he also wants to take over his own body. Such a slave girl. He uses his heart diaphragm. A moment later, within Jiang Lu's sea of consciousness, the appearance of his true spirit slowly changed, and an illusory figure that looked like a weasel slowly emerged. But an general weasel is different. This figure's limbs such as cattle hooves, and covered with scales just like a snake. Chapter 018. You call this a human cub? The true spirit takes form and is called the spiritual body. Jiang Lu looked inward into his sea of consciousness, observing the virtual shadow that his true spirit had evolved, and was quite satisfied in his heart. Although it was still just a fledgling form, it had indeed preliminarily condensed a spiritual body, and its appearance was generally the same as the description of the spirit body he had condensed as described by the infinite extrapolator when it was deducing the yellow immortal nascent soul method. All that was needed next was to complete the blood-moving realm's cultivation, and entering the spirit transformation realm would be a matter of course. This time it's a blessing in disguise. However, Jiang Lu's heart didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. For one thing, the cultivation of the spiritual body had begun early by mistake this time. Although because of the special nature of the yellow immortal nascent soul method, while refining the spirit body of a great demon to condense one's own spirit body, one's physical body was also strengthened. However, because the blood-moving realm had not yet been perfected, there were still hidden dangers in condensing the spirit body in advance, and it was necessary to complete the cultivation in the blood-moving realm as soon as possible now. The second is that this is at least a big demon-esque spiritual body, and the demon that has lived for hundreds of years will not have a little bit of the bottom of the box means? Whoever said this Jiang Lu didn't believe it. Kill the old Huang family, total life expectancy 1,000 years, 5 years remaining. Current demon lifespan, 65 years. It didn't take long. Jiang Lu completely wore out that dark red aura. He also finally breathed a sigh of relief as the words surfaced in front of him. Admittedly the other party did not have any hidden cards as he had expected, and it was a bit of a slap in the face. But Jiang Lu didn't care much about this, and even felt that if it was such a slap in the face, there could be more of it, compared to which he actually cared more about his gains. At this time, that demonic spirit body had already solidified a few more points, and his sinews, bones, and flesh were further tempered. almost reaching the extreme of the late stage of the blood-moving realm. In terms of power, it had even surpassed the blood-moving realm, and it was no less impressive against a demon of the spirit transformation realm. More importantly, with the complete refining of this great demon's true spirit, he actually obtained some of the other party's memory fragments. He saw the birth of a baby weasel 742 years ago, seeing the teenage demonic heavenly pride who entered moving blood at the age of 10 and spirit transformation at the age of 100 was spirited. He also saw the 200-year-old spirit transformation completion, the 300-year-old Dan formation, and the absolute great demon whose bravado filled the sky, as well as 400 years old big demon also consummate. Magnificent ambition towards 10,000 law realm launched the impact. The result of encountering the heart demon. Go fall into the devil. Cultivation fell down. Longevity also big loss of excellence late. Jiang Lu sighed slightly. This great demon's demon life was really sad. It's true that hateful people have their own way of being hateful, and demons are no exception. But what Jiang Lu cared more about was still another part of the memory fragment. In that part of the memory fragment, there was a lot of basic information about this barbaric world, especially the 100,000 mountains. For example, the demon race is weak. The human race Xian Shiru 3 schools of preaching the world. Another example is the demon god palace and the self-appointed saints, the 9 great demons and the 5 peripheral families. In addition to this, there are images of the Huang family's great demon talking to a 10,000 law realm demon king several times. Demon Fox Demon King? As one of the 9 demon kings in the demon god palace, why did you seek out a demon with a hopeless future like me? Since there are good errands with you, Lord Demon King. Is the Blackwater Basilisk clan's inherited heavy treasure really as miraculous as you say? Naturally, if you can be baptized by this treasure, you might be able to reshape your foundation. Lord Demon King, hasn't that Blackwater Xian snake clan been destroyed? Why hasn't that black serpent arrived at my outer boundary yet? It'll be here soon. Lord Demon King, don't worry, I will definitely use every means to make her talk. Lord Demon King, my lifespan is almost depleted. I'm going to die, but she still won't let go. What should I do? I don't want to die. After reading it, Jiang Lu was completely silent. Demon King? Or the Ghost Fox Demon King? One of the 9 demon kings? It turned out that the driving force behind the annihilation of Mother's race was an existence so terrifying. No wonder even Mother, who was at the 3rd stage of the spirit transformation realm, was described as a district in the first place. Jiang Lu felt like his sweaty hairs were standing up all over his body. Even if he had known that after he and his mother had fought the old one, an even older one would surely come. But at this moment, Jiang Lu still felt his heart go cold. Other people cross the border to kill enemies and upgrade. How come in his case, it becomes a peak match? This time to be able to turn the tide against the wind is really lucky. The next time, may not necessarily have such luck. Cannot be the Demon King also come to take over him? Unable to help it, a picture of a demonic cannibalism appeared in Jiang Lu's mind, in which the person being eaten was clearly himself. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and then he gritted his teeth, and his white and tender little hands swiftly passed through the chest of the tall and thin old man who had already lost his sanity, and from it, he pulled out a crystal-clear demon heart, then surveyed the surroundings. It was discovered that the demons that were still in large numbers around them had all disappeared. All that was left was the fishy red liquid that was all over the place. There was also the black nymphette, and Wu Chi-Chi, who was dressed in a blue robe with a bright golden light, and was medicating the black nymphette. Jiang Lu didn't know Wu Chi-Chi, and seeing the 2 demons getting along so harmoniously, he thought they were friends. Rip, 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 rip. At that moment, Jiang Lu ran to the black lady with his short legs and rubbed himself against her body before biting through the demon's heart and swallowing the demon's heart essence blood in one big gulp. Then he assumed a posture of 5 hearts facing the sky and began to cultivate like an old monk in meditation. The black lady was stiff. Her emotions at the moment were indescribable. She looked at Wu Chi-Chi in confusion, her eyes as if asking, is he the Huang clan's oldest ancestor? Or is he my son? Wu Chi-Chi was also silent, looking at Jiang Lu who was refining the demon heart essence blood while gulping down demonic chi to absorb spiritual chi, and forcibly holding back her nausea. This looks like a failed attempt at taking over. Otherwise, if the core inside was a demonic Dan realm great demon, it would not be able to do this pampering gesture approximately. But the action of pulling out the heart and serving blood is so pure that, you call this a human cub? And the possibility of failure of a great demon taking over a human baby whose mind is still completely immature is really too low. Low too. They can't afford to gamble. Besides, this little brat was originally in the way, and the little black sun valued him too much. Even if he had not been taken over successfully, it would be good to take advantage of this opportunity to accept It saved her from having to find another opportunity to do it and risk being hated even more by the little black man. With this thought, Wu Qiqi also made up her mind. I think the chances of this kid being taken over are high. Maybe it's that old Huang clan ancestor whose strength has greatly decreased after taking over the body and is afraid of us making a move on it. So it's intentionally acting out to confuse us. It's better to kill it. With that said, the eyes on her body began to flash red. It was as if the next one was going to corrupt Jian Lu on the spot. In this instant, the black lady's knife-like gaze gouged out. Each glance seemed to stab Wu Qiqi's heart, and she instantly softened. In the meantime, Yellow Family Land, inside a deep grotto, the many weasel demons were already in disarray. It's no good. Second Elder, Sixth Elder's tablet is broken, and the First Elder, Third Elder, and Fourth Elder. The Elder's signs are broken? How can they be broken? This is a demonic treasure that takes Essence blood and sacrifices it to be able to sense the state of the Elders. The cards are in the demons. The cards are destroyed and the demons are dead. And so on. And the old ancestors' tablets are also broken. The old ancestor's tablet is also shattered. The old ancestor is dead. Chapter 019. Another great demon. Ancestor of the Lu clan. Status, 503 from https://32995/saner/45811228723/624979942. HTML. Refresh, computer window. Chapter 020. Breaking the back. Secret method, Carefree City. Network error, from https://32995/saner/45811228723/625155740. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. Chapter 021. Human Sword Immortal. 10,000 Laws Demon. Network error, from https://32995/saner/45811228723/625155741. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. Chapter 022. Would you like to be my wife's teacher? Jian Lu only felt a chill on his back. An involuntary shiver ran through his body. Even beads of sweat began to bead out on his forehead. And he couldn't see the slightest bit of blood on his face. This was the might of the 10,000 Laws realm. Even just a single look made Jian Lu, whose combat power was comparable to that of a spirit transformation powerhouse, feel like a floating duckling in the middle of a storm. The risk of shattering and perishing at any moment. Jian Lu really didn't know why the 10,000 Dharma realm demon that was above the great demons and was called the White Bone Granny by his mother would suddenly set her sights on him. But this thing is the truth. The black lady also closed her eyes. Though it is said that Carefree City is a place where strife does not enter. But there are circumstances. Without the outburst of the 10,000 Laws realm demon, it was naturally impossible for the human cultivators to tolerate the demons from the 100,000 mountains to go unchecked in Carefree City. But now, that Granny Whitebone is clearly rushing towards them. Will the human powerhouse start a conflict with Granny Whitebone for them? Think they'll turn a blind eye? So what is the outcome of their future? The black lady does not even dare to think about it. Nor can she bear to think about it. She only hates her own low strength. Lu Qingqing, however, stared at the black lady and Jian Lu and laughed to death, smiling so deeply that it was like a smiling ghost crawling out of the 9 specters. But just at this moment, the drunken voice of Wine Sword Immortal Emoli rang out. Is that so? If I remember correctly, 3 months ago when the human cultivators were causing trouble in Carefree City, you, Taoist, were merciless in your actions. The essence and blood of all the troublemakers have been drained, and even their souls and spirit bodies have been refined into ghostly servants and the white bone streamers by the Taoist friends, to be driven for eternity. So how is it that when it comes to the demon race, they know that it's just fine if they're wrong? Then if this is the case, wouldn't it be the case that any cat or dog can come to cause trouble in Carefree City in the future? And, is the Taoist friend handling things so unfairly? Is it that you want my human race saint's law to come in person? Or do you want to try whether the sword in Mo's hand is sharp or not? Lu Qingqing's smile instantly froze. Between this side of heaven and earth, it suddenly became silent at all, and the palms of the 2 demons in one of them were breaking out in cold sweat. You actually fought with Granny Bone? How can there be such a righteous human race in this world? The black lady was overjoyed, though she knew she couldn't believe it now, that it was true. She hadn't really believed the rumors that the Wine Sword Immortal dealt very fairly even when confronted with demons before. After all, a human is a human and a demon is a demon. So how can a human really deal fairly with a demon? Not to mention the legendary Wine Sword Immortal who has 3 main hobbies: drinking, wearing a green shirt, and beheading demons. But now it seems that the rumors were indeed true. The Wine Sword Immortal had even gone so far as to make an enemy of Granny Whitebone in order to uphold the rules of Carefree City. Worthy of being one of the 8 great sword immortals of the human race. What a saintly decree! Are you threatening me? Are you bullying me that the demon race has no saints? Granny Whitebone's gaze swept violently towards Winesword Immortal. The aura on his body was like a sinister dragon ascending to the sky, and an incomparably dense demonic aura burst out in an instant, rolling and clamoring, covering the sky and the sun. Among them, there was even a ghostly white streamer that looked like a heavy mountain range looming. Jianlu just took one look and felt that his true spirit's soon-to-be successfully evolved spiritual body was going to be attracted away. Fortunately, the yellow immortal nascent soul technique worked spontaneously to counteract this weird attraction. But even so, Jianlu was in a cold sweat. Only demons and people who had experienced it knew how terrifying the power of this white streamer was. And it was at this moment that the sword light suddenly lit up, and the brilliant sword light flashed. Only heard a rumbling sound. The Whitebone Granny's body's aura was actually broken. Fellow Daoist, you. Granny Whitebone's face suddenly changed. Her figure moved violently, wanting to draw back, but it was already too late. In a battle at the 10,000 Laws realm, the winner could be decided in a split second. Not to mention the fact that she had lost the lead at such a close distance. Rumble. Only a roar could be heard. Winesword Immortal's sword light was as powerful as thunder, for it could not be taken for granted, and actually went straight through one of Whitebone Granny's bladders. Scarlet and power-laden blood dripped down, hitting the ground and smashing out one big crater after another. Immediately after that, another sword light rose up, and Granny Whitebone's face twisted under the sword light as her eyes began to look at Lu Qingqing with resentment. Lu Qingqing's face changed wildly, and the corners of her eyes throbbed. The already tense and uneasy mood was even more infinitely amplified at this moment. Just like ants on a hot pan, the Black Lady and Jianlu also held their breath, their gazes glancing back and forth between the several powerhouses. The unfolding of the moment was not at all what they had expected, with twists and turns that were unexpected, yet not out of the ordinary. Yet what exactly unfolds next will determine their fate. It's all because of you. If it wasn't to repay the karma of that old ancestor of your Lu family in the past, my wife wouldn't have confronted this madman. Granny Whitebone suddenly opened her mouth, and without hesitation, she raised her hand and pointed at Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing's face changed once again, but she was simply too late to do anything or say anything, and the huge python's body was broken into dozens of segments, with scarlet demon blood flowing into a river on the ground. The huge head that was staring deathly at the Whitebone Granny in the air, but whose gaze was gradually losing its vigor, even more so, fell not far from the Black Lady. Jianlu's eyes went straight as he watched. It was also as if his heart had broken into a million pieces. Demon blood. A lot of demon blood, wow. And they are all great demon blood. It can really be wasted. In this instant, he even wanted to dive headfirst into the river of blood. However, Jianlu was still barely controlling himself. He wanted to swallow the blood of these great demons to raise his cultivation level, but he also knew when to do what kind of things. And right now, this demon blood wasn't the biggest asset. It is about to die. If I can complete the final kill. Gazing at the head, Jianlu couldn't help but thump his heart. How could he not help that he only had the blood-moving realm cultivation, and even if he had all his cards, he would only be able to compete with the spirit transformation realm, and a demonic pill great demon was still a great demon even if it was in a dying state with only a head left. If he recoiled a little in his death throes, his small body couldn't take it. After thinking about it, Jianlu turned his head away. He'd been through enough hijinks today and didn't want to experience another heartbeat. However, it was also at this moment that Jianlu saw two more figures suddenly appear in front of him. The Winesword Immortal and the Whitebone Granny, who were originally in the void with swords drawn, actually both disappeared in place in unison. Appeared in front of him. Jianlu was instantly tightened by the shock. What's with all the bigwigs suddenly patronizing me? Just then, a dry hand suddenly touched on Jianlu's head. A grim voice rang in his ears. You're a half-demon? Not bad. Not bad. At this age you can cultivate to the late stage of the blood-moving realm. You also have a precious body, and your true spirit is about to take shape. The qualification is good. The future condensation of Dan can be expected, as long as it does not fall in the middle, even if it is not difficult to impact the realm of my wife nowadays. Would you like to worship my wife as a teacher? Chapter 023. The 9 Sects of Xianmen. Great Dragon Elephant Power. What? A teacher? Jianlu froze for a moment, then revealed a look of ecstasy. 10,000 Laws Realm Demon. Although it was a bit weak compared to that human Winesword Immortal Senior. However, an existence of the 10,000 Laws realm that could trigger heaven and earth visions with every move of his hand and foot, and could be called a Demon King, how could it be simple? The weaker 10,000 Law Demon King can crush the big demon with one hand, and the so-called weakness is only relative. If one was able to get involved with such an existence, one would undoubtedly have a thick golden thigh, and one's safety would be guaranteed in the future. If he were to worship the master, then I'm sure that even the demon kings in the depths of the 100 000 Great Mountains would have to weigh their options if they wanted to make a move on themselves and their mother. The only problem was that this Carefree City didn't seem to be dominated by the demon race, and by falling into Granny Whitebone's lap, one would likely offend the human race's wine-sword immortal. And there was also an even more mysterious and unpredictable city lord who didn't know his depth, and there was no telling how the other party would treat him. As for the matter of worshipping the wine-sword immortal, it is not that Jiang Lu did not look forward to it. After all, this handsome is really handsome, and strong is also really strong. But with the opening of Granny Whitebone's mouth just now, he died. After all, even the demons of the 10,000 Laws realm recognized him as a half-demon. So it was assumed that in this sword immortal's eyes he also had nothing to do with the pure human race. Although there were multiple reasons for this, perhaps because of cultivating the demon clan's gongfu, or perhaps because of swallowing and refining the demon clan's demon heart essence blood, the fact was that he had gradually demonized. Now it is recognized as a half-demon, and later there is a possibility that it will converge more closely to a demon, until it becomes completely a demon in the eyes of other beings. Moreover, from Wine Sword Immortal's attitude towards Granny Whitebone, it was clear that the other party had absolutely no good feelings towards demons, and could even be said to be as cynical about demons as enemies. No matter how one thought about it, it was impossible for such a human sword immortal to take in a half-demon or even a demon, right? It's not like this is a female novel from a certain river. And at the same time, when Black Lady saw that Jiang Lu was hesitant to speak, she hurriedly rushed at Granny Whitebone and said, "Willing? Of course I'm willing. The cubs are still young and don't know any better, so I hope that you'll forgive me more, Granny." Saying that, she poked Jiang Lu's body with the tip of her tail. "Still not calling master?" And mentally, he sighed. The pups are still too young after all. I don't know what a 10,000 Laws powerhouse means. What's more, he didn't know that if such a chance was missed, it would be something that could never be undone. Lu Qingqing was also smiling, but the smile was bitter, and she didn't know if she was laughing at the scene in front of her, or mocking her own past. Jiang Lu understands the meaning of his own mother, and his heart also thought about it, and immediately bowed his head. "I and my mother drifted for half a lifetime, and I only hate that we have not met a bright master. And now I am grateful to the master for not abandoning me, and I would like to serve as a master. Master on the top, please accept the apprentice's 3 obeisances." Jiang Lu nodded his head in obeisance. "Good boy." Granny Whitebone nodded in satisfaction. When Wine Sword Immortal Emoli saw this, he also seriously sized up Jiang Lu. It seemed that this little guy had really gotten into this demon's eyes. Otherwise, talking like this in front of a 10,000 Laws realm powerhouse could be considered an offense. And if he were to change to the next human race or demon, I'm afraid that even the bone dregs wouldn't be left at this moment. Then, this Wine Sword Immortal was the one who discovered the clues. At the late stage of moving blood, the spiritual body will become a body with a precious body. The little guy can be called a heavenly pride no matter which race he is in. Even if it was placed in his sect, the Tai Sword sect, which was ranked in the top 3 of the 9 sects of the Shenmen sect, it would still be cultivated as a sword immortal seed. For a moment, he even moved to snatch the little guy and pass on the mantle. Just a shame. It's a half-demon, a product of the forbidden love between the human and demon races, though the potential was greater than the unusual human and demon races. However, it was not well received in either the human or demon races. For a long time in the past, half-demons were not tolerated by the 2 clans, and were even hunted by both clans at the same time. Even in today's generation, survival is tough. Even though they were not as common as that hunted generation, they were ostracized in both clans. Take his clan, the Tai Sword sect. As an example, the Tai Sword sect might recruit a poorly qualified disciple out of sympathy, but would never accept a half-demon with excellent qualifications. Of course, because the half-demon had human blood in its body, in the end it was still half-human, so Wine Sword Immortal wouldn't hate the half-demon as much as he hated the demon. There was even a treasonous idea. There are just quite a few concerns as well. Unless the little guy's qualifications can be a little higher. If that was the case, then it might be able to plug the mouths of those old guys in the sect and the multitude of mouths. However, this little guy seemed to be a bit different from the other half-demons, but exactly where it was different, Wine Sword Immortal couldn't say. But before he could retract his thoughts, Granny Whitebone's voice had already sounded in his ears, coldly saying, "Why are you looking at my disciple like that? Is it hard to not want to snatch it from me? Not to mention that your human race is notorious for not allowing dissimilarity. Let us say that in this Carefree City, the ceremony of worship has become, even you cannot forcefully occupy my wife's disciple, otherwise the city master will have punishment descending." When Granny Whitebone said this, Jiang Lu also had a feeling like a thorn in his back. Wine Sword Immortal Emoli was really staring at himself. Just what was an existence like him doing staring at himself? Is it really as Granny Whitebone said, that she has moved to snatch me back? Still think that I have good qualifications, but I mistakenly enter the demon path, and in the future, I will definitely be a big trouble for the human race. Jianglu is more and more alarmed the more he thinks about it, especially this last thought that surfaced, because Jianglu had hope for his own strength nowadays. He should now be invincible at the same level when looking at the 100,000 mountains, and even if the same realm of the human race's heavenly pride was brought together to compare, there was still me invincible. So it was only reasonable that the human race's 10,000 laws realm sword immortal would choose to take action against himself in order to clear the human race of a great danger in the future. Nonsense. I am only will not do such a thing? Just see this child also human bloodline. Have a good chance to give him. However, it was also at this moment that the wine sword immortal took out a jade slip from his sleeve, and after a few moments of hesitation, handed it over to Jianglu. It was as if what was handed over was not a jade slip, but something that could influence the world's momentum and weigh as much as a mountain. Jianglu, who had familiarized himself with all the major novels in his previous life, even felt that such a feeling was particularly obvious, and his expression grew more and more grave. By this time, the wine sword immortal had already stuffed the jade slip into Jianglu's arms and spoke once more. This is the great dragon elephant force. Although no one has been able to cultivate it successfully for hundreds of years, you are of demonic bloodline, so you might be able to practice it. Hearing this name, the black nymphette immediately widened her eyes, and her heart cried out in a mountainous cry, Demon God above. It's actually one of the Tai Sword Sextown School Mastery, Great Dragon Elephant Force. White Bone Granny is also a pupil earthquake. Looking at Wine Sword Immortal's eyes are unbelievable. Chapter 024. Using a great demon as a sacrifice. Willow Family Land. You actually shed your own Tai Sword Sextown School Mastery all out. My disciple is really blessed. The amiable smile on Granny Whitebone's face resumed. But the eyes that looked at Wine Sword Immortal grew deeper and deeper. But don't all the 9 sect of Shen men have the rule of not spreading the sect outside? You're not afraid of those old nobodies looking for trouble if you pass out your town school's mastery like this? The Wine Sword Immortal did not get angry when he heard this, but just took off the red leather gourd hanging on his waist, poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth fiercely, and drunkenly said, No one has succeeded in cultivating the mastery for hundreds of years that can still be called a mastery? Hearing this, Jianglu already had a deep knowledge of this great dragon elephant power. It seems that this Gong method is a remarkable good thing, just for some reason, has the defect that the next person cannot cultivate, so much so that no one has refined it for centuries. But that's not a problem for him at all. I have the infinite extrapolator. Even if the cultivation of a technique is even more difficult, I can still cultivate it through extrapolation, which can be, I'm not related to the sword immortal, and I'm still mixed up with the demon race, which is opposed to the human race, so why did he send me such a Gong method? Jianglu was once again on guard. The stuff was good, but he didn't believe in a free lunch. In this world it is never true that if you give something, you will get something. He could no longer take his eyes off of Wine Sword Immortal, but also in the next moment, the Wine Sword Immortal Emoli had already disappeared in the same place, without leaving a trace, as if he had never appeared here. Waif, just take it. Although this thing is chicken ribs to the human race, it is of great benefit to you. Granny Whitebone didn't care. Instead she felt that Wine Sword Immortal was very sensible and self-aware. At the same time, he was quite appreciative of Jianglu's cautious attitude, and he was always vigilant and reverent in his heart, which was a long-lasting way to survive in this world. But now it is not necessary to do so. Granny Whitebone smiled and said, Don't worry, he will not harm you. If he wants to harm you, there is no need to be so troublesome. Directly a sword chopped you is. As soon as these words came out, Jianglu knew that he had to receive this object and couldn't shirk it, so he stuffed it into his pants pocket and hid it. Then he gave a good show of gratitude to Granny Whitebone. The child is teachable. Granny Whitebone's heart also rejoiced, and then she didn't say anything more, only nodding slightly. Then he turned his head to stare straight at Lu Qingqing's python head that had almost completely lost all signs of life. Granny, why are you looking at this great demon like this? It's already dead. After a long time, the black lady's voice came from her ears, careful and full of apprehension. There is a rule under my wife's door. Anyone who enters my door, at the time of entry all need to offer a life of a great demon level as a sacrifice. This demon is just right. The amiable smile on Granny Whitebone's face grew deeper, causing Black Lady to look at her and couldn't help but shudder. Instead, Jianglu's eyes abruptly lit up. You need to sacrifice the life of a great demon? That boa constrictor is still suitable? Then does the master mean that I have to make up for it and offer the demoness life to her? This is a good feeling. I was thinking how good it would be if I could complete the final kill. A young great demon. I think the demon lifespan that can be gained must be a lot, right? Jiang Lu was drooling at the thought. While seeing this scene, Granny Whitebone laughed out loud. Cautious by nature, not lacking in reverence, and with a bloodthirsty nature in your bones, waifu, you are truly destined to be my wife's disciple. Granny Whitebone was really getting more and more satisfied with Jiang Lu at the moment. Then what does Master think is appropriate for an apprentice to make this offering for Master? The black lady had wanted to open her mouth to say something out of place, but Jiang Lu spoke before her. And Jiang Lu originally wanted to talk about safety, but thought that Granny Whitebone seemed to think quite highly of herself. So since she had proposed this program, she must have already taken all precautions. Naturally, it is a direct kill, but where your Tao is too shallow, or my wife must help you. Granny Whitebone smiled. Only a cold light flashed in her eyes. The huge python's head actually directly levitated, floating to their front in the surprised gazes of Jiang Lu and the black lady, and the scales at its forehead fell off one after another. At this moment, Granny Whitebone's voice sounded once again. Condensed Dan Great Demon has two fatal weaknesses. One is the Demon Dan, the second is the Heavenly Pass. My wife has broken the protection of her Heavenly Pass. Can you? Before the words left his mouth, Jiang Lu reached out and poked his hand into the huge python's head. At the same time, the blood chi of his body condensed above his arm, then instantly exploded out. With a dull thud coming from the python's head, a line of text appeared before Jiang Lu's eyes. Kill the seventh ancestor of the Lu family. Lu Qingqing, total life expectancy 1,000 years, 300 years remaining. Current demon lifespan, 365 years. Jiang Lu was greatly disappointed. This time, he had really harvested a lot. Just by mending the knife, he had harvested a full 300 years of demonic life. This can be a wave of fat. Jiang Lu's eyes when he looked at the white-bone granny suddenly changed. Where is this a master teacher? It's simply a demonic longevity wealth god. Granny Whitebone was still a bit stunned, and when she found his gaze, she thought that she was marveling at her own tactics, and was very flattered by this. At that moment, he said beautifully, "Good, waifu, your filial piety, my wife felt it. This will follow me into the city. When your chi and blood is filled up some more, my wife will pass on the mastery to you." What? Granny Whitebone's mastery? At once, the black lady's eyes widened once again. Simply couldn't believe what I was hearing. Granny Whitebone had actually just taken on an apprentice and was about to pass on her mastery to her child? Logically speaking, even between a master and disciple, the transmission of a mastery should go through several years, decades, or even centuries of examination, right? Within Carefree City, as long as you don't make a fool of yourself and provoke Emoli in the city lord, I'll keep you alive. In a flash, the black lady was in hot tears, but her eyes looking at Jiang Lu were more and more complicated. In the meantime, on the outskirts of the 100,000 Great Mountains, the Willow family's land, several graceful figures appeared almost out of nowhere within the cave where countless tablets were enshrined. They are all covered in iron. Big brother, seventh sister's tablet is broken. Who killed the seventh sister? It must be the escaped black snake. I had heard that the seventh sister had gone after that fellow. It's also possible that it's a certain old ancestor of the Huang clan who has shunned the world. I heard that right after that old ancestor of theirs fell, the seventh sister ran to the Huang clan and slaughtered almost all of the demons in their clan lands. With that said, there was a moment of silence within the Willow family grounds, and just at this moment, in the deepest part of the cavern, a water snake waist figure slowly walked out. Her figure was incomparably seductive, but revealed an infinite killing opportunity. Humph! No matter who it is that killed my Lu family's demon, this matter can't be forgotten. Check. Find out which one did it and slaughter them. And that black snake can't be spared anymore? Paul Penba, you go and do it. Chapter 025. Half-Saint God Ape, Spirit Snake Demon Born. The whole book is overhauled. The previous chapters will be overwritten together by the editor tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Big brothers, remember to refresh tomorrow. The light inside the Carefree City was different from the rest of the world. In the words of Granny Whitebone, it is not like the human race to emphasize rules, nor is it like the demon race to be more powerful. Jiang Lu was carried by the black lady and followed Granny Whitebone's sedan chair into Carefree City. It was only then that I realized that the entire Carefree City was like a pot of chowder. Whether it was human or demon, whether it was beings who hadn't embarked on the path of cultivation, or powerful people who had already transformed their spirits and even condensed Dan, they could be found everywhere here, and get along are very harmonious. Harmonious too, seemingly carefree, completely do not have to worry about the future in general. Inside the 100,000 mountains, there was no tension or excitement that one could perish at any moment. It made even Jiang Lu feel a little unreal. Master, why does this place feel completely different from the outside? Jiang Lu observed for a while, but didn't see a reason for it, so he simply asked out directly. Granny Whitebone unveiled the curtain of the sedan chair, revealing half of her face, and said with a smile, "Eva, you also noticed that something is not right? You don't know. There is a reason why the human race, which can almost only be reduced to blood food outside, can coexist peacefully with the demon race here. Because our city lord is a divine ape who once listened to the way under a great cultivator of the human race. And the city lord is a half-saint, a demon at the third stage of the 10,000 laws realm, the third stage of the manifestation realm." The memories obtained from the Huang family's old ancestors surged into John Lu's mind. Raising one's hand and throwing one's feet could trigger heaven and earth visions, and the 10,000 laws realm, which was collectively referred to as the Demon King by many demons, was in fact the endpoint of far more than a demon king. It is divided into 6 stages. The first stage is the cohesion of the seat of all laws. The demon power in the demon body began to metamorphosis to mana, the peak called half-step demon king. At the second stage, the seat of all laws was transformed from virtual completion to substance, and at this stage, the demon truly stepped into the realm belonging to the demon king. A strong demon king, a single thought could annihilate the existence of a non-demon king. Just as when Granny Whitebone killed Lu Qingqing, she only used a single look. The third stage, however, was even more above the demon king powerhouses, clarifying their own path in the midst of all the laws, and covering the entire realm with a single movement of their thoughts. Once it becomes a great success, it can be called a half-saint. The fourth stage is the sublimation of the life level again, stepping into the realm of law, which can be called the demon saint. The fifth stage of the law domain is more refined, and the body has completed the metamorphosis from a spiritual body to a holy body, which can be called a great saint. As for the sixth stage, it is the extreme of the domain of the holy Tao laws. Regarding this realm, the Huang clan's old ancestor's demon life career did not have too much description. It is only known that the demon that reaches the sixth stage of the 10,000 laws realm is called the demon Zun, or the 10,000 ancient demon Zun. That means it's because the city lord has a soft spot for the human race, and all the other demons are afraid of the city lord's strength. That's why Carefree City can be this peaceful? Soon, Jiang Lu grasped the point. He was deeply shocked by the city lord's strength. It turns out that there are saints above the demon king. Moreover, half-saints can only be called at the third stage of great fulfillment. This also meant that in fact, that divine ape city lord was not far from the demon saint realm. It was fortunate that such an existence chose to be neutral and didn't stand against the human race, or else the human race's situation would definitely be even more worrisome. At the same time, Jiang Lu couldn't help but think, then which stage were Granny Whitebone and Winesword immortal in? If one wanted the flesh and blood of the city lord, would Master, her old man, be able to get it? My son, don't be afraid. Although the Carefree City Lord has a favorable view of the human race, he doesn't have an aversion to the demon race, and besides, you are a half-demon. The black nymphette saw Jiang Lu's eyes change again and again, and thought that he was fearful of the city lord because of learning about the city lord's strength, so she hastened to speak out to pacify him. Don't worry, Auntie, I'm not afraid to be afraid. Jiang Lu casually coped, and he didn't say what he really thought for fear of scaring his mother and master. It's better to talk about the flesh and blood of the lord of the city and whatnot later when you have the chance. And at this moment, Granny Whitebones nodded her head in a rather satisfied manner when she heard Jiang Lu's words. Following this, he took out a demonic dan of unknown origin from his bosom and handed it to Jiang Lu. It is this reasoning, where you remember. Want to make the human race listen to your reasoning? Righteousness and power can do it. But want to make the demons listen to your reasoning? Only absolute power can do this. Come on, waifu, refine this. Power grows fast. After saying that, he didn't care if Jiang Lu wanted it or not, and directly stuffed it into Jiang Lu's arms. The black maiden looked at it and smiled, thinking that her own cubs were really outstanding, being able to get such a high regard from the white bone granny. Thank you, master. Jiang Lu didn't talk about politeness and smoothly stuffed it into his pants. The elder's gift can't be resigned, and the master's father gave the demon pill. For nothing, don't want it for nothing. No thanks, my baby is cute as hell. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Lu, this milky voice, the body is also very honest appearance, can put the white bone granny happy, in a good mood. Granny Whitebone actually passed on another technique to the black lady. It said that practicing seriously can increase the chance of condensing demon pills, but the black lady was so happy that she thanked her 1,000 times. By the time Granny Whitebone settled Jiang Lu's mother and son down, it was already a bright moon. Although Carefree City was lit up everywhere, singing and dancing everywhere, illuminating the entire city as if it were daytime. But neither the black lady, nor Jiang Lu were in the mood to enjoy the scenery. Well, it is rare for a black lady to sleep peacefully. She hadn't slept this peacefully in I don't know how long. So peaceful that the corners of his mouth curved involuntarily, and he didn't know whether he was dreaming of a former friend or relative, or an old love. Instead, John Lu pulled out the demon pills and kissed and hugged them. For some reason, he actually felt that this demonic Dan above actually vaguely transmitted a faint fragrance, like peach blossoms, like pear blossoms, and as if both just also mixed with some kind of indefinable meaning. I don't know what kind of demon pills it is, but Jiang Lu didn't dwell on this issue either. Anyway, the answer will be revealed when he swallows it into his stomach. He has more important things to do at the moment than that, such as consume the demonic longevity you've accumulated now. Another great demon's demonic lifespan. And I wonder what kind of harvest I can get this time. The great demon, Lu Qingqing, was a demon pride that was no less than the Huang clan's oldest ancestor, and hadn't been injured like the Huang clan's oldest ancestor. Such a career as a demon is much to be desired. Jiang Lu's mind moved. 300 years of longevity slammed straight down. The cloud of flags is a serpent. The will is suppressed and the knuckle is broken. Spirit snake demon born. Activate. 2 lines of text surfaced. Jiang Lu had been transported to the world of 300 years ago. This time, he turned into a little snake. Chapter 026. Blood Pool Forbidden Land. Green Snake Great King. The whole book is overhauled. The previous chapters will be overwritten together by the editor tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Big brothers, remember to refresh tomorrow. Fate is set. Open retrospective demon life. You were born in the Lu family of the 5 major demon clans on the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains. After 3 years, you broke out of your shell. In the 4th year, you began to thrive. Surrounded by 2 large, 18 small, and 20 snake demons, you realized that you were born extraordinary, and that you eat so much that you're so shockingly demonic that your one mother siblings can't even rob you. In just 2 years, you have grown to a size comparable to that of your father and mother snakes, and they think it is time for you to prepare for leaving your parents' side. This is the year you were kicked out of your parents' nest. This is also too. John Lu felt stifled in his heart. Is this really the demonic career of a great demon? Why is this opening in the early going? The father is not loved by the mother, and for that to grow to be a great demon later on, it's really something. 2. At that time, you had not yet begun to practice. In the 2 years since then, you have begun to hunt on your own, running when you see the strong, and mounting when you see the weak, and you have gradually worked out the rules of the hunt. Your recipes are 100-fold and come as they are, and in 5 years' time, your size has surprisingly skyrocketed once again, and your chi and blood are more than 10 times that of a demon of the same age of the race. In the 14th year, you accidentally swallowed a vermilion red fruit, and your chi and blood skyrocketed again, successfully entering the blood-moving realm. Same year, you have a chance against all odds, and you have mistakenly entered the forbidden land of the meat pool. In the 10 years since then, you have been devouring blood and flesh in the flesh pool forbidden land, and your chi and blood have risen rapidly. The blood pool sanctuary. John Lu opened his mouth wide and swallowed the blood and flesh in one big gulp, unable to hold back the excitement in his heart. Even though it was just going through the retrospective of a demon's career, this feeling of taking a big bite out of the meat could be really good. Moreover, the meat in this blood pool forbidden land was not a different kind of meat. It's more like the meat of some kind of strange demon. Inexhaustible. But every piece of flesh and blood contains surging chi and blood, even if it was only instinctively swallowed. Its entry into the abdomen would immediately turn into pure energy, growing chi and blood, and refining the flesh and sinews. No wonder Lu Qingqing, whose opening could be called a rags to riches, was able to grow to the point of a condensed Dan great demon later on. Jiang Lu thought to himself, this meat pool forbidden place, he must go for a walk when he has the chance, not for any other reason, just for that strange demonic meat. I wonder what effect he would have if he realistically ate it, and what kind of demonic career will be traced. For another 10 years, you broke through to the middle stage of the blood-moving realm. 55th year, you once again devour a large amount of flesh and blood, and your realm breaks through to the late stage of the blood-moving realm. 56th year, blood pool forbidden land, demon skyfall. You, who are frantically devouring blood and flesh, look up and suddenly realize that a demonic figure has actually appeared in front of you. Pointed head, green scales, slender body. You who came from a great demon clan recognized at a glance that this is the demon king behind your Lu family, and the old ancestor of the snake genus of demons and devils correspected in the 100,000 mountains, the great king of the green snake. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. John Lu looked at the green snake great king who appeared in front of him. It just felt like a kick in the pants. The moment the green snake demon king's cold eyes turned around, he even felt like he was about to die. This is a completely different feeling from Winesword Immortal and Granny Whitebone. Fearing that you would be killed by the green snake king, you hastened up to show your sincerity, stating that as long as the other party was willing to let you go, you would be willing to do. The great king of the green snake, who has a great fondness for flatterers, accepted it without hesitation, and you became the little sister of the great king of the green snake. After this, you have been practicing with the green snake great king, flesh and blood refining your body, baneful chi refining your spirit. You cultivate day in and day out, not daring to go the slightest bit slack. Your austerity has greatly shocked the great king of the green snake, and even it admires your perseverance. An ordinary snake demon that only knows how to practice hard. This is 200,000 mountains? In a world where there is no future without talent and talent pretty much determines the ceiling, such behavior seems to make no sense. Time passed like this, day by day, and gradually, the green snake great king began to be infected by your state of cultivation, and it practiced diligently. For a number of years, you were there for each other. You were each other's only one, and perhaps until many, many years from now, you will both remember these years together. But you know that the green snake king and yourself are not demons of the same world, and sooner or later you will have to separate. In the 7th decade, you move the blood realm to the great circle, absorbing the fury chi and refining the spirit as usual. In preparation for the breakthrough to the spirit transformation realm, a sudden fluctuation comes from the space around you, and a bad feeling rises in your heart. You immediately stop cultivating and rush towards the usual location of the green snake king, only to find that the figure that has been devouring blood and flesh with a big mouthful every day has disappeared without a trace. Loss welled up in Jian Lu's heart. The blood and flesh around his body flowed like a small river. The river flowed quickly through it, like he was looking for something, just that familiar figure, but never to be found again. You went mad as hell and traveled through the flesh pond forbidden land, looking for the green snake great king's footprints. The results are obvious. The green snake king suddenly disappeared, and left you a demon here. And your night and day together was like a phantom dream. Jian Lu opened his mouth. In the end, nothing came out. How is this not a dream? He would have been experiencing a chic dream. Tracer is an apt description. Moreover, he could now determine for himself that this Lu Qingqing's ability to become a great demonic powerhouse in the future could not be dissociated from that green snake great king, though it is not yet known whether the other side plays a positive or negative role. But if he hadn't guessed wrongly, what he experienced next was the key plot that would later enable him to metamorphose into a great demon. But look at this. This thing isn't a love brain, is it? In the 71st year, nothing happened. You have practiced by the class, but you occasionally visit the place where the green snake king always takes you. In the 72nd year, you began to stop going to the place where the great king of the green snake had stayed, and you gradually began to indulge in cultivation. In the 82nd year, it's as if you've completely forgotten the great king of the green snake. However, it is also at this moment that your blood chi suddenly reaches a certain critical mass, and a grand blood color rises violently from your body. Chi and blood are like an abyss, breaking through the crossbones. You have gone through the entire 70 years of the spiritualization realm, and you have come to fruition today. Fortunately, it's not a love brain. Jian Lu swallowed frantically at the blood pool, feeling the surging power gushing out of his body. The heart was also relieved. 85th year. Your spirit body has been successfully molded and you have entered the second stage of the spirit transformation realm, and you are beginning to find this life a bit boring. The world is so big, you want to see it. The following year, you leave the blood pool forbidden land and rejoin the 100,000 mountains. You encountered a weasel demon. Chapter 027. Descendant of the Demon King. Shocking vision. This kind of commotion soon triggered discussions among the people and demons on the edges of Carefree City. What's going on? There are actually demons that dare to come to Carefree City to cause trouble these days? It doesn't know that there are 3 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses sitting here. And it doesn't know that the city lord is a half-demon at the 3rd stage of the 10,000 Dharma realm? Is it tired of living? Whether it was a human or a demon. The words were filled with doubt. Emily glanced at Granny Whitebone and said, "It seems like we'll have to discuss about that child later." The latter's face darkened. Immediately, he offered up a white streamer and disappeared back into place. At that instant, a strange fog filled out, enveloping the entire Carefree City. All you see is a gust of cloudy wind, and all you hear are strange cries. Those people and demons who had previously talked about it shut up and fell back to sleep with nothing to do. Originally in the song and dance, then played music and then dance, as if nothing had happened. Emoli looked in his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he copied the red skin gourd and poured a mouthful of wine, then just leaned on the door of the room, not the slightest intention of going after them. In the meantime, outside Carefree City, Granny Whitebone's figure appeared like a ghost, and before she could speak, the owner of that arrogant voice from earlier had already knelt, only to see a huge black python prostrate itself on the ground in a bizarre posture. Its slender body almost folded into 180 degrees, its tone of voice terrified. Descendant of the great king of the green serpent, Willow Clan's Willow Boar, meet the demon king of the white bone. Granny Whitebone looked at this humble black python. Her tone was very unkind. Don't you want an explanation? I'm not afraid to tell you. The demon you mentioned was killed by my wife. Now I'm right here. How do you want me to give you an explanation? That black python opened its mouth at that, but nothing came out. Only its body bent more. It was as if he felt that he was a real eyesore here and wanted to burrow into a crack in the ground and disappear. As soon as Granny Whitebones took a look, she knew that the other party was afraid of Her Majesty. This is the sinful nature of demons, striking hard at the weak and being coy in the face of the strong. She immediately made a condition. How about this? Your Lu family compensates my wife for some demonic pills and demonic hearts, and this matter will be resolved. How about that? The moment these words came out, that Lu Boer's grayish pupils suddenly lit up. It looks like he's got himself a living. Thinking about it, Lu Boer hurriedly said, To be, that sinful creature offended you, originally deserved to die, but also to bother you old man to clean up for us. We very much deserve to compensate some of our hard-earned money. Then let's have a bucketful of demon pills and give a few sacks of spirit-transforming demon heart. My wife is not greedy. Saying that, Granny Whitebone looked in the direction of her own mansion, and then she opened her mouth again. But if your Lu family is willing to give some more as a token of appreciation, my wife can also smile. Lu Boer's snake face suddenly once again returned to a dead gray. Demon Dana basket. The spirit of the demon heart several sacks. The entire Lu family emptied out cannot take so much awe. Even though the Lu family was the strongest demon clan on the outskirts of the 100,000 Great Mountains because they were descended from the Green Snake Great King, one of the 9 great demon kings, they had quite a deep heritage. But the spirit transformation realm demons were also the backbone of the force, and the demon heart was something that had to be taken out by the death of a spirit transformation demon, and this thing can be swallowed to help grow cultivation. Generally have the clan will be self-digesting, where can accumulate a few sacks so much. As for the demonic pills, there was no need to mention that it was something that could only be produced by a condensed Dan great demon. Each demon Dan symbolized the fall of a great demon. However, Lu Boer didn't dare to speak out in rebuttal. Questioning a 10,000 laws realm demon king was a matter of great risk. It only regretted at the moment why it had come, and why it had been so abrupt in seeking out Carefree City for an explanation. If it had known that Lu Qingqing died in the hands of this person, it would not have come even if it was beaten to death. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Why don't you speak? Are you unable to speak? If you don't know how to speak, my wife can also walk up to your Lu family and ask the ones who can speak. At this point, when the white bone granny saw that it did not speak for a long time, I opened my mouth and said, Lu Buri's heart was filled with bitterness, and it was at that moment that the stars and moon in the sky were covered in dark clouds. Immediately afterward, thunder rang out from that dark cloud. The thunder was loud, as if signaling the awakening of some being. Granny Whitebone and Lu Boer looked like they sensed something, and the atmosphere of saber rattling disappeared all of a sudden, and they all looked towards the place where the thunder sounded. Only 2 golden shadows emerged in the sky above Carefree City. One was a golden dragon and the other was a divine elephant. The divine elephant stepped into the sky and the golden dragon swung its tail. Even the mist emanating from the white bone granny's offering of white streamers was directly dispersed by it. At the same time, the inside of Carefree City was bustling with activity. A dragon image vision? How could such a vision suddenly appear? Could it be that there are strong people from the dragon and elephant clans coming? Shouting cries of alarm resounded endlessly from all parts of Carefree City. White Bone Granny was even more unconcerned and directly disappeared into thin air. Ryu Bu took this opportunity to make a run for it. The heart, however, is also screaming. Dragon Elephant Vision. This is the Tai E Sword Sex Mastery, the Great Dragon Elephant Force. And it's at least a Great Dragon Elephant Force of the minor accomplishment realm. Hasn't it been hundreds of years since anyone succeeded in cultivating this thing? How is it that another heir has appeared in the world? It's really about the big picture. Even Lu Biru, who had already lived for hundreds of years, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. One must know that with the Great Dragon Elephant Force in the minor realm, one's physical body would be able to rival the true body of a spirit transformation demon. If it is cultivated to great completion, the strength of the flesh body is even comparable to that of a great demon. Even if it is a condensed Dan great demon, wanting to break its defense will require some effort. And once one cultivates to perfection, to the point where one's Dharma phase is astonishing, then one possesses the strength to fight with a great demon for real. And with Lu Boer's understanding of human cultivators, there was no human race that purely cultivated the physical body. Usually only the Heaven's Pride level human race would cultivate the physical body. The fact that its fleshly body was strong meant that its cultivation was stronger. The Tai Sword Sect's successive generations of powerful people who had successfully cultivated the Great Dragon Elephant Force as an example. Their own cultivation level was generally 1 or 2 minor realms, or even 1 major realm. higher than the level this method was aligned with. That is to say, the Great Dragon Elephant Force of the minor achievement realm meant that its cultivation had also reached at least the point where it was comparable to the peak of the Demon Harmonization Spirit realm, or even the Condensed Dan realm. And the superposition of these two, its enhancement is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. There was once a human powerhouse who had achieved a small level of Great Dragon Elephant power and killed a Condensed Dan demon with a single punch. There was also a human sage who had achieved great success in the Great Dragon Elephant power and was able to fight against the Demon King of 10,000 Laws without being defeated. This mysterious human sword sect powerhouse has already become a climate. If we let it grow, it will surely become a great danger to the heart of my demon race. This matter is too big. We must report it to the king quickly and ask him to decide. This was the only thought in Lu Boer's mind at this moment. And at the same moment, Granny Whitebone had appeared outside Jian Lu's room. Behind her, Mo Li's figure is also slowly walked out. His complex expression, muttering under his breath. I had thought that it was just the introduction. I did not think that it had already become a small success. This kind of thing, how is it possible? In just a few hours, one can cultivate the Great Dragon Elephant Force to a small degree of success. Even my Tai Sword Sect's successive generations of ancestors have never had one. Chapter 028. Offering Elder, Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Force. When Mo Li said this, Granny Whitebone immediately had the feeling that my family had an apprentice who was growing up. This kind of joy where one's own offspring had achieved unimaginable accomplishments, making the onlookers envious, could not be enjoyed by a demon without offspring. Then, Granny Whitebones then stared wide-eyed. Wait a minute, the Great Dragon Elephant power of the minor achievement realm? My wife's disciple has cultivated that gongfu to the minor achievement realm? With regards to this technique, Granny Whitebones was also aware of it. Even a few hundred years ago, she had even had a few moves with that Tai Sword Sect powerhouse who had cultivated the Great Dragon Elephant Force. Naturally, he was also aware of what it meant to cultivate this technique to the minor accomplishment realm. More than that, I know how difficult it is. Thus, reacting, Granny Whitebones couldn't even believe this fact. One must know that although her disciple possessed a precious body and a spirit body that was almost ready to be condensed, his cultivation level was only at the moving blood realm. Moreover, he was quite young, and his contact with the Great Dragon Elephant power technique was only a few hours. Honestly speaking, in the Whitebone Granny's view, in this short period of time, being able to cultivate this technique to the point of initiation was already something incredible. Otherwise, previously, when she had detected the sound of a dragon elephant coming from Jian Lu's room, emanating the fluctuations of the memorized Great Dragon Elephant power, she wouldn't have made a special trip over to look for Mo Li. Suddenly, one person and one demon here. Their breathing seems to have stopped. The Wine Sword Immortal Mo Li was even more heartbroken. At this moment he had the thought of forcefully snatching Jian Lu back. With such a qualification, he believed that even if the successive ancestors of the Tai Sword Sect were to come back to life, they would still rush to take in a disciple. For the sake of such a talented disciple, even if he had a complete falling out with those old nobodies in the sect. So what? As long as in the future, this child could cultivate the Great Dragon Elephant Force to the realm of perfection, coupled with the fact that by that time, he had also cultivated to the third stage of the 10,000 Dharma realm. Those pedantic old nobodies had to recognize their existence even if they were unwilling to do so, and would even actively beg to come and let them recognize their Tai Sword Sect identity. Fellow Daoist, let's have a discussion. Or not. Mo Li was a little embarrassed as he rushed at Granny Whitebone and opened his mouth. However, before he finished his words, he was already interrupted by the Whitebone Granny. Impossible. If you have other things, my wife will sell you a face. But it is about this child. Once a disciple, always a son. But forgive my wife for not being able to agree to this. Granny Whitebone's tone was biting the dust, and her demeanor seemed to have even more of a resolute aura. As her words fell, Mo Li even suddenly felt a stern and compelling killing aura. If you take away a person's favor, you will be resented. Even a demon that no matter how much it regards life as grass, no matter how indifferent it is, when its valued offspring is missed, it will definitely carry a murderous aura on its body. A trace of helplessness surfaced on Mo Li's face. Eventually nothing more was said. Some things are missed, they are missed, and he can't force it. Or, I am afraid that the Whitebone Taoist friend, he is going to complain to the city master. But soon, Mo Li laughed again. It wasn't good for him to snatch Whitebone Taoist's disciple, but that didn't mean that the boy couldn't join the Tai Sword Sect. These are really two things that don't affect each other. Mo Li grabbed the red-skinned gourd and took a sip, then looked at Granny Whitebone once again and said, Fellow Daoist, then I'll discuss something with you. Granny Whitebone's heart snapped as she listened. Darkness is not good. She understands the human race, and she also understands the Wine Sword Immortal, so she knows that Mo Li must have something in this opening. If there were no benefits related to interests, would the wine sword immortal, who is as cynical about demons as he is about hatred, take the initiative to talk to her, a demon, and be so nice? Can you believe it? Fellow Daoist, you may say, as long as you are not asking for my disciple, within my wife's ability, and not against my wife's principles of dealing with the world, there is nothing that can't be done. Granny Whitebone thought about it and decided to sell Emily a face. After all, if at this time, she were to not even give this wine sword immortal any face at all, the city lord would definitely not be able to get by. Fellow Daoist, join the Tai sword sect, and I'll grant you the position of an elder of provision. Emily opened the door, speaking seriously and formally, and as if he wasn't worried about being rejected. A rare trace of dismay and confusion surfaced on Granny Whitebone's face, as if she was doubting her own ears. And in the meantime, within that room, Jiang Lu looked at the words floating in front of him and almost took a breath. In the 195th year, you have read the books of various schools of thought that are no longer known to you, and you feel that you have accumulated enough wisdom to begin another attempt to deduce the great dragon elephant power, based on your previous thoughts. In the 198th year, due to haste, you broke down when you tried a new cultivation path. Your blood chi was reversed, and your meridians were damaged. You begin to doubt your own IQ is not a problem, and feel that what reading to break 1,000 volumes are all bull ********. The book read more. To the practice of the time, the will not or will not. It was as if Jiang Lu could feel his own despair in the projection, wanting to laugh, but unable to. Why have they all accumulated for almost 200 years, and practiced with a refining fork in the road? Is my enlightenment really that bad? In the 12 years since then, you've been repairing your body's injuries, and in the process of repairing your physical body in Dharma phase, you vaguely feel as if you've grasped some key. In the 211th year, you repaired the injuries to your physical body and reassembled your Dharma phase, but unlike before, your Dharma phase seems to be more closely related to your physical body. You feel the changes in your body, guessing that perhaps the cultivation method of polishing the sinews and bones, chi and blood, and developing the treasures of the flesh, and the cultivation method of refining the body with the idea of you and condensing the phantom in the flesh with a mouthful of demonic chi such as the great dragon and elephant power may not have any intrinsic difference but a different path to the same end. In the 220th year, you thoroughly understood the difference and relationship between the two fleshly body cultivation methods. Your understanding of the way of the fleshly body became deeper and deeper, and you began to try to incorporate blood chi into the phantom. In the 243rd year, you finally combined your blood chi with your phantasm perfectly. Your dragon image phantasm transformed into a red color, emanating a boundless blood fury, and you could not help but be overjoyed when you felt that the power was far greater than your previous phantasm. You named it Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Power, but you feel that this is not the end, and you begin to try again to break down the phantom into countless particles, into the flesh, into every muscle, every drop of blood. In the 273rd year, you completed the transformation of the phantasm into particles that feed the physical body. In this state, your whole body is wrapped in the invisible power of bloodshed, like a god of killing coming out of hell. You created the dragon elephant demon power. Remaining demon life, 92 years. Watching the final deduction, Jiang Lu didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. What had seemed like a decent feat directly turned into something that looked like a villain. And this time, it actually deduced two techniques at the same time? There's such a thing? But Jiang Lu couldn't think about it in time, because right now, he felt that the dragon elephant phantom condensed by the consummate great dragon elephant power in his body was actually actively absorbing the blood chi in his body. It was gradually covered with a layer of blood color. Chapter 029, Swallowing the Demon Pill, Pale Demon Wings, Human Heartbreak. Jiang Lu knew that this was the two gong methods deduced were starting to synchronize. With a thought, he opened the attribute panel and stared at one of the columns without blinking. Current techniques, Spirit Snake Exhalation Technique, Powerful Bull Magic, Yellow Immortal Nascent Soul Technique, Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Power, Dragon Elephant Voodoo Technique. Sure enough, the original Great Dragon Elephant Power had become Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Power and Dragon Elephant Ambush Technique. At the same time, as the chi and blood combined with the Dharma phase, everything visible in front of him inexplicably hung with a layer of red color in Jiang Lu's eyes. That kind of feeling, as if the eyes were covered by a faint layer of blood fog. He vaguely felt a tyrannical impulse welling up in his body, wanted to tear everything in front of him apart. Chi and blood infesting the phantom and giving birth to a blood fury is a great enhancement to strength, but this enhancement is not without a price. Jiang Lu felt the changes in his body. The mind was silent. This technique was actually able to affect his sanity, causing him to become bloodthirsty and tyrannical. But after the alertness, Jiang Lu was overjoyed, because at the same time, He had gotten all the information about the bloodshed dragon elephant power. What was not mentioned in the deduction? Once the bloodshed dragon elephant dharma phase was cultivated, the bloodshed power on it could be accumulated and nourished through constant battles and killings. With every battle and every additional kill, one's own bloodbath power would thicken by 1 point. The most important thing was that there was no upper limit to the accumulation of such a thing as bloodshed chi. Battle by battle, the more you fight, the more you fight. This technique is simply like being born for killing. I didn't realize that there was such a windfall within this method, but I must know that Jiang Lu's attitude towards his enemies was originally to leave no survivors. Once it is determined that it is an enemy, then the other person has a way to take their death. And once it's moved, it has to be cut down to size, swallowing flesh and refining the spirit. A one-stop service. Side effects like this are simply more of the same. Think about it. If in the future, when he was fighting against the demons, it was the time when they were evenly matched, and he manifested the bloodshed dragon elephant dharma phase, clad in boundless bloodbath gas, not only the combat power geometrically increased, and tyrannical bloodthirsty, the more the battle the more courageous. Such a monster that didn't know how to get tired and whose strength was increasing every moment. Even a strong person at the first stage of the 10,000 laws realm would surely have an incomparable headache if he didn't manage to get rid of it in the first second, right? Hey! Jiang Lu felt excited just thinking about it. Then he pulled out Lu Qingqing's demonic elixir from his pants and stuffed it into his mouth in one bite. I have to say, this thing looks huge, but it's no trouble at all to eat. The texture is so much like an oversized McRib. Crunch! And the moment he swallowed it, Jiang Lu instantly felt as if his entire body was filled with something. The already mastered gong methods operated spontaneously. The chi and blood grew explosively once more. And the speed of the transformation of the dragon elephant dharma phase to the bloodshed dragon elephant dharma phase increased by a few points. There was even an additional stream of demonic power within his body, which was also being slowly refined by him. Jiang Lu smiled so much that he couldn't even close his mouth. The demon Dan thing was worthy of being the essence of a condensed Dan demon. Swallowing it was really something else. Although it wasn't like the demon heart that could provide a constant supply of essence blood, the quality could be far higher than the demon heart, and it also contains a large amount of demonic power. The best part was that he also happened to already possess demonic energy and was able to refine this demonic energy. Even if there is enough chance, Jiang Lu may also rely on it to transform the spiritual power in his body into demonic power in advance. The more he thought about it, the more excited Jiang Lu felt. This stuff is really good for a snack. I'll be sure to get some more tons sometime in the future. Have a couple of them if you have something to do. But Jiang Lu, who was always paying attention to the changes in the attribute panel, also noticed it. As this demonic elixir entered the stomach, the feats column did not undergo any changes. This also meant that Lu Qingqing hadn't popped out any feats here. Jiang Lu let out a long sigh, and did not know whether the lack of bursting out new feats was purely this one was not available, or only the demon heart was available, and the demon Dan was not. However, Jiang Lu quickly relieved himself as he directly stuffed the demonic elixir that Granny Whitebone had given him into his mouth as well. Current techniques: Spirit Snake Exhalation Technique, Powerful Bull Magic, Yellow Immortal Nascent Soul Technique, Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Power, Dragon Elephant Demon Vorpal Technique, Pale Demon Wings, not yet initiated. At that instant, a feat violently appeared on the attribute panel, and Jiang Lu's mind was filled with a lot more information. His eyes revealed a hint of joy. It seemed that it wasn't that the demonic pills didn't work, it was just that purely Lu Qingqing that pussy didn't work. But immediately after, Jiang Lu's face then sank. Mud. What crap kung fu? Can't read a word of it. It seems that it is still necessary to consume longevity to deduce. Jiang Lu's heart was broken, decisively giving up the idea of relying on his own cultivation, who was still bitterly cultivating when he can open the hanging. It was also fortunate that he had hung on. Otherwise, if he hadn't, he might have been so angry by now that he would have crashed his head into the ground. Meanwhile, outside of Jiang Lu's room, Granny Whitebone was looking at Winesword Immortal Emily with glowing eyes. The demon seemed demented. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she couldn't believe that the Tai Sword sect's only sword immortal of the day would actually invite a demon to join the Tai Sword sect. Observing his expression, Emily opened his mouth seemingly casually and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm doing it for that child." Granny Whitebone's heart also broke as she clenched her fists and glared at Emily. It turned out that this man was still thinking about her disciple. In order to abduct her disciple into the sect, he even risked universal condemnation, risking his own annihilation of the world's human race, and absorbed her into the Tai Sword sect. Emily didn't speak again. He just quietly waited for Granny Whitebone's decision. Granny Whitebone, however, didn't answer. She couldn't answer. She just faintly said, "Let the waif decide on this matter. If he is happy with it, my wife will agree." She did not care to join the Tai Sword sect, and it is good to stay away from the outside world in this carefree city. But the demon is old, always thinking of the younger generation. The new disciple is a half-demon. In the future it is inevitable that there will be a time to walk to the land of the human race. If you can get a Tai Sword sect identity, undoubtedly will be much cheaper. The corner of Mol's mouth sketched out a smile, and he almost couldn't help but laugh. Not refusing, that is agreeing. How could it be that just at this moment, the Grand Dragon image vision above the sky dome was covered with a faint red mist, and a tyrannical and evil meaning was born? Mole staggered back, as if he had suddenly been punched in the chest by another 10,000 laws powerhouse, and he could no longer even stand, and his heart broke. It was as if there was an abyssal maw in his heart, biting his heart to pieces. How is it possible for the blood fury to infest the Dharma phase? This? How could there be such a strong blood fury power on that child? Nowadays, the great dragon elephant force, even from the breath can feel the evil and vicious, has been refined into an evil power. Chapter 030. Future Ancestor, Great Sage's Qualification. Mole bit his lip so hard that he had tasted his own blood, as if he had fought with all his strength to maintain himself from completely collapsing. Granny Whitebone was also staring straight at the sky dome that was infested with blood fury, and more red to make the demon's heart panic of the dragon vision. But the bottom of the eyes was bright. She understands the pain that Mole is feeling right now, and she has also experienced accidents on her descendants that she sees as her hope. So it was only a Whitebone that became a demon that made her the current Whitebone Granny. But for this waif, cultivating the great dragon elephant force into what it is today is not a bad thing. To categorize the blood fury infestation as an evil work is only a human saying. But for the demons, there is no such saying. Even is just right. After all, after getting out of this carefree city, you still need to be ruthless enough to live long. Even if the Wine Sword Immortal would backtrack from this, and Wire wouldn't be able to get the Tai Sword sect's disciple status anymore, there would be nothing to be disappointed about. With this dragon elephant Dharma phase that is combined with the blood fury chi, when Ware cultivates the great dragon elephant force to a high depth, he will definitely be strong and incomparable. At that time, even a strong person of the 10,000 laws realm wouldn't want to face that waif, and wouldn't have to care that much. But, what are you talking about? Evil power? It's just a means of boosting power. You human races are making too much of a fuss. Whitebone Granny face suddenly outlined a few points of disdain, opened her mouth and said, moreover, you're human generations of powerful people, not to mention being infested by the blood siren, that is, the initiative to attract the demonic gas, the devil's gas into the body has not been lessened, which, also by your Shinmen 9 sects for more. These words clearly caused Mole to freeze for a moment, but he didn't say anything either. Demons acting has always been different from the human race. The human race of some things the demon race may not be able to understand, but the same. Demon race some of the things taken for granted. In the human race is a taboo. Of course, that's only for the lowest class of people. If one grew up in a large sect or even a place like the 9 sects, not to mention mastering the blood fury chi, even if one cultivated the demonic chi, one would naturally be a heavenly pride. In the case of the ancestors of the Tai Sword sect who inherited the great dragon elephant power through the generations, which one of them was not immortal on the surface, but had a demonic aura on the inside? But if it is a reckless generation, stained with the gas of blood, or already have a way to take death, and so on. Mole suddenly thought of something. The eyes lit up again. Reckless people, invaded by the bloodbath is unforgivable. But the question, is that child a reckless person? It's inappropriate to say this about a disciple who is about to convert to the Shinmen Demon King, right? Even his curmudgeonly to the extreme, the head of the senior brother, think will not say such unwise words to. Thoughts of this, Mole's blood suddenly boiled, and even the cold heart seemed to rekindle. He took a vicious sip of wine into his mouth and rushed to Granny Whitebone. Immeasurable that heavenly father, it's me who was caught off guard. Thanks to you, Taoist friend, for reminding me of this, or else my Tai Sword sect would have to miss out on a future ancestor. If these words were heard by others, they would have dropped their jaws. This was because in the 9 sects of the Shin sect, those who could be called grandmasters were all-powerful existences at least against half-saint demons. With these words, Mole was saying that Zhonglu would be able to achieve half-saint status in the future. Instead, Granny Whitebone's eyes were deep and unruffled. My wife's disciple has the qualifications of a great saint since. Right at this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air behind one person and one demon. He was seen wearing a phoenix-winged purple golden crown on his head, locks of golden armor, and lotus-root silk footsteps on cloud shoes, walking slowly towards the two. There is great majesty in every move. Wine Sword Immortal and Whitebone Granny instinctively tensed their entire bodies. subconsciously about to twist their heads to give the presence that suddenly appeared behind them a blow. But just the moment they turned around, they all froze. The city. Lord of the city? Why did you come all of a sudden? Could it be that you were also attracted by the visions here? The other side. As Lu Buri hurried back to the clanland, the Lu family land was bustling with activity. What did you say? The seventh sister was actually killed by the Demon King powerhouse in Carefree City. Granny Whitebone? Then she indeed deserves to die. There is nothing more to say. Compared to this, what is more important is that the human race has actually appeared again to cultivate into a great dragon elephant power cultivator, and it's still a great dragon elephant power of the minor accomplishment realm. I'm afraid this has already become a climate. The expressions on the faces of several clan elders gradually changed from indifference to some gravity, and finally gradually became gloomy. A grimace. Obviously, both of these things bring them a great sense of crisis, and the latter is apparently even trickier for them. The Tai Sword sect can hide really tight. This is troublesome. Wanting to erase a human cultivator who has cultivated the great dragon elephant force to the small completion realm is not an easy thing. A black python that emanated a horrifying pressure opened its mouth. Immediately, another demonic python whose breath was at the condensed Dan realm took over. In order to erase a human cultivator like this, it would take at least 2 or more extreme great demons to take action at the same time. Or, send out a 10,000 laws realm demon that has already condensed the 10,000 laws seed. And that's only if the other party doesn't have the means to act as a life-preserving card, or else with all those fancy layers of means of the human cultivators. Unless a genuine Demon King powerhouse makes a move, they won't necessarily be able to ensure that they take it. But if we let it go, that is also impossible. Hundreds of years ago in the Tai Sword sect, that last great dragon elephant power practitioner, to bring harm to my demon race, can still vividly remember. A few moments later, in the gazes of the crowd of clan elders, the water snake waisted figure that had previously dispatched Lu Bur, came smilingly. The great dragon elephant power, which has broken its inheritance for hundreds of years, has actually appeared another inheritor, and has also come to the Carefree City in the 2 regardless zones. Interesting, interesting. After these words were said, the figure had already appeared at the place of the cave entrance and continued to walk outward, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only one sentence left. There is no need to tell my sister about this for now, but the matter concerns Carefree City, and also involves the cultivators of the great dragon elephant power. You are not qualified enough to participate. I shall oblige. That fleeing black water basilisk. I'll take it all together as well. All the demons of the Lu family are stunned in place. For some reason, their hearts actually all have a trace of uneasiness. Meanwhile, at the heart of Carefree City in the Lu clan's crowd of demons, Jiang Lu, however, had already completed most of the work of integrating his chi and blood into his phantom. Obviously, the entry of 2 demonic pills into his stomach in succession had greatly accelerated the speed at which he transformed the Dragon Elephant Dharma phase into the Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Dharma phase. But at this point his mind was no longer on the matter. The most dangerous and important stages are now behind us. The next step was step by step, and it was good to rely on the automatic operation of the gong methods in the body. Jiang Lu's attention naturally shifted to the pale demon wings. From the information one has obtained now, it seems that this gong method is able to make demons grow wings. It feels like it helps a lot with hunting demons. I also wonder how it will look like after the push. Jiang Lu poured demonic longevity into it. In the first year, with your perseverance, you got nothing. Second year, chapter 031, Song Demon Blood, fledgling into form, Great Sage Master. In the 6th year, with amazing perseverance, you recited the Pale Devil's Wings technique 100,000 times, and finally gained something. Words surfaced one after another in front of his eyes, and Jiang Lu's heart was filled with sourness. His current mode of cultivating feats was like a wild demon in the mountains, relying on longevity to pile up. He also finally understood why the 1,000-year-old demons in his previous life's immortal novels couldn't fight the human race who had cultivated for decades. Even if it was a single machine for thousands of years, could it compare to the thousands and tens of thousands of years of accumulation of human clans at every turn? People cultivate time is short, but cannot stand the deep heritage casually cultivate the technique. That is, you have to consume hundreds of thousands of years to understand out. Just ask how to compare. Jiang Lu felt the Dharma phase in his body that was already about to be transformed to completion, felt the blood chi that was already about to be sent to the critical value, and lamented with eyes full of compassion. In this world, ordinary people should always be allowed to exist. Right. I Jiang Lu can have today all because of my own efforts. Deducer, give me continue to deduce. He suddenly smashed demonic lifespan into this technique in a big way. In the 7th year, you understood the key to the cultivation of this technique, which is to activate the demonic blood in your body, converge it on your backbone, and give birth to a pair of demonic wings. You are once again in a daze. After all, although you are now looking at it as not like the human race, but you are not a pale demon. There is no pale demon blood. The 11th year, you delayed to find a breakthrough in the cultivation of this method. The whole person has become disheveled. But also at this time, you suddenly remembered that the faint aroma of the demon Dan. You feel that the key to your cultivation of this method still lies in that demonic elixir. And you begin to mobilize your chi and blood in an attempt to understand the residual substance of the demonic elixir in your body. In the 17th year, you successfully analyzed the residual substance of the demon pills in your body. And you really gain something, which not only contains a great deal of pure demonic power, but also, a drop of Tsong demon essence blood. In the 23rd year, you became more and more familiar with the residual substance of the demon pills in your body, and you began to try to refine the Tsong demon essence blood contained therein, trying to rely on the power of the bloodline and the essence blood to give birth to the Tsong demon wings. For 17 years since then, you've been trying to pull and store the bloodline power refined from the Tsong demon's essence blood into the orifices on your back spine. So this pale demon Dan has such a use? But this cultivation speed is also a little too slow. Right, it's been 40 years, and it hasn't even been initiated yet. Jiang Lu was a bit uncomfortable. This was the first time he had encountered this situation where he had consumed 40 years of demonic life and as a result, he had not even reached the initiation. I remember that at the beginning of my own cultivation, I practiced the fetal breath vomiting method in the deduction, and even though my qualifications were poor, I was able to cultivate and enter the door in just 2 years. By all accounts, it wasn't like he was going to push the technique further. As his cultivation and physique improved, it should be that the time to complete the basic cultivation would become shorter and shorter. I didn't want this pale demon wings to be so special, but it's understandable. After all, the cultivation of this technique didn't seem to depend on talent and enlightenment, and emphasized bloodline. It's a discipline that's passed on from within and not from without. As an outsider himself, if he wanted to cultivate by finding another way, he would naturally need time to accumulate. Jiang Lu slowly calmed down. It didn't matter. He was so poor that he only had demonic lifespan left anyway, and it can be replenished by slaying demons. With this in mind, Jiang Lu once again infused the demonic longevity into it. In the 42nd year, after one careful attempt, you actually succeeded in pulling all the bloodline power from the Tsong demon's essence blood into the orifices on your backbone. In the 45th year, your application of the power of the Cthulhu bloodline became more and more skillful, and together with your understanding of your body, you actually did construct the beginnings of 2 wings on your back spine. In the 49th year, you poured demonic energy and chi and blood into the orifices on your backbone as well, and the embryonic form of the pale demon wings became even more solidified. You have successfully cultivated the pale demon wings to the introductory level. Current demon lifespan, 43 years. Jiang Lu stopped the infusion of longevity. The face fluttered a bit. Now there are only 43 years of demonic life remaining, and it had taken him 49 years to raise his proficiency in this Dharma sect to the introductory level. If you want to further improve, you don't know how much is needed yet anyway. The remaining demon lifespan is definitely not enough. Jiang Lu closed his eyes. Meditate on your present situation. A huge red-colored dragon elephant phantom then appeared before his eyes. The red dragon swings its tail, and its power is terrifying. The divine elephant stepped into the sky, like an abyss and a prison. Bloodshed dragon elephant force. It has become. Such a thought flashed through Jiang Lu's mind, and immediately afterward, the crimson phantom transformed into countless crimson particles and dispersed into his torso. Boom! At that instant, it was as if Jiang Lu's body's chi and blood had been ignited, and the breath exhaled from his nose became incandescent. It was as if there was a ball of fire pulsating in the dantian, emitting an endless bloodthirsty aura. These blood-devouring chi dispersed into the limbs and bones, seeping out from the xuanfu around his body, causing even Jiang Lu's body surface to look as if there was a scarlet blood aura coursing through it. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, he felt that his physique was getting stronger and stronger, and his strength increased geometrically. This was another technique deduced from the Great Dragon Elephant power, using the Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Dharma phase as the basis, causing the Dharma phase to feed back into the physical body, in order to achieve a short-lived enhancement of the battle power of the Dragon Elephant Voodoo technique. Without any hesitation, with the same punch, Jiang Lu felt that he in this state was able to second the previous version of himself. The increase in actual killing power put Jiang Lu in a good mood, and also just the next moment. Instead, he suddenly froze. There was a force within his body that spontaneously surged into the orifices of his back, and Jiang Lu only felt an itch on his peepa bone. It was as if something was calling out. This caused Jiang Lu's breath to catch. This was the entry-level pale demon wings. spontaneously pulling the residual power of the pale demon pill in his body. In the process of constructing the fledgling form of the two wings, there really is enough swiftness. It's just a pity that there is no more demonic Dan or demonic heart, or the speed can definitely be even faster. Thinking of this, Jiang Lu couldn't help but purse his lips again. Looks like we really need to get some demons to kill. Otherwise, demon lifespan and cultivation resources are not enough. The next day, at the dawn of the morning, Jiang Lu slowly opened his eyes. His one eye glowed. His face wore an expression of delight, and his whole aura was like a piece of brightly colored silk. At this moment, within his body, the fledgling form of the wings of the pale demon had already been constructed. Not only could it be relied upon to catch up in the future when needed, but it also seemed to be able to play a complementary role with the ox demon treasure body. The moment the fledgling form completely coalesced successfully, Jiang Liu's physical quality was once again enhanced. This wave is really bloody profitable for me. Not only do I have more means to hunt down demons, but I also made the ox demon treasure body all but nearly advanced again. Jiang Lu grinned, smiling from ear to ear. He knew how rare it was to advance in physique, even for a demon with good natural talent, a corresponding technique, and enough cultivation resources. It would take several years to complete this stage of cultivation. Now, in just one short night, he was worth several years of hard training for other demons. And next, it's time for the hunt. A flash of blood-colored red flickered in Jiang Lu's eyes as he stood up and moved around. He acclimatized to the surge of power, and then he lifted his leg and headed for the house. But also in the instant of pushing open the aspect, three figures came into view, of which the one standing in the center was particularly prominent. Its appearance instantly evoked some already dead memories in Jiang Lu's mind, and a sentence came out. The Great Sage? Chapter 032. Three Treasures of Tai, Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Eva child, don't talk nonsense. What great saint master? This is my Carefree City lord. A half-saint demon located at the third stage of the 10,000 Dharma realm. Granny Whitebone was so frightened that she hurriedly took an arrow step in front of Jiang Lu and pulled him. This made Jiang Lu feel like a bare child who had made a mistake and was being held back by his parents. For a moment, he was at a bit of a loss for words, but immediately after that, Jiang Lu's pupils were violently shaken. By the Carefree City Lord. This is the Lord of Carefree City? Jiang Lu subconsciously looked at the figure again. I saw him wearing a bright golden armor, his head wearing a golden crown reflecting light, his feet stirring lotus root silk step cloud shoes, a pair of strange eyes like a star. Like, what a resemblance! In a trance, the figure in his memory overlapped with it again. On the side, Wine Sword Immortal Emoli saw Jiang Liujiu did not reply, but also stared straight at the city lord. His heart was also apprehensive. No, what's wrong with this child of yours? Although the city lord isn't that kind of narrow-minded demon, it's not polite for you to stare at a half-sane powerhouse like that, is it? Bad. My Tai sword sex future ancestor won't be about to be buried today. This can't be. Emoli sighed long and hard in his heart and was about to step forward. However, it was also at this moment that the Carefree City Lord actually suddenly laughed and said cheerfully, Great Sage Master? If you want to say so, you are also right. I was originally a loose monkey head in the mountains, on yin and yang as a backhanded guarantee of the dry heavens and the earth. This great saint, how I cannot do. As the Carefree City Lord spoke, he looked at the surrounding one person and one demon. On the contrary, it is the two of you. If you don't see the holy way in your hearts, not to mention the great saints, it is also difficult to enter the realm of the half-saints. It is still not as clear as a little doll. There is a saying in the human race, dry and tender perch remains, and becomes withered in the morning and evening, and if a man has no will, how is he different from him? You two are confining yourselves. In fact, if the pattern is more open, the road ahead is far broader than you think. He spoke casually and lightly, and also seemed not to care about the feelings of the listener. Mo Li hung his head, after a long time, before he said softly, the city master is right. My generation of people, if there is no mountain in the heart, even if they step over the earthly waves, and how can they see the mountain? As he spoke, the temperament of his body seemed to have changed, as if he had suddenly broken some shackles, and even vaguely revealed a sense of impunity. Granny Whitebone also hung her head, but she didn't know what to feel in her heart. For a long time in the fan cage, and then returned to nature. Mo Taoist friend Estao is considered to be a success, but where is her path? Her past was just too much, but if she couldn't even face the things of the past, how could she see the road ahead? Jiang Lu also hung his head. He felt as if he had said something unimaginable, so much so that the atmosphere between the several Wanfa greats now became odd. At this instant, Jiang Lu didn't even know what to do now. After thinking about it, he directly raised his head. Master, I'm hungry. Can you give me a few demons to eat? when a topic gets into a delicate atmosphere, the best thing to do is to change the subject. And it just so happens that his age is the biggest topic of conversation. And it's not unusual for a small child to wake up and ask for food, is it? This statement was made. The three 10,000 laws level powerhouses were all a bit stunned. But those who were able to cultivate to such a realm, which one was not an old monster who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, all reacted very quickly. As if waking up from a dream, Granny Whitebone hurriedly pulled out 2 crystal-clear demon hearts from her bosom, and was about to hand them to Jianglu. Yeah, look at my wife's memory. I forgot that the baby is still small and is still growing. It's alright, I don't have anything else here. Just the essence on this demon is abundant. However, just at this moment, Emily shook the red-skinned gourd in his hand and interrupted her. Granny Whitebone was about to have a seizure, but saw Emily uncovered the lid of the gourd, from which he poured out a golden shaking pill and placed it in his palm, on which there was a vague purple cloud surrounded from the shape of a dragon and a tiger. Dragon tiger golden pill? Granny Whitebone immediately exclaimed in shock. Even the Carefree City Lord looked at Emily with surprise. This is one of the 3 treasures of the Tai Sword sect, a heavy treasure that can help sword cultivators enter the sword immortal, and can make demons and devils pass through the 10,000 laws. And you're so willing to take all of this out? Barbaric 100 Treasures record has recorded. Koan lead Qian Mercury Jin Dan ancestor. Dragon lead Tiger Mercury, the most psychic. Within an hour Jin Dan on, towards the golden K purple clouds. It is this dragon tiger golden pill that is being talked about. There was once a great demon sitting on the verge of demise. Got the human sword fairy gift Dan a grain. One day into the realm of 10,000 laws. Prolonged life and longevity. There have also been people who encountered the enemy of the great cultivator. 9 deaths at the time of life. Serve this grain of gold. On the spot on the sword immortal. Anti-killer enemy. From now on free between heaven and earth. Such rumors. Even the Carefree City Lord who had lived in Carefree City for a long time had heard many of them. He was even able to confirm that many of these rumors were true, as some of the protagonists of the rumors were originally contemporaneous with him. Only nowadays, most of them have fallen. Emily smiled, which raised his head, and gently said, any heavier treasure is to be used for people, otherwise it would be worthless. Besides, this Dan was originally when I was not yet certified sword immortal, down the mountain when the experience, the late master gifted things, just I do not want to break through with pills, so the rest of the, and the biggest value of the Dragon Tiger Golden Dan is to help sword cultivators into the realm of the sword immortal, followed by the casting of the first into the door of cultivation of the pride of casting the supreme foundation, to the realm of my like. Serving the meaning is not great, it would be better, to give this child, he deserves it. With that, Emily wrapped this Dragon Tiger Golden pill with his sword chi and sent it to Jianglu. The Carefree City Lord laughed, and so did Granny Whitebones. Jianglu's heart, however, sank. This Dragon Tiger Gold pill sounds like good stuff. However, he is now more in need of Demon Dan, demon blood and demon life, and it is still unknown how much this Dragon Tiger Golden Dan can play a role. And if one remembered correctly, one had only met this wine sword immortal for the second time. The first time they met, they gave Great Dragon Elephant Power such a big gift. If you want to explain it, it is not impossible to explain. After all, no one has succeeded in practicing for hundreds of years, so it is normal to randomly choose a lucky person to try to see if he can practice. But the second time we meet, we send such a heavy treasure as the Dragon Tiger Golden Dan again. This is a little too out of the ordinary, right? Being so nice to yourself when you have no family and no other connections? In heaven, there is no free lunch. This is simply impossible if you don't want to get anything from me. Thinking of this, Jianglu from the consciousness to the flesh are time to resist, but also at this time, he turned to think. Master seems to have no objection to the meaning? It's true that this wine sword immortal must have something up his sleeve, but if it's something really bad for me, I'm sure that Master would react, right? Now since the Master has no reaction, does it also mean that this matter is not bad for me, and even has benefits? Thinking of this, Jianglu suddenly became expectant. He gritted his teeth and directly reached out to grab that Dragon Tiger Golden Dan and shoved it into his pants. At this scene, Granny Whitebone, Wine Sword Immortal, and the Carefree City Lord all raised their eyebrows as they watched. And just at that moment, at the border of Carefree City, the place where the broken pieces of Lu Qingqing's corpse were scattered, a water snake waist figure appeared out of nowhere. She grabbed a piece of minced meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Then a weird smile actually appeared on her face. This flavor seems to be something else besides the White-Bone Demon King and that human's wine sword fairy. Things are getting more and more interesting. Chapter 033. Granny takes you to kill demons. The water snake waist and shoulders, the hairpin youth and sideburns, and the fading of the shirt make the figure enchanting. only she had two pigs' heads hanging from her waist, and in her hands she held a mass of meat taller than her body, gnawing on it every now and then, making her face covered in blood, which made her look rather strange. This figure slowly walked into the Carefree City, surveying the passing people and demons, with another kind of very strange expression in his eyes. That expression was like a hunter looking at his prey, or as if he were a mourner observing a corpse. And the human races and demons passing by in the city looked at her with equally strange expressions, as if they were looking at something new and strange. However, there is a trace if any of panic hidden in their eyes, as if they all know what this figure is from, and they also know each other's terror. But the water snake waist figure was oblivious to all of this, and the corners of her mouth suddenly revealed a kind of peculiar smile. Right hand gently caresses the texture of the python meat in the left palm, and suddenly speaks as if to himself. The breath is messy, but the meat is good meat, and it is not in vain for you to cultivate this one. It is just a pity. Even the best meat is ultimately just a piece of meat. It is meat that has to be slaughtered by the demon food. Her voice was gentle, but revealed a piercing chill, and she didn't know if she was really talking about meat or something else. The passers-by, whether they were demons or humanoids, were terrified and all of them avoided it. Right then and there, inside the small courtyard outside of Jiang Lu's room, the two demon duos were both gazing towards the direction of the water snake waist figure. Immediately, Mo Li's voice resounded within the small courtyard, the aura of a beginner at the 10,000 laws realm. This is a demon that has just condensed the 10,000 laws seed entering the city? Why didn't the soldiers guarding the city inform us? Granny Whitebone's cold snort sounded immediately after. Judging from the scent, it should be Green Snake's sister, that golden snake that is cultivated for 1,000 years and hasn't appeared for 100 years. My wife thought she was dead. So it's her. It's not surprising. That head of the golden snake in the beginning will be murderous. Disappeared for more than 100 years, thought to be in seclusion breakthrough. Now suppressed for so many years. Mo Li's face surfaced a trace of understanding color. Jiang Lu listened to a face of confusion. He completely do not know what these big men are talking about. What green snake, gold snake? In the performance of the gourd baby? He raised his head and happened to meet the line of sight of the Carefree City Lord, who deeply sized him up, then smiled and said, "While you have also sensed something? The realm of moving blood, to be able to perceive the breath of the 10,000 laws demon. Interesting, really interesting." Saying that, and as if talking to herself, Golden Snake Maiden, is the Green Snake Great King's sibling? Broke out of her shell 1,000 years ago, and in just 800 years, she has cultivated to the peak of Dan condensation, and can be called the ultimate great demon. But it's bloodthirsty, killing addiction, mixing with the 100,000 mountains. I do not know how to carry more said demon life, until 120 years ago, suddenly walked into the periphery of the Willow family land, from then on disappeared, and then no sound. I thought it was hit by some enemy's backstabbing. Fell. I don't want to. Actually in the breakthrough realm, now she condenses the seed of 10,000 laws. The lifespan can reach 2,000 years old. This 100,000 mountains and to be unpeaceful. Originally, Jiang Lu thought that he was seen by this half-saint powerhouse to see some clues, and was being nervous in his heart, but when he heard the back, he suddenly jumped. As a matter of fact, Jiang Lu did detect the arrival of a demon. After all, nowadays, not only was his power far beyond the realm, even his perception was far beyond the realm of moving blood. The sense of crisis is self-evident. I just didn't expect it. The one who came was actually such a terrifying existence. Its cultivation has reached the 10,000 laws realm not. The key is also bloodthirsty and addicted to killing, and it is also the personal sister of a genuine demon king powerhouse, and it sounded like it was related to the Lu family. So if he wasn't wrong, this was his mother's enemy, right? Coming at you and your mother? When he thought of this, Jiang Lu's body trembled as if he had been struck by electricity, but immediately afterward, a flash of viciousness flashed across his eyes. This 1,000-year-old snake demon is certainly terrifying, but it is not a chance for himself. If he could take away his life and take his elixir, he must be able to improve himself greatly. Master, why would such a demon suddenly appear here? Then we'll be fine, right? Jiang Lu's acting skills were also first class. Even though his heart was already thinking about the other party's entirety, the emotions that should be on his face were still not missing at all. There is the fear of a small child facing the unknown, the unexpectedness of experiencing a sudden event, and the aggravation of living a long, uprooted life. When Granny Whitebone looked at such a disciple, a smear of killing intent flashed in her deep eyes, and she coldly said, "That thing Mojo is rushing towards your mother, but since she dared to make trouble in Carefree City and scared you, the old woman sees that she is also tired of living." Saying that, Granny Whitebone reached out and touched Jiang Lu's head again, and the killing intent in the bottom of her eyes grew. "War, don't be afraid. Granny, we'll take you to kill the demon. And it's just time to take her essence to build a foundation for you. When these words came out, Jiang Lu immediately felt goosebumps all over his body. Master is really good in domineering. Is this the same master who was beaten up by the wine sword immortal? He's just like two demons, okay? And the most crucial thing is that Master, her old man actually said to take me to kill the demon? Jiang Lu did not move on his face, but in his heart, he had indeed laughed his ass off. It seemed that his ploy had succeeded. Now all he needed to think about was how to logically snatch the head from his master's hands. Emoli frowned and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but before the words had a chance to come out, the person and demon in front of him disappeared. He could only turn his gaze to the Carefree City Lord beside him. Don't care? What do I care? White-Bone Taoist friend has no good feelings for demons. Not afraid that she will kill the golden snake? Killing is killing. It's hard to believe that green snake still dares to come to Carefree City to look for trouble from me. The Carefree City Lord let out a faint smile and immediately disappeared in place as well. Emoli skimmed his lips and slammed the gourd into his mouth. Then he rose up with his sword. In an instant, he arrived at the place where that golden snake lady was. But that's when it happened. A long white streamer suddenly rose before his eyes, releasing boundless mists, with the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. You're the one who scared my family waifu, girl? Granny Whitebone's voice harboring extreme killing intent rang out from the mist, and immediately after that, Emoli heard a weird laughter. Do you want me to invite you to drink a cup of wine? Ah, it happens to come on the way to cut two heads. White flower wine can be fragrant. Emoli immediately felt the hairs on his body stand up. This snake demon was not normal, too abnormal. Chapter 034. The stars have failed to cover the sky. The pig's head shook like a bell on its skirt. Jiang Lu also had a chill down his back, a bone-chilling chill surging through his heart, and he couldn't help but shiver with excitement. Mud. This stuff is too creepy. At this moment, Jiang Lu had a new perception of the words bloodthirsty and addicted to killing. This is really perverted. Just in terms of killing sex, I'm afraid that the famous human butcher by Qi in the history of the previous life can't compare to this guy. But Jiang Lu also couldn't help but be happy in his heart. Happy that he and his mother had already entered within the Carefree City, and that he had also evening the thigh of his master. Otherwise, if they meet this pervert outside, they are afraid that the mother and son will not have a way to live. Unlike now, when he can even plot the other party's longevity and Demon Dan. Granny Whitebone's face also changed, but immediately afterward, a smile actually appeared on her face as well, a smile that was vicious and secretive. Mother? How does Master Teacher also smile so terrifyingly? Jiang Lu was directly startled due to his proximity to Granny Whitebone, and almost fell into Granny Whitebone's arms without standing still. It was also at this moment that Granny Whitebone raised her head, and radiant killing intent erupted from her eyes. Fine, then you can buy us something to drink. But what my old lady wants to drink right now isn't wine. It's blood. Your blood. The last word blood was exited, and a sudden sound came from the mists. Only the mists instantly shrouded the entire Carefree City, and even the dome of the sky within a few hundred miles. All of a sudden, the stars were gone from the sky, and they raised their hands to the sky as if they were wiping paint. Immediately after seeing the laughter of the blue fire fog, hazy sea ghost lights align, as if the night carries 100 ghosts swimming in the air. With all this commotion, it's no different for the Ghost King of Yinshan to travel. A flash of surprise passed through Emoli's eyes. I didn't realize that fellow Taoist Whitebone had such tactics. With such a might, even as a Tai sword sex sword immortal, he could not easily block it. Even the slightest mishap can result in a serious injury. But before that, Whitebone Taoist had never used it when he was competing with him. Even yesterday, outside of Carefree City, when he was almost nearly cut down by his sword, he had not used it. From this, it can be seen that this Whitebone Taoist is hiding really deep. Of course, this can likewise confirm a rumor that has long been circulating in the streets of Carefree City. This demon king of the demon race just seems to be looking out for the demon race. In fact, it's been mediated quite a bit. So the change of face that Master Teacher just made was a prelude to preparing for the big opening? Jiang Lu was also deeply shocked. This kind of movement, he felt completely crushed the so-called 100 ghosts and night walks in the movie and TV drama he watched in his previous life. He also instantly had a clearer perception of the 10,000 Dharma realm demons and how strong Granny Whitebone was. But at the same time, Jiang Lu's heart couldn't help but have doubts. Since the Whitebone Granny who had previously been hung up by Wine Sword Immortal truly had such strength, raising her hands to cover the sky, what if Wine Sword Immortal went all out? And the City Lord? How powerful should a City Lord with the title of half-saint be? And just then, a fishy odor emanated from the mist. Cluck cluck cluck. The reddish golden python revealed herself among them, her neck held high, her scales rising up, and she let out an eerie laugh. Jiang Lu's eyes instantly changed, staring tightly at this reddish-golden python, saliva dripping indisputably from the corners of his mouth. He raised his head and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Master, didn't you say that you brought me here to kill demons for food? I'm so hungry oh. Wire be good. Granny, he caught it for you to eat. Before the words fell, Granny Whitebone's figure had already disappeared in place. She clutched a white sail tightly in her hand and smacked it hard on top of the reddish-golden figure. Is that how a white bone streamer works? The corners of Mo Lee's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The white bone flag is a treasure that summons the underworld flame and drives the insouls, and can be used to defend the enemy by simply shaking it up. Now it's actually being used as a baguette. What a waste. However, Mori didn't say anything because this pole of white bone Brahman was the companion of the white bone Taoist. How this object was to be used was the person's freedom, and he couldn't care less. And at this moment, the golden snake maiden who had manifested a huge snake body had already been beaten to the point where her entire body was convulsing, and the pain that tore through her heart and lungs even caused her to continuously emit wailing sounds. But its face became more and more excited, as if being whipped by Granny Whitebone like this was something extremely wonderful. Jiang Lu was inexplicably a little scared once again. This demon is acting so wrong. Is it possible that there are some hidden cards? Or maybe there's something else planned? However, it was also at this moment that Granny Whitebone's voice sounded once again. You are trying to borrow my wife's hand to help you hammer the seed of the 10,000 laws in your body and consolidate your realm. Thinking a little too well. Jiang Lu instantly understood. It turned out that this golden serpent was trying to borrow the power of his master to consolidate his realm. That's a little too much nerve. Sure is a crazy batch. It's a curse to have such a crazy lot alive, and it's better to have them in your belly. Jiang Lu began to stare at the battle over there without moving a muscle. He wasn't worried that Granny Whitebones would lose. After all, the gap in realms was there. Moreover, the wine sword immortal who was watching the battle next to him was not dead, and would definitely step in at the critical moment. Under the tension and excitement, Jiang Lu's chi and blood were restless around him, and scales began to emerge on his body. Oh, that kid is actually a half-demon? Your disciple? The golden snake lady didn't respond to Granny Whitebone's previous words, but noticed Jiang Lu. She then noticed a familiar aura mixed in with Jiang Lu's breath. This is Qingqing's breath. Her demonic pills into your stomach? The golden snake Nianjiang's snake face flashed a rich color of excitement. Right, I remembered. Qingqing's body also has your scent inside. Little brother, you are so fragrant. You must be very fresh to eat. Come into my stomach. Let me refine you and see if you have eaten. Cold sweat had broken out on Jiang Lu's forehead. The two pink fists were clenched like iron. She actually tried to eat me too? She's dead. It was also at this moment that Granny Whitebone laughed as her furious voice rang out. You want to know if my wife's disciple ate that snake demon, right? Okay, I'll fulfill you. Then you, go in and see for yourself. Snort. As he spoke, a white jade-like bone claw had already penetrated through the 7 inches of the golden snake maiden's demonic body. The golden snake lady held her neck high, stunned in place. She seemed to be thinking about why it had turned out this way and why that bone really dared to kill herself. She let out an agonizing wail, then violently turned her head to look at Granny Whitebone, letting out a sharp and desperate stormy cry. Why? Why did you dare to really kill? Aren't you afraid of my sister's retaliation? The Whitebone Granny just cold eyes, and incidentally, beckoned toward Jiang Lu. Wire, come here. Today Granny will teach you a rule that is held as a guideline by the 100,000 Great Mountains. When another demon says that you have eaten her, don't plow open your stomach her to show it, but withhold her eyes and eat them, so that she can see for herself. Now, gouge out the eyes of this snake demon and swallow them. Chapter 035. Demon Snake's Pupil. Nearly 1,000 years of lifespan. Jiang Lu's eyes rubbed brightly, as if they were smoking green. The one who knows me is the master. Was just trying to figure out how I could reasonably grab the head. Now your old man is sending the opportunity to his face. It's really true that when you fall asleep, a demon sends you a pillow. Jiang Lu barely hesitated. His figure was as fast as lightning as he swept above the head of that huge snake body and stood together with Granny Whitebone. At this moment, both of his arms had been completely covered in scales, reflecting sparkling light under the daylight. The bottom of his eyes flashed with excitement and bloodlust, and his body surface was even faintly glowing with a demonic red aura. This kind of gesture was clearly ready to gouge out his eyes. A satisfied smile surfaced on Granny Whitebone's face. The golden snake maiden, however, was covered in scales, and a trace of trembling couldn't help but emerge from her heart. The bloodlust that flowed from those eyes was actually no less than his own. Moreover, the reddish aura that faintly appeared on its body contained a rich bloodbath aura. Such a degree of bloodbath chi. If you want to rely on killing to accumulate words, Its feet are bound to have been a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Trampled over the white bones do not know the clouds. How evil is this? I don't know what this little brat is really about. And yet it was just then. A flash of blood blossomed before his eyes. The golden snake maiden's huge snake body immediately began to dance about, bringing up a strong wind that even lifted up the nearby houses, until Granny Whitebones came down with another pull. It was only then that this huge golden snake seemed to be in hysterics, prostrate on the ground and not moving at all. But a smile strangely appeared on her hideous snake face. Death. I'm going to die. So this is what it feels like to have your flesh and blood gouged out. Ha 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 ha. Unimpeded. This is what it feels like to be on the verge of death. And it's also smooth. Crazy. This snake demon is no longer a pervert. It's simply crazy. At this moment, John Lu couldn't help but have his scalp numb again. I don't know how many other epileptic women like this there are in this barbaric world. If they are all like this, then it will be interesting in the future. Granny Whitebone, however, was expressionless as she looked up at John Lu, her icy voice resounding. Don't pay any attention to her. Swallow her pair of strokes, then dig out her demonic pills and take them. Perhaps you can have unexpected gains. It was at this moment that a voice sucking in cold air sounded from the side, and it was none other than Emoli. The Golden Snake Lady's unusually bizarre behavior was seen by Emoli. He was also amazed by it and even wondered if the demon had any other unknown means. After all, in the midst of the 100,000 Great Mountains, the last thing that was lacking was all sorts of bizarre and unpredictable means, as a real experience of 1,000 years of age, but also for the Demon King's own sister of the powerful demon. If really have some means, that is normal. However, what shocked Emoli even more was John Lee and Granny Whitebone. Last night, when he saw the dragon image vision being invaded by the blood fiend, he was the one whose heart was broken, though after being reminded by Granny Whitebones, accepting this fact. However, now that he saw that the bloodbath aura on John Lu was so rich that just a little bit of it that was inadvertently revealed was comparable to those killing stars who had been crawling through mountains of corpses and seas of blood for decades, Emoli still couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. That's not a good thing to kill too much. At the same time, Granny Whitebone's way of teaching Jan Lu was incomprehensible to Emoli. Obviously, the bloodthirsty aura on this child's body was already this strong, so why did he still let him do such a bloody thing? Don't you think he's killing enough? But before Emoli could see any action, he saw that Jiang Lu had already skillfully swallowed the pair of demon snake pupils. Even though the snake pupil seemed incomparably large compared to Jiang Lu, it could even be said to be several times Jiang Lu's stature. But Jiang Lu had already swallowed demon hearts that were comparable to his own size, or even more massive, back when he was still a baby. At this moment, it is naturally easy to master, biting through its surface, sucking the liquid in it, while running the gong method to refine it. Just the entrance of the liquid in this demonic pupil caused John Lu's brows to wrinkle slightly again. Fishy. This stuff is so fishy. Not at all as fragrant and delicious as the demon heart's essence blood in the demon heart. However, Jiang Lu was forcibly enduring the fishy odor. Good medicine is bitter and good for the disease. This thing is fishy and good for cultivation. In the moment it flowed down his throat into his abdomen. It was transformed into a stream of blazing warmth spread all over his body. Almost instantly, his entire body's chi and blood boiled up and soared at an extremely fast rate every moment. This object is really as the master said. Serving it is greatly beneficial. This is the first thought that popped up in John Lu's heart, and his eyes also swished and brightened. Just Zhang Nyo himself did not notice is that at the same time he refined this snake demon pupil, he is not just the body of blood chi soaring growth. His pupils also emerged in a touch of light gold color, and originally belonged to the human eye pupil, also gradually become tend to snake general vertical pupil. Granny Whitebone took a look, and the original cold expression on her face immediately soothed a lot, and even revealed a smile, smiling so that the wrinkles on her old face squeezed as if it were a chrysanthemum. My wife's disciple is truly extraordinary, and has actually obtained this chance, so it seems that it won't take long to think that he will be able to inherit my wife's mantle. Granny Whitebone seemed to be genuinely happy for Jiang Lu's change at this moment, as if Jiang Lu had really gotten a great chance. Emoli's voice did not move, but in his heart he was secretly surprised. He knew what was going on. When demons and half-demons swallow the body parts of demons above the 10,000 laws realm, there is a certain probability that they will make up for their shape, allowing that part of themselves to undergo a mutation, possessing some of the characteristics of that part of the swallowed demon. Right now this child is just like the eyes have mutated, about to be part of the characteristics of the Golden Snake Lady's demon snake pupil. That's quite a boost. The Golden Snake Lady doesn't use the demon snake's pupil often though. However, the clan to which its main body belonged to was famous for its pupil arts. In particular, his sister, the Green Snake Great King, was once able to compel an ancient god comparable to a 10,000 laws realm demon with a single look. And it was at this moment that Mo Li's eyelids once again jumped. Only in his line of sight, Jiang Lu quickly sucked that pair of demonic snake pupils clean. Spinning around, he rubbed what he didn't know was skin or membrane, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed and swallowed. Then, with a single lift of his hand, he pierced through the golden snake maiden's head, violently ripping something out of it, and uncountable threads of blood soared out of it. However, Jiang Lu's expression did not see the slightest discomfort, but only indifference and eagerness, as if looking at a delicious dish of rice. Kill the first stage of the 10,000 Laws realm. Golden Snake Lady. Total lifespan of 2,000 years. Remaining 970 years. Looting complete. Current demon lifespan 970 years. Chapter 036. Offering the demon pill. Blood bead congealing. Hulu Mountain. Hints swept before his eyes. Name, Jiang Lu. Race, human. Current techniques, spirit snake exhalation technique. Powerful bull magic. Yellow immortal nascent soul technique. Bloodshed dragon elephant power. Dragon elephant voodoo technique. Pale demon wings, introductory. You can consume longevity to deduce the technique and get the corresponding enhancement. Current remaining lifespan, 10 years. Current demon lifespan, 970 years. Demon's lifespan can be used to deduce techniques, and cannot be interchanged with one's own lifespan. Physique, bull demon body, in metamorphosis. Cultivation, peak blood moving realm, peak half demon realm. Looking at his attribute panel, a contented expression appeared on Jiang Lu's face. 970 years, close to 1,000 years of longevity. That's a lot to be filled at once. I think it's more than enough even to see the scenery after pale demon wings. But again, River Run couldn't help but think. I wonder what would happen if the accumulated demon lifespan exceeded 1,000 years. According to the convention in novels, this kind of thing which is directly linked to the use of golden fingers, quantitative change usually produces qualitative change. I wonder if this convention applies in my own case. But Jiang Lu didn't think much about it. This is not the time to think about that. And this kind of thing would naturally be known when his accumulated demonic lifespan arrived in the future. Compared to this, Jiang Lu was more concerned about the increase in his cultivation level. Although the more powerful and numerous the techniques cultivated, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. And with the metamorphosis of the physique, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. Moreover, Jiang Lu's physique was also still undergoing a constant metamorphosis. And even the cultivation resources he used, the vast majority of the power was applied on top of the metamorphosis of his physique, which once again greatly increased the difficulty of his cultivation. Without any hesitation, nowadays, Jiang Lu's combat power was certainly considerable, but in the same realm of cultivation, the resources Jiang Lu needed to consume were dozens or even 100 or even 1,000 times that of a demon in the same realm. But right now, Jiang Lu's cultivation level had exceeded the limit of what his flesh could withstand at the late stage of the blood-moving realm long before he had swallowed the demonic pupil of this 10,000 Laws realm snake demon, now swallowing the demon pupil down. Even though it is only a pair of demon pupils, but a pair of demon pupils of the 10,000 Laws realm demon, the energy contained therein is horrible. Even if what was absorbed today was still only a small portion, it had hardened Jiang Lu's cultivation to the point where he was at the peak of the blood-moving realm. Even more, if Jiang Lu was willing, he could attempt to break through the spirit transformation realm right now. However, Jiang Lu wouldn't do that as all, because he sensed that his cultivation in the blood-moving realm hadn't yet reached the extreme, and he had already decided that he would cultivate each realm to the extreme before breaking through, because only then can one have a more powerful fighting force and be invincible in every realm. Immediately, Jiang Lu's gaze fell on his hand, the blood-stained, yet glistening demonic elixir. This demonic elixir dug out from the body of a 10,000 Laws realm demon was again different from the demonic elixir of a great demon. It seems to have something in the flow. Looks very subtle. It looks like you didn't have a small harvest. Wah-ar. Granny Whitebone noticed the change in Jiang Lu's breath and his eyes. The smile on her face deepened while explaining. Isn't it curious why this snake demon's demonic dan is different from the previous snake demons? This is what the realm gap brings. Demons of the 10,000 Dharma realm condense 10,000 Dharma seeds in their demon dawn. And even if they are only at the first stage of the 10,000 Dharma realm, they have already condensed the beginnings of 10,000 Dharma seeds in their demon dawn. And as soon as this 10,000 Laws seed prototype is complete, the demonic power within the great demon's body will begin to undergo a metamorphosis towards mana, at which point traces of the flow of mana will appear on top of the demon dan. If one can go even further, turning the seed of 10,000 Laws from virtual to real, and all of the demonic power in the entire body metamorphoses into mana, the demonic dan will be completely transformed into the seed of 10,000 Laws. Then it will have reached the realm that my wife is in nowadays. When Jiang Lu heard this, he instantly understood. So that was how it was. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. His master was really a demon at the second stage of the 10,000 Laws realm, and this 10,000 Laws realm was really a stage that was a heavy heaven as well. That golden snake maiden was completely hung up in the hands of her master, not even able to fight back. But then, another thought occurred to him. Since this golden snake maiden's demonic Dan was the prototype of the seed of 10,000 dermas, would it be beneficial to master teacher's cultivation as well? Should I offer myself to the master and brush up on his favor? After all, he hadn't even quite figured out why master had taken him as his disciple yet. If he didn't know how to have a past and a future and only knew how to ask for what he wanted, would he attract master's disgust? As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Lu instantly made a decision. Gathering demon lifespan from the master is a long-lasting business, so it still can't be too petty. He directly handed over the demonic Dan held in his hand towards Granny Whitebone, pretending to be innocent. Master, then if that's the case, this ugly demonic Dan, will you also benefit from refining it all? Then, I'd better return it to my master. He deliberately acted as if he was staring at the demonic pills with nostalgia, as if his eyes were going to pull silk, very reluctant but agreeing to cut his love. Well, although that's certainly true as well. Good. Why are you really have filial piety? Granny's heart is happy, but Granny's cultivation technique is special. Refining this item is not very useful. It's better to give it to you to contain your body. Granny Whitebones was obviously even happier. With a lift of his hand, he retrieved the white bone streamer while also slapping out a ball of ghostly blue flames that landed on the golden snake maiden's blood-stained corpse. In a matter of moments, the huge snake body was burned into a blood bead the size of a baby's fist. Then Granny Whitebone waved her hand again, and the blood bead fell onto Jiang Lu's hand. Here, this is the blood and flesh essence of that snake demon's entire body. Take this one as well, when it can help you cultivate your precious body. Thank you, master. This time, Jiang Lu didn't have the slightest intention of refusing. He wasn't the kind of person who twisted and made a show of himself, and since his master had already said this, he would just accept it with a smile. Mo Li, who is still on the sidelines, will take everything in, and his heart is a little sour. This was the demonic pills and blood essence of a 10,000 Laws realm demon, and it was given away just like that? To use such a thing to harbor the body and forge the foundation of the fleshly body. What a great stroke! If it was placed in the Tai sword sect, supplemented with some precious materials, it would be able to refine a furnace of dragon tiger golden pill. And at that moment, Granny Whitebone's words rang out once again, and she seemed to be exhorting Jiang Lu. Remember, do not break through the great realm until the precious body has completed its breakthrough when the chi and blood have reached the limit of what the physical body can withstand. In the meantime, in the middle of the inner circle of those 100,000 mountains, there is a large mountain that looks like a gourd from a distance. Within its deep cave, many demons of the lesser demon and even greater demon realms were busy. The boiling of the water, the slaughtering of the people, seems to be organizing some kind of grand feast. At this moment, a delicate figure lying on its side on top of the throne in the deepest part of the cave, wearing an emerald green jade hairpin on its head and 100 treasures brocade pouch on its waist, violently opened its eyes. Her eyes blossomed with an intimidating light. My stupid sister is dead? Chapter 037. Green Snake King. Sisterly love. Cooking people and slaughtering demons for fun. This would have been a great grace and beauty for the demons. In the middle of the cold, dim cave, a single torch reflected the grim faces of the incoming and outgoing demons in red. Those pairs of demonic pupils all contained endless excitement and fervor. However, as the delicate figure above the throne opened its mouth, the entire gourd mountain shook. All of a sudden, the falling rocks in the cave fell down like rain, and the rumbling and trembling sound was unceasing. The demons in the cave, however, didn't have the slightest hint of panic, and weren't even surprised, as if they had long been accustomed to it, to be in danger but not in chaos. Now that you all haven't panicked in the face of such a change, you guys have grown a bit. The delicate figure smiled and spoke, seemingly satisfied with the performance of the crowd of demons, only to see her pull down the emerald green jade hairpin on top of her head and wave it. The falling stones then all grew back on top of the stone wall, as if nothing had happened. And it was at this moment that a red lining snake quickly leapt in from outside the cave towards the depths, quickly rushing along while still shouting, Report! Report to the king! It's not good, mistress she, that was clearly a spirit transformation realm demon, only just refining the horizontal bones, only barely reaching the first stage of the spirit transformation realm, running to the throne, already coming up for air. However, the figure on the throne was very calm and did not even get up. That sister of mine is dead? How is it going on? Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly, great king. The matter is like this. Red Training Snake was concise and quickly told how the black nymph had escaped from the 100,000 mountains, how she killed the Willow family's heavenly pride, and how the golden snake nymphette traveled to Carefree City alone. Finally added, Great King, nowadays, within the Lu family land, the Queen's tablet has been broken, and I am afraid that it is fierce. Your Majesty, you must do right by us and the Queen. As soon as these words came out, a flash of coldness and killing intent immediately flashed across the eyes of that delicate figure, the golden snake maiden's sister, the green snake Great King. However, its face was motionless, only playing with the jade hairpin in its hand. Then why didn't you and the others come to report earlier, so that I could help my sister? Suddenly, the green snake Great King opened his mouth and stared straight at that red training snake. This snake is only the first stage of the transformation of the spirit, where can carry the gaze of the Demon King powerhouse, and was instantly shocked into a cold sweat, and hurriedly said, it is the Queen's disallowance, and the small guesses that the Queen wants to capture the escaped black snake, and get the inheritance of the Blackwater Shen Snake clan's heavy treasures, and make some accomplishments, and then inform the Great King, although the real reason is how it does not know. But the matter of the clan land that day is not enough to mention, now it can only say so. This is also before coming to the clan old deliberately urged. Humph, the inheritance of the Blackwater Shen Snake clan's heavy treasure. After using it, it can cause the demon's qualifications to metamorphose, the bloodline to return to the ancestor, and the awakening of the treasure body. Sister, this demon is just being careful. The green snake Great King laughed coldly. No wonder she has been saying that she wants to come see me ever since her breakthrough ended in seclusion. But she never comes to visit the door. If I had been asked to help earlier, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have suffered from this great misfortune. This time I must obtain that Shen Snake clan's inherited heavy treasure, and then I can try to break through to the half-saint realm. When I step onto the holy way, I will overthrow that Carefree City and avenge my sister's blood hatred. At these words, a cold killing intent surfaced on the green snake Great King's face. What the king says is true. The king is mighty. At this moment, the red snake is even more choleric, and even hung his head lower, as if he wanted to bury it under the ground, just because it didn't see the slightest hint of sisterly love in the bottom of the Great King's eyes. All it had was extreme killing intent and desire. Good on. It was also at that moment that there was one pass-through after another at the entrance to the cave. 10,000 Cave Mountain. The Ghost Fox Demon King has arrived. Martial Soul Mountain. The Demon King of Lightshine has arrived. Blood Sea Mystic Realm. The Black Chi Demon King has arrived. The other side. Inside Carefree City. Due to the destruction of the body by Granny Whitebone, the streets quickly returned to their usual tranquility and peace. Only from time to time there were still demons and humans talking about it. Heard what happened here earlier? Yes, there was an ungrateful one who came to Carefree City to look for trouble. His realm was very high, but Granny Whitebone personally took action, and his corpse was already gone. This is also thinking about it. How many years has it been? This is the first time I've seen a demon that dares to come to Carefree City to look for trouble. I'm afraid that it doesn't mind its own long lifespan. Many of the residents of Carefree City were quite interested in this topic, and at the same time, Granny Whitebone brought Jiang Lu back within the mansion. Emily didn't follow, and the Carefree City Lord had already left. Granny Whitebone also didn't linger around Jiang Lu for much longer. She just gave some more instructions before walking into the room where the Black Ladies was staying. When Jiang Lu saw this, he was a bit confused. What is it? You were just in love with me as master and disciple, and now you're abandoning me? Am I still your favorite pup? But immediately, Jiang Lu's face recovered, and even a hint of anticipation flashed under his eyes. The master must be looking for mother something, and I don't know if mother knows that the master has killed a 10,000 laws realm demon. For us, what kind of expression will be on her face? Thinking like this, Jiang Lu returned within his room, sat on his knees, and then pulled out a few beads from his pants. Some are crystal clear, some are bright red like blood, and some are surrounded by clouds. Jiang Lu's face showed excitement, and then he grabbed the blood bead from it and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Feeling the familiar sweetness, feeling the chi and blood in his body begin to roll violently, the light in Jiang Lu's eyes grew brighter. At the same moment, Granny Whitebone, who had walked into the other room, glanced at the sleeping black nymphette and her face changed slightly. You don't even know what's going on outside, and you don't even know what's going on, and you're not worthy of being a mother to someone? You're still a big kid yourself, right? In the next moment, Granny Whitebone's figure appeared like a ghost in the Black Lady's ear and whispered, "Girl, wake up. Someone is going to rob you of your baby." Almost the instant the words fell, the Black Lady opened her eyes. That pair of pale golden vertical pupils instantly reddened. Infinite killing intent burst out from it. Who wants to rob my cubs? Looking for death? Then she saw Granny Whitebone. The killing intent emanating from her dissipated like a cloud of smoke, and she was in a trance for a while before coming back to her senses. The black lady laughed bitterly. Senior, you are the Demon King. Why do you still have to tease me like this? It's just that I found it interesting to see you sleeping soundly. Granny Whitebone's face was expressionless, and she just faintly said, do you know what happened in today's party? Hens. With her eyes glazed over and completely unresponsive, the black lady heard this and asked directly, I wonder what happened. When Granny Whitebone heard this, her face became more and more ugly to the naked eye. You actually really don't know anything? You are a mother who is really. Also, then my wife will tell you about it. Chapter 038. Moving blood to perfection. Taste conference. Rumble. Over time, the chi and blood in Jian Lu's body rolled over like a mountain calling out to the sea, making a loud roaring sound. The bones of his entire body were also continuously emitting crackling sounds, and there was also a hidden divine sunlight flowing on them. Demon cultivation. To refine the body to start, draw the aura of heaven and earth, take refining the body of the medicine, until the flesh and blood complete, then condense the spirit body, and then condense Dan. Metamorphosis for the law, will be on the door of the great Tao. And right now, Jian Lu's fleshly body chi and blood rolled like a mountain and sea, as if he were a dragon walking down a river, and there was divine sunlight flowing through the flesh, blood and bones. In the cultivation of moving blood realm, it has been to the perfect realm, which can be called a great success, worthy of being a thing refined from the essence of the entire body of a 10,000 laws realm demon. It is really quite extraordinary. Jian Lu was overjoyed in his heart, although currently, he hadn't completely refined the blood bead he had swallowed. Even this blood bead and the 2 demon pills he had previously swallowed were generally just refined forms. Most of the inner essence still remained in Jian Lu's limbs and bones, waiting for him to come back and develop it later. Name, Jian Lu. Race, human. Current techniques, spirit snake exhalation technique, powerful bull magic, yellow immortal nascent soul technique, bloodshed dragon elephant power, dragon elephant voodoo technique, pale demon wings, introductory, physique, bull demon body, in metamorphosis, cultivation, blood moving realm perfection, half demon realm perfection. Right at this moment, the attribute panel surfaced again, and Jian Lu glanced at it, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. He also recalled the advice of his master, Granny Whitebone. Although I have completed the cultivation of the blood-moving realm today, the cultivation of my physique is far from reaching its limit. Jian Lu muttered in his heart. Although last night's one-night cultivation had almost allowed his ox demon treasure body to advance once again, it was only almost advancing to the level of a grand completion treasure body. If one wanted to truly raise the treasure body to a great accomplishment, one would still need to put in some hard work as well. Moreover, the cultivation of the physique was extremely resource-intensive, and its consumption was horrifying. Without any hesitation, the resources to shape a single great completion treasure body would be able to cultivate several or even 10 times as many demons of the third stage of spirit transformation. Jian Lu's heart also had a premonition that perhaps even if he finished refining all the residual power of the 2 demon pills in his body, he would only be able to reach the level of a great perfection treasure body. But now, with this 10,000 laws realm flesh and blood essence in his stomach, Jian Lu actually sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. If he digests all of these demonic gifts in his body, he will be able to achieve a great success in his precious body. Or even, Jian Lu's eyes looked toward the other 2 elixir-like things in front of him, the demon elixir that he personally dug out from the golden snake maiden's body, as well as the dragon tiger golden elixir gifted by the wine sword immortal Emoli. If he were to refine both of these items as well, perhaps his cultivation and physique would be able to rush to a higher level. That's not a small increase in his combat power. Thinking about it, Jian Lu's eyes glowed. Combativity. It's fundamental to his standing in this world. A human like himself, who was not so profound as to be able to crush all demons, would have to strengthen his body. With a clench of his teeth, Jian Lu actually directly stuffed both the demon pill and the dragon tiger golden pill into his mouth and swallowed them with a grunt. Almost the instant it was swallowed, Jian Lu felt an incomparable surge of energy erupt within him, rushing through his limbs and bones, making his entire body feel as if it was about to explode. No good. The power contained in these 2 items is just too powerful. Even if I have the ox demon treasure body now, it's still difficult for me to withstand it. Almost instantly, Jian Lu operated the powerful bull magic, frantically absorbing and refining the terrifying energy. Spirit snake exhalation method, yellow immortal nascent soul method, and bloodshed dragon elephant force. All 3 of these techniques also spontaneously began to run simultaneously, sharing the pressure. Even the pale demon wings were actively starting to devour the surging chi and blood in Jian Lu's body, which were used to fill up the wings that were still only in their embryonic form. Those wings that were originally only frames actually gradually appeared with blood-colored textures, becoming more and more full. And just then too, in front of Jian Lu's eyes, that column of feats has changed again. Current technique. Golden snake 3-flower pupil. At this very moment, deep in the caves of Hulid Mountain, in front of the huge stone table, the green snake great king feasted with several other demon king powerhouses who had come to the banquet, and there was both wine and blood on the table, both demons and human races. The big guys ate a few bites of the human race on the wine and nibbled on a few bites of the demon's lower blood, so it was a good time. Right at this moment, the green snake great king above that main seat, but suddenly covered his face and wept lowly. The ghost fox demon king, who was already in a drunken state, instantly became furious. Green snake, everyone is drinking happily. Why are you crying? You're a strong demon king. You don't mind losing face. As he said that, he even directly pulled over the spirit transformation demon serving beside him, biting off one of the other's arms with a single bite, swallowing it accompanied by a miserable scream. However, the surrounding demons, whether they are the demon kings who are eating the seats or the other serving demons, do not have any reaction, as if they have long been accustomed to this kind of scene, or they themselves are like this. The demon race, originally, would devour each other, taking the human race as their blood food. They also take the demons as their blood food. The most primitive laws were displayed to the fullest extent in the demon race. It's really noisy. How did you temper the demons, green snake, that you can't even endure this much pain? What a waste. A good taste conference. 100 years party has a taste conference. Just so give spoiled. Really spoiled. If I had known that, this 100 years might as well have been organized in my 10,000 cave mountain. It didn't take long for the demon that had one of its arms torn off to be grabbed by the ghost fox demon king once again, biting off its head, its body twitching a few times on the ground, and it would never scream again. However, the ghost fox demon king was not yet satisfied, and actually had the tendency to charge the green snake great king. The closest light-soaring demon king hastily pulled the fight, and the 3 pairs of swan-like white wings behind his back unfolded, directly giving the ghost fox demon king a few slaps in the face. The ghost fox demon king instantly came to his senses, but looked up just in time to see the green snake great king's pair of narrow and deep vertical pupils. The other demon kings are not changing their faces, still drinking blood and eating meat, as if they are enjoying a big show that is about to be staged. The green snake great king's mind moved slightly, and the ghost fox demon king immediately felt as if something had touched his heart. For a while, his eyes were filled with the shadow of the green snake great king, and he was mesmerized by what he saw. Instead, a flash of satisfaction flashed across the eyes of the green snake great king before he slowly spoke. Fellow ghost fox, didn't you ask me why I'm crying? Because my sister, the golden snake, is dead. She didn't die from the shackles of longevity. She was killed by a demon, and she died right here in Carefree City, on her way to chase that thing. Once these words came out, the other demon kings also straightened up, their faces gradually becoming grave. That thing? Could it be that the golden snake had found the whereabouts of the item, only to be accidentally killed in the chase? Why then did the green snake not keep the matter to himself, but bring it here to speak of it? I'll have to say what is for the sake of the demon race. This kind of nonsense. He does not believe it. Chapter 039. Ghost Fox leaves the table. Sword Sect sends a message. The Ghost Fox demon king's eyes had turned red, and it was as if there was a thorn in his heart again. He asked in a subtle manner, what exactly has happened? Seeing green snake's sister you grieve like this, it's as if my heart is going to break as well. Such words he normally would never have said, but now he suddenly felt that the green snake in front of him was so beautiful that he felt there was no harm in saying it. The rest of the demon kings did not utter a word, and their eyes coincidentally flashed with disdain. This idiot, he's in trouble and he doesn't even know it. With a heart like that, I don't know how I've survived this long. However, they were all just coldly observing, because they also wanted to know what green snake's intention was in making such a mess at this taste conference. Moreover, I feel that the unconstrained green snake is counting on something. Let this stupid thing to try her just right. The green snake great king's eyes were also red, just as if he was really mourning something. The black snake escaped and fled into Carefree City with a baby that I don't know if it was a human or a half-demon. The heavenly pride that my Lu family went after died, and my sister, who wanted to seek justice and reclaim the inherited heavy treasures in the meantime, died there as well. Hearing these words, a hint of playfulness surfaced in the eyes of the demon kings. Sure enough, it's trying to pound on them to use them as a gun. Only the ghost fox demon king's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, I thought it was something, so it's just this little thing. In my opinion, sister, you do not have to grieve. Is not just a black snake it, to be I personally walk up a trip, will be able to catch that black snake, then ask the whereabouts of that inheritance of heavy treasures, offered to the sister, in order to comfort the spirit of the golden snake sister in heaven. After saying that, he just stared straight at the green snake great king, as if he was waiting for the other party's promise. Fellow Taoist Ghost Fox, this is not good. That Carefree City is not to be messed with. The green snake Great King grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp, white teeth, and looked at the ugly figure that was mesmerized by himself in a rather meaningful way. Don't underestimate Carefree City. That Carefree City Lord is a half-saint at the third stage of the 10,000 Dharma realm. And the two Vice City Lords are both existences not weaker than you and I. And that place is said to be about some deeper hidden secret. Having said that, the green snake Great King did not continue. Then he looked at the ghost fox Demon King and patted his chest and said, "Sister, this is what you are not. How can you be so long beside the demon's ambition and destroy your own wind? Don't be scared out of your wits by Carefree City. Then let's do it this way. I'm going to go walk up now. Sister, you and dogs continue to savor, continue to eat is. Well, more on. Don't buckle. I will bring that black snake back to you. And the cub she took. I will also bring him back to you as a dish of wine." The ghost fox Demon King felt that the time had come for him to perform. With that, he directly got up and left the table. All Demon Kings? In that case, we will wait for Ghost Fox Taoist friends' good news. Come on, Then serve the food. Then eat. Pure blood Fae. Human children. All serve me up. 10 heads. 10 heads each for each Taoist friend. Save the other demons from seeing this and thinking that we can't afford to entertain. Looking at the odd expressions of the Demon Kings, the Great King of the Green Snake returned to his normal state and rushed around to greet the equally dumbfounded little ones. Then he swallowed a human who was trembling with fear in one gulp and led the way and began to gorge himself. Just then, within Carefree City, within the sword mound, the wine sword immortal Emoli was casually lying on top of the bed and couch, with a red-skinned gourd in his mouth, slightly drunk. He got drunk, really drunk, and fast too. An existence like Emoli's is usually not drunk, but a person who really wants to get drunk must get drunk very quickly, because it is possible to get physically drunk without getting drunk. At this moment, Emoli's mouth is still broken, chanting, "Drunkenness does not know the affairs of the world, will lie down by the side of the bed and do not know the way of this world. Only a drunkenness can make people forget the many sorrows of this human race. But today's drunk. I am drunk willingly. My Tai sword sect to get that child, the future of another ancestor, the future of the human race is also expected to." It was obviously just unintentional drunken talk, but there was an inexplicable sense of heaviness. If someone was here, he would be able to feel that Emoli was really relaxed at this moment, as if he had suddenly put down the big stone that was pressing on his chest. It is as if a person in a dark moment suddenly glimpses the morning light of dawn. But just at this moment, a jade pendant hanging on Emoli's waist suddenly rang. Emoli instantly sobered up. "What's the matter, senior brother?" Emoli shouted at the jade pendant. This object was a special magic treasure of the Tai sword sect, used for transmitting messages between disciples. However, the piece that Emoli was wearing was different and was only used for contact with the sect master. It was impossible for senior sect leader to look for himself for no reason. There must be something going on. And you have the nerve to ask me what happened. Wasn't it something you found? To actually summon me to recruit a demon as an offering and grant a half-demon the identity of a disciple of the Tai sword sect. Tell me, what were you thinking? Emoli also straightened up when he heard this. It turned out that his senior brother had come to him for this matter, which was no wonder. Just now, after separating from Taoist White Bone and the others, he had summoned this matter to his senior brother. After all, it was about breaking the rules of the Tai sword sect's legacy, so he couldn't possibly make a decision without authorization. "I just didn't expect elder brother to see it so soon. Thought it was going to take some more time." After thinking about it, Emoli said all the things that had happened in the past 2 days, and then said bluntly, "This matter is a bit of a bad rule, but that child's qualifications are the only ones I've seen in my life. If it is as you say, the boy is indeed highly qualified. But it doesn't seem to be so high that the clan can make an exception for him, right?" When Emoli heard this, he was anxious. "Senior brother, you have to believe me. Anyway, that child has the hope of transcending my current realm. If I miss it, it would be too late to regret." "Are you out of your mind? Do you know that there are a few within the entire human race that can transcend that realm now?" The jade pendant was silent for a long time, and then a questioning voice came from it. Emoli only said, "It's because there aren't many. That's why we have to extensively discover geniuses. Whether the child can grow to that level in the future is put aside for now. A 10,000 Dharma realm demon who is willing to listen to my Xian sect's teachings. Why should senior brother turn away? Even though my human race's cultivation system is slightly different from the demon race, a demon of the second stage of the 10,000 laws realm is also a notable combatant. Being able to pull together is also a beautiful thing. After all, the situation of my human race in this barbaric world today is far from what it seems to be." This statement was made. A long silence fell across the room. It wasn't until much later that a long sigh came again. "In that case, Senior brother will just make his own judgment. Wine Sword Immortal had the good sense to keep his mouth shut, then disappeared into thin air. Since there was no problem here at elder brother, he would have to go ahead and put this matter into effect. Same moment, Jiang Lu opened his eyes again. His body began to swell. A pained look came over his face. Not good. Even with the pale demon wings and the rest of the kung fu refinement to share the burden, the energy contained in the 10,000 laws demon pill and the dragon tiger golden pill is too powerful. My body won't be able to withstand it. Something has to be done. Chapter 040. Sun Demon Wind and Cloud Wings. I've become a little master. A few moments later, Jiang Lu's mind moved, and the panel quickly unfolded. Current feats. Pale Demon Wings, Introductory. Golden Snake 3 Flower Pupils, Introductory. The Golden Snake Maiden's demonic elixir had brought Jiang Lu another new technique, which was an unexpected blessing. But right now he didn't have the heart to think much about it. It was too late to even check. He directly poured a massive amount of demonic longevity into the pale demon wings. This was the only way Jiang Lu could think of right now. Upgrading feats that consumed a lot of cultivation resources to accelerate the consumption of energy in his body. In the first year, you recited the pale demon wings technique, which you had already memorized by heart, and began to remember your past. In the second year, since you have completed the most difficult step of initiation, and your body is full of energy, and your chi and blood are as vast as a river or an ocean, the cultivation of the pale devil's wings will not be any difficulty for you to speak of. In the third year, you have successfully evolved both the skeleton and flesh of the wings behind you, and the pale demon wings have become a small success. In the fifth year, the pale demon wings are completed. The wings on your back begin to grow plumes and can be retracted freely, and can be turned into runes and hidden on your peep bone when not in need. In the eighth year, thanks to the abundant energy in your body, you have cultivated the pale devil wings to a perfect level, and each plume of the wings behind you is as sharp as a flying sword, and your flying speed has reached an unimaginable level. Current demon lifespan, 991 years. Jiang Lu almost thought he had misread it. I didn't expect that the subsequent cultivation of this pale demon wings would be so simple, and it actually only took 8 years. Thanks to myself, I was worried before that 43 years would not be enough, but he didn't think much on the matter, because obviously, this deduction was able to be this smooth and watery thanks to the strong energy accumulated within his body. Jiang Lu guessed that this infinite deducer's deduction should also be related to his physical condition. If he had accumulated enough energy in his body, it would be much easier to deduce those techniques whose cultivation knowledge required the consumption of a large amount of cultivation resources. Moreover, Jiang Lu was now more concerned about the synchronization of proficiency after deduction. He could rely on this to save his life. And it was at this moment that Jiang Lu felt a moment of clarity in his spiritual platform, and many epiphanies flooded his mind. At the same time, the pale demon wings that had been absorbing and refining the energy of the body like a baby drawing milk began to rapidly part with its energy like a quartet drinking from the yellow river. Almost instantly, the sun demon wings, which were only fledgling, had already grown bones and flesh, and even the plumes had begun to sprout. And as the cohesion of the sun demon wings was completed, Jiang Lu also felt as if some sort of shackles were broken within his body. Boom! A roaring sound rose from within. Jiang Lu's entire body had jerked up a few points, and even the swelling on his body's exterior had subsided. At the same time, the divine radiance on his body surface flowed, and there was a hidden treasure light overflowing. This is a symbol of the great success of the treasure body. Deshang Baoji has become a reality. Phew! Jiang Lu exhaled deeply, feeling the raging power within his body. His face was a bit complicated. With the coalescence of the Tsun demon wings and the breakthrough of his physique, the power in his body had been depleted by a small amount. The rest of the energy was still mostly there though as well, but with the breakthrough of his physique, the limit of what his flesh can withstand has also been pulled up a lot, and now such a degree can already be withstood. Even though there were still remnants of the power of the 2 previous demon pills in his body as well, those powers had long since dispersed into his limbs and bones. The impact is not significant. But Jiang Lu didn't have time to be happy for long. It then felt like the energy in his body began to explode again. Not good. These two things still have backbone. Jiang Lu's face also changed once again. Such a turn of events is obviously somewhat unexpected. He hurriedly discarded his distracting thoughts and poured his demonic longevity once again towards the Gongfu pale demon wings. As for the golden snake 3 flower pupil, it wasn't like Jiang Lu hadn't considered it. It was just that he knew at a glance that this technique wasn't something that was going to consume a lot of cultivation resources. Nowadays, it was still more important to save one's life. And for the current Jiang Lu, cultivation resources were in high demand, and feats that were able to consume energy were definitely a higher priority. In the 9th year, you continued to cultivate pale demon wings. consuming the energy in your body in the process, and being eager to consume energy, you were quite generous with the supply of energy. In the 10th year, the wings on your back, irrigated by the massive amount of energy and chi and blood, seemed to undergo some kind of strange change, and your wings became incomparably huge, almost 3 times the normal size. In the 12th year, your pale demon wings became more and more divine. It was as if there was divine light flowing above each of your plumes. It was as if you had seized some kind of opportunity. The 15th year, your wings have grown to an unimaginable point. Flapping can cause hurricanes to blow up, and a slap can crush the great demon heavenly spirit. You stroked your wings, feeling the terrifying power contained therein, and a maniacal smile appeared on your face. 23rd year, years of supply, finally made your Tsong demon wings completely metamorphosis. From now on can control the wind and clouds of the momentum, and can be big or small. If the cultivation is enough, under the full force of the show, can even cover the sky and sun. You suddenly open the wings. Suddenly the wind and clouds, covering the sky dome 90,000 miles. You cannot help but look up to the sky and laugh, shouting 3 times, "Small master I became." You created the Cthulhu wind and cloud wings. Current demon lifespan, 976 years. The chi of his body surged fiercely, and almost in just an instant, the energy that had once again surged within his body quickly surged into the Tsung demon wings as if it were a river pouring in. Jiang Lu unconsciously released the pair of feathers he had cultivated, although it was controlled at a normal size. However, when it appeared, a fierce wind instantly blew within the entire room, causing the doors and windows to whimper. Jiang Lu closed his eyes and carefully felt it, and then a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. This new technique deduced from the pale demon wings was truly remarkable. Not only did it solve his immediate problem, but it was also powerful enough. Now that Tsung demon wind and cloud wings on his back, the addition to his physique alone was not small, and almost all of them allowed his great perfection treasure body to be upgraded by another notch. More importantly, Jiang Lu gently flapped his wings, and a horrendous hurricane once again blew up in the middle of the room, almost as if it was going to blow the entire room into the sky. It was still the result of his extreme restraint. Almost instantly, Jiang Lu made a judgment. This pair of feathered wings could really be in charge of the wind and clouds, as the text in the deduction said. Moreover, its hardness was also quite strong, and even in a close fight, it was possible to crush the head of a great demon with a single wing slap. If he were to go back to the beginning and face that Lu Qingqing, Jiang Lu would be completely sure to pin her down. At the same time, according to the information synced over from the simulator, Jiang Lu was also aware of it. This pair of feathered wings of one's own nowadays, if one were to exert them at full strength, a single spread of wings would be 90,000 miles. The speed was a few points faster than a demon that had first entered the 10,000 laws realm. This made Jiang Lu excited. Well, this after I go out to hunt. Beat the other side cannot run away. Cannot beat me to run away? This is really too cool. It's just that the potency of the 2 dawn has been pretty much depleted. It was probably not enough to make the treasure body go up another notch and achieve the king body. This made Jiang Lu feel a little sorry for him as well. Maybe it's called what goes around comes around. Yet it was also at that moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. It seemed to be accompanied by the sound of something heavy being dragged across the green slate tile floor. Chapter 041. The End of the 3 Families, the Ultimate in Cultivation. Bang! Right at this moment, Jiang Lu's eyes rounded. His wings behind him shook violently, and the sound of a tiger's roar resounded in a trance, cutting up a hurricane like a mountain calling out a tsunami. Breaking through the door. Lift your wings and change the wind and clouds? This is the 2 figures outside the door, one with a hunchback and white hair, and one with a snake's tail, were none other than the 2 demons, Granny Whitebone and the Black Lady. At this moment, their faces all changed abruptly, and they were wrapped up in that terrifying hurricane almost before they could react. Their faces were all shocked. Obviously they did not expect this trip to have such an accident. If they were not mistaken, that young figure actually grew wings on his back? And the wings above the hidden divine glow flow. There are clouds and mist. Between the plumes there is a wind whistling sound of the tiger, and the legend of the Pale Devil tribe in the secret. The Pale Devil wings cultivated to the extreme metamorphosis. There are a few similarities. This child is actually related to the Cthulhu clan? With this in mind, Granny Whitebone waved her sleeve and swept it away, dissolving the hurricane into nothingness, then turned her head to look at the Black Lady. Girl, where did you pick up this waif? What's his relationship with the Tsung demon clan? Granny Whitebone's eyes were glowing as she stared at the Black Lady, her eyes revealing a scrutinizing look. The Black Lady had been completely confused as she recalled what she and Jiang Lu had been. I remembered that when I had just picked up the cub was still a pure human, with just a pair of big eyes that were permeated with spirituality. I didn't expect that later on. The cubs spontaneously comprehended the cultivation method and gradually became abnormal. And even more so, I didn't expect that now they also grew feathers similar to those in the legends of the Tsung demon clan. Could the cubs really be half demons? No. No way. As soon as the thought occurred, the black lady dismissed it. There was no way her cubs could be half demons. Even now, it looked more like a demon than a demon. Even though the existences of the 10,000 laws realm recognized the cub as a half demon. But if it were, it would have been obvious at first sight. And half demon is a human race and demon mixed blood inborn. Usually that is, with a race of demon characteristics. Can cub? How many demonic traits has this displayed? The black lady couldn't help but think of another possibility. Perhaps, the cubs were the ones whose luck was against the heavens, obtaining the inheritance of the various clans from the demon hearts and demon pills they took. However, practicing demonic techniques with a human body was the cause of the mutation that occurred while practicing. So, would explain it. The thought of it made the black lady feel more and more so, but she raised her head, answering the words of the white bone granny, about the heart of the speculation but did not mention a word, just a sarcastic smile, picked up in the river. Perhaps his biological father or mother is the Tsung demon race and the descendants of other races? And now my son is the bloodline awakening. Consider it so. Granny Whitebone's face turned odd when she heard this, but she didn't say much as her gaze shifted directly to Jian Lu's body, looking at him as she said, "Auntie, Master, I." At this moment, Jian Lu looked at these two familiar figures and was also a bit at a loss for words. Just now, he was thinking of attacking and killing some demons to turn them into his cultivation resources. When he heard the footsteps, he subconsciously struck out. As a result, I didn't expect that the ones who came were actually master and mother. This is bad. Not only did he turn out to be a great filial son, it also directly exposed his pale demon wind cloud wings. I don't know if master and mother will be able to accept this stance of theirs. Wings on your back. Wings that move the wind and clouds. Doll, do you know about the pale demon clan? Just then, Granny Whitebone suddenly spoke. I know. After I swallowed the demonic elixir given to me by my mother-in-law, something suddenly appeared in my head, along with a technique called pale demon wings. I just tried to cultivate a little. I didn't expect to succeed in cultivation, but also grew this pair of things. Oh. Master, mother, grow this becomes so ugly. Will you guys not like me, ah? Jian Lu said all these words are also true, only to conceal some important things, and finally even more drama. Began to pretend to be a child. There are some things that don't need to be said more than necessary. Point by point, others will naturally brainstorm and say more than is wrong. And with his age on the line, it's only normal to react like this. Sure enough, with those words, Granny Whitebone's face immediately showed a thoughtful look, then grinned and said, "It's actually really the Tsung demon wings. It seems that there are Tsung demon clan demons among your ancestors. Doll, this is really a great chance. Jia is worthy of being my old lady's disciple. This blessing is just great. Granny, I am also considered to have a demon in my successor. When we meet in the Yellow Springs in the future, I will be accountable." Granny Whitebones laughed jaggedly. Acceptance was very good, but for some reason, Jian Lu felt that although his own master's smile was full of joy at first, as he laughed and laughed, it was as if the smile was more sour than wine and more bitter than tears. Could it be that master has an unknown past as well, also carrying as much as a yang? Jian Lu couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart as he secretly thought, and at that moment, a bitter smile appeared on the black lady's face, as Granny Whitebone's smile made her think of her own inexorable past. But in the career of a demon, there are already a lot of things that can't be helped, and thinking or not thinking will only add to the worries. Auntie, Master, are you here to see me for something? Jian Lu couldn't stand such an atmosphere and naturally spoke out to destroy it. I'm coming to. The black lady sniffed and snapped back to her senses, opening her mouth to say something, but just at that moment, a sword light arrived in the air, interrupting her following. Then he only saw the sword light land, and it transformed into the figure of Winesword Immortal Mo Li. Ha! Jian Lu froze for a moment. He didn't expect this big brother to appear in such a way, and even more so, he didn't expect that this one would appear at such a point in time. Fellow Daoist Mo, what are you doing here? Granny Whitebone said with a coldness in her voice, as if she was very dissatisfied with Mo Li's sudden appearance. He. Naturally, I've come to discuss with you, Dao friend, about you joining my Tai Sword sect as an elder of the offerings. Saying that, Mo Li's eyes looked towards Jian Lu, and Jian Lu's muscles tightened all of a sudden. Mo Li was also trembling. His eyes were filled with endless astonishment. Yikes! How did you even grow wings? In this moment, Mo Li felt that his heartbeat had suddenly sped up several times, and his breathing might stop. At any time how he hoped that what he saw was not true. He was not to blame. After all, From Mo Lee's perspective, this was the future ancestor of his Tai sword sect, which was becoming more and more like a demon. I am afraid that the difficulty of convincing those old antiques in the sect will increase. Again, this is not such a beautiful thing. Right at this moment, Jiang Lu, who heard the name Tai sword sect again, asked rhetorically, Master wants to join the Tai sword sect? What is the Tai sword sect? As soon as these words came out, Mo Lee and Granny Whitebone both looked at Jiang Lu in unison, their gazes carrying an unbelievable expression. Spinning around, she looked at the black lady again, with eyes that seemed to say, how did you become a mother? How come you don't even teach your child these basic common sense? Black lady heart aggrieved. She picked up the cubs not many days. At first the cubs are still too small, and then they have been tired to run for their lives, and she did not have much time to teach these things. Nowadays, the barbarians, the human race is flourishing. In particular, the three schools of Xianshi Confucianism are the most prosperous, and the three schools preach the world. However, in the very next moment, Granny Whitebone stared straight at Jiang Lu and slowly opened her mouth, a strong look of scorn surfacing on her face. And among these three families, the 9 sects of the Xianmen, the Spirit Mountain of the Shihua family, and the Confucian Academy are the pinnacle, which is the end of the three families, and all of them are the holy places of the human practitioners. Not only is the foundation incomparably strong, all of them are also as strong as clouds. The head of the 9 clans, the Spirit Mountain Master, and the scholarly husband, all of them are the ultimate in human cultivators. For example, the 9 sects of the Xianmen sect, the head of each generation of the 9 sects is an existence that is at least comparable to that of a half-saint demon. As for the Tai sword sect, Wine Sword Immortal Mo Lee added, the Tai sword sect, then, is one of the top 3 ranked sects of the 9 sects of the Xian sect, and there are even true saints among them. Speaking here, Mo Lee also stared straight at Jiang Lu, and after a long time, he spoke quietly, Little Jiang Lu, are you willing to enter my Tai sword sect and cultivate my Xian sect's wonderful method? Chapter 042. The Black Maiden wants to go. Demons attack the city. Jiang Lu's pupils jolted when he heard this. The 3 schools of Xianshi Confucianism preach the world, and the 9 sects, the Spirit Mountain, and the Academy are the top of the 3 schools. Among them there are existences that stand at the extreme of the human cultivation path, and there are even true saints sitting in the upper 3 of the 9 Xianmen clans, like the towering heavens, which is breathtaking to behold. What a horror this is. Jiang Lu couldn't imagine what kind of light that was. At this moment, he was also ruthlessly moved in his heart. The so-called true saints were also existences equivalent to the demon saints at the 4th stage of the demon race's 10,000 laws realm. Forces with this kind of existence sitting in their midst, if they joined, they would be evening a thick golden thigh. Moreover, the big man also said that he would pass on his Xianmen supreme law. This is awesome to hear. The benefits are really numerous. But in a whirlwind, Jiang Lu dispelled this idea. Although the Xianmen supreme law was good, one had the infinite extrapolator and there was no shortage of feats to use. Really lacking, devouring a huge amount of demon heart. Demon Dan will always harvest the gongfa, and then use the demon lifespan obtained from beheading demons to deduce it. Furthermore, one's hang-ups lay in slaying demons, so if one left the 100,000 mountains and traveled to the boundaries of the human race, it might in turn affect the speed of development. After all, the experiences of his last life had made Jiang Lu profoundly understand that if he joined such a large power among the human race, he would not be able to do things as recklessly as a loner. There are always constraints of various stripes. Most importantly, I'm afraid that the way he looks nowadays is not very acceptable to most people. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Lu made a decision, and then replied, Thank you, Senior, but I can't let go of a Nyang and my master, so I can only fail Senior's good intentions. Well, formal contact with the human race in this world or something, it's better to wait until he cultivates to the 10,000 laws realm. As long as he possessed enough strength, whether he was a human or a demon was just a matter of his thoughts. As for Mo Lee, when he heard this from Jiang Lu, disappointment clearly flashed in his eyes. What's the point of giving up? It's just an excuse. After all, just now he had said that he wanted to talk to Taoist Whitebone about the matter of providing elders, so he didn't believe that with this child's intelligence, he wouldn't be able to hear the deeper meaning. As long as Jiang Lu is willing, it's not a problem at all for him to bring more black snakes who are willing to accept the teachings of the Xianmen sect back to the sect, but unfortunately, Mo Lee did not force, only said, in that case, it is my Tai sword sect does not have this blessing. In the future, if you change your mind, you can come back to find me again. After Mo Lee finished speaking, his entire body transformed into a sword mane and disappeared in place, as if he had never appeared. Going really fast, I don't know who is the one who just said that he wanted to discuss with my old lady about becoming a donor elder? Granny Whitebone's eyes were deep, and she spoke softly in a leisurely manner. She was very unhappy with Emily, but was not surprised by the other party's behavior. Emily, or Tai E Sword Sect, the target was originally that child, and now since that child refused, naturally, he will not separately say that he wants to worship her as an elder. Of course, she hadn't cared to be this elder in the first place. Instead, it was the black lady in Jianglu who looked dumbfounded. These bigots are really acting decisively. Didn't get what I wanted and walked away decisively. Not a word more of nonsense. But soon, this man and demon also came back to their senses. For the black nymphette who grew up in the 100,000 Great Mountains, there were not a few demons she had seen that acted decisively or even with a ruthless heart. Jianglu was also a deep understanding. The last life. He even personally experienced a layer of skin on the tiger to look at the lack of any use of value of people. The eyes of the contempt of the farts in the eyes of the people. Auntie, what were you going to say just now? Jianglu then spoke again, restarting the previous topic. The wine swordsman's arrival and invitation was purely minor. He was still more interested in what the black lady would say and said, I just want to inform you that I am going to leave for a period of time next, and you have to listen to the words of your seniors in Carefree City, said the black lady calmly. But her eyes had already shifted to Jianglu's body, scanning every corner of his body. That eye color was as if she wanted to completely brand Jianglu's entirety. All of it, in the bottom of her eyes. Auntie, you mean you're leaving Carefree City? But why? Didn't we escape here with great difficulty? Jianglu suspiciously sized up the black lady, unable to figure out what mother had gotten herself into. Well, my cultivation has reached the bottleneck. To condense the Dan breakthrough to the great demon realm, I must go out to experience some. But bring you with me and I do not feel at ease, the black maiden said indifferently. Although the tone was flat, Jianglu heard a hint of trembling from its mouth. He immediately realized that his mother might indeed have had considerations in this regard, but the main reason for choosing to leave was most likely not this. Could it have something to do with mother's past experiences? Or did the master say something? Or maybe, is both? As Jianglu pondered, he looked up, and then he only saw the black lady and the white-bone granny making eye contact. He was instantly convinced of what he wanted to do. It seems that what was expected was correct, but just at this moment, Jianglu suddenly heard a roaring sound. Immediately after, an inexplicable coldness surged to the heart. Which is, a demon attack? However, wasn't there 3 10,000 Laws Realm powerhouses in Carefree City? And one of them was even a half-saint. How come? There are demon invasions one after another now? Jianglu subconsciously operated the gong method to mobilize the blood qi in his body. And the surface of his body instantly became covered with hard scales. The feathers behind the back blew a fierce wind, blowing the small stones in the Carefree City in the air, blowing the dust on the ground and yellow sand all over the sky, and also blowing the white-bone granny and the black lady's clothes. At this moment, Granny Whitebone and Black Lady naturally discovered the abnormality. There are actually demons attacking Carefree City again. They are really looking for death. Granny Whitebone's eyes instantly erupted with a dense murderous intent, causing Jiang Niu and Black Lady to break out in a cold sweat. Girl, you talked to the waif. My wife goes to see that thing outside. After saying that, Granny Whitebone reached out her hand and a white streamer emitting a lingering light appeared in her hand. Immediately afterward, an intense ebony light surged from her body, and as a terrifying aura rose up, the hunched figure disappeared into thin air. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, the Black Lady directly turned into the appearance of a large black snake, surrounding Jianglu in layers. As for the rest, is there anything else going on? It's none of my business. The Black Lady only cares about Jianglu's comfort. At this moment, Jianglu's heart gave birth to a faint warmth. This is the taste of being loved. He was not born of his mother, but this care could not be faked. The grace of adoption was greater than heaven. If the other party had not adopted him, he might have died on the river. There is no birth or support, and there is no reward for it, and there is nothing like it. Amma, if you're leaving Carefree City, is it really just to look for a breakthrough opportunity? Unaware of the feelings, Jianglu couldn't help but ask knowingly. The Black Lady didn't say anything, but her huge body was visibly stiffening slightly, and Jianglu was already more certain of the answer in his heart. And just as he was about to ask a follow-up question, he sensed that the coldness that surged through his body was getting thicker and thicker. Demon! It's not just demons from afar that cause it. Right here in the neighborhood, there must be demons spying in the shadows. The Black Lady also directly erected her body while transmitting her voice to Jianglu. Don't talk. Something's coming. Chapter 043, Ghost 13th Lang, Death of a Heavenly Pride. Jianglu shocked, then excited. Afraid of what? This is not a buffet delivered to the door? Heaven and not taking it, but taking the blame for it. As soon as he gently spread his wings, A terrifying hurricane had blown up the entire compound, sweeping in all directions, leaving all lurkers with no place to hide. The Black Lady was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Jianglu to react this way. I told you to keep quiet. And, you turned the house upside down? Logically, at this time, she should have scolded Jianglu and then decisively run away with her child. But now, the Black Lady was actually as if she had been hit by a fixation, and her tail couldn't even move. Because what appeared in front of her was clearly a fox demon whose entire body was no different from that of the human race, with only a pair of ears on its head. Its figure looked handsome and unearthly, but its face was ugly, as if it had been woven from a twisted tangle of chicken claws. The Black Lady's face was serious as she said word for word, Ghost Fox Clan, Ghost 13 Lang, Ghost 13 Lang, the pride of the Ghost Fox Demon Clan to which the Ghost Fox Demon King belongs. The degree of genius is even higher than Lu Qingqing. The cultivation level was also naturally much higher than Lu Qingqing, and it was said that 100 years ago, he had already gone extremely deep in the realm of the Great Demon, and was known as the Ghost Fox Demon Clan's most likely existence to ascend to the sacred path in the past 10,000 years. I didn't expect such a heavenly pride to actually be hiding in this neighborhood. Now things were in trouble. Running was probably out of the question, so he could only stay and try his best to stall for time. As long as he waited until any of the 3 city lords in Carefree City arrived, he would be safe. Jianglu didn't know any Ghost 13 Lang, but looking at his mother's face, he knew that this was a formidable character, and he couldn't help but take a closer look at the other party. Then, the expression on Jianglu's face suddenly became strange. It actually seemed like it was puzzling and confusing. The Black Maiden looked at him and couldn't help but comfort him. Don't be afraid, my son, for my mother is putting her life on the line. She will also protect you. Besides, this is Carefree City. The demons coming from the 100,000 mountains. In the end, we have to take some into account. The words were not yet spoken. Then she saw Jianglu disappear from her side, transforming into a blood-colored stream of light. And the next moment, an incomparably miserable scream resounded in her ears. Seeing the scene that suddenly happened in front of her eyes, the Black Nymphet's pupils contracted violently, and a feeling of disbelief filled every corner of her body. Before she could do anything, she saw Jianglu, drenched in blood and holding a crystal-clear demon heart and a round demon Dan in his left and right hands respectively, return to his side. Auntie, look, we have cultivation resources again. The ugly monster that came this time can be a really good demon. It is too weak. Jianglu's heart was beautiful, and his face was overflowing with joy, as if he didn't even know what kind of shocking thing he had done. For her part, the Black Nymphette has dangled in place, muttering under her breath, I misread it. I must have misread it. The cub is only in the blood-moving realm. How could he dig out the demonic Dan and demonic heart of a heaven's pride-ranked great demon in an instant? You know, just a short while ago, we were still being chased by that Lu Qingqing. Almost didn't run out. Even if it's with the cub's special, it can't be so perverted. Unless, the cub's physique isn't a treasure body at all, but a legendary king body, or a great accomplishment king body. The Black Lady couldn't convince herself of that, no matter how much she thought about it. And at this moment, that Ghost Fox Clan's heavenly pride, Ghost 13 Lang, was even more difficult to believe what had happened to him. If it wasn't for the incomparably sharp pain coming from the blood that was still gurgling from the 2 large bloody holes in its body, it would have wondered if it had been hit by an illusion. Its hallowed condensed Dan Big Demon actually was plucked out by a half-demon brat who hadn't even reached the spirit transformation realm to take the Dan? Not only was that brat so fast that it didn't even have a chance to react, but it only made one move? He himself was only acting on the orders of his old ancestor, taking advantage of the fact that the strong men of Carefree City were attracted to him and slipped in to capture the Black Snake and the cubs by her side. So why did he encounter such horrors? But no matter what Ghost 13 thought, it couldn't change the established fact that it had already happened to him. Losing both the demon pill and demon heart at the same time, even a condensed Dan Great Demon would only be able to die, and his life was rapidly draining away. Soon his consciousness blurred. On his deathbed, he was still thinking, what the hell is this kid? Could it be the brat that old ancestor said he'd capture back and give the Green Snake King a drink? The other side, outside of Carefree City, countless foxes like rolling black clouds surrounded the entire city, and monstrous demonic aura overflowed from it, penetrating straight through the heavenly pass. A figure holding a white streamer shot out from the city and violently rushed within the fox group. The many foxes all hurriedly dodged, but that one figure was too fast for them to avoid. In an instant, dozens of foxes collapsed to the ground, bloodied and mangled, their bones broken beyond recognition, obviously not alive. In just a split second, without even utilizing divine means, just a simple charge killed dozens of Fox Clan demons. And looking at that figure, It was as if it hadn't taken any effort at all, or even just casually. Between the crowd of demons, an old man with a terrifying fury emanating from his body and an extremely ugly face had his gaze locked onto that figure. That figure was none other than Granny Whitebone, who at this moment had just stabilized herself and had just become the focus of the entire scene. Her face was filled with anger as she looked at the ugly old man, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. I thought who dared to offend Carefree City? It turned out to be you. This old fox. What? Is it hard to rely on the identity of the 9 great demon kings and think that I don't dare to kill you? Between words, the white bone streamer in her hand had already released a gust of mist, which had since sends blue fire and transmitted the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. The ugly old man's eyes flashed with a trace of dismay, as if he hadn't thought that Granny Whitebone would be so decisive and ruthless, and also so unforgiving. He hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Fellow Daoist Whitebone, even though Carefree City is a tour regime zone, it doesn't seem to be so far gone that the demon race is not allowed to enter, right? I was only trying to bring the little ones into the city to observe and learn more, and for you to act like this is a bit too overbearing. This ugly old man was also none other than the Ghost Fox Demon King. At the moment, it was hard to say what he thought in his heart, but on his face he was acting dripping with water. It was as if leading such a large number of demons to besiege the city was really just for the sake of observing and learning. The group of demons that had been ferocious just a moment ago were all well behaved at this moment, as if they were all good babies. The killing intent in the eyes of the Whitebone Granny is not reduced at all. The hand of the Whitebone streamer pointed directly to the Ghost Fox Demon King face door. This word. Do you believe in yourself? She had already decided that today, no matter what, she would give this old miscreant something awesome to look at. It was necessary to let the group of guys from the 100,000 mountains see how powerful Carefree City was, and crush their flames. Otherwise, she would have to be annoyed to death if any cat or dog dared to come to Carefree City to cause trouble next. And right at this moment, the breath on the Ghost Fox Demon King, who had already shown weakness just now, boiled violently, and a face that was already ugly to the extreme was almost twisted, making it even more hideous. My good grandson is dead? Chapter 044. All of you are blood eaters. This moment, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have gone quiet. Granny Whitebone's eyes danced slightly, and the expression on her face suddenly became grave. Normally, demons wouldn't have too strong a concept of bloodline, and there were often cases where they ate from different clans, or even from the same clan. This was even more true for Demon King level powerhouses. This was because every Demon King was also in existence that had lived for at least 1,000 years, with countless descendants. Even if they died or injured some of their offspring, they wouldn't be heartbroken. And some Demon Kings would even use their own offspring as a raft for fun. Especially this Ghost Fox Demon King. She but remembered, just 300 years ago, this old undead also personally will a Ghost Fox clan cub to the Green Snake to eat. It was only because Green Snake, at the taste conference, said it would be nice to taste what a Ghost Fox was like. But now this cold-blooded old undead, but sad to such, with the future of the road are buried. It seems that the death is not an ordinary descendant. It is estimated to be the one that is said to be the Ghost Fox 10,000 years not out of the pride of the sky. Without waiting for Granny Whitebone to think more, a loud whistling sound was already coming from in front of her. The Ghost Fox Demon King transformed into a huge ghost fox. A pair of fox claws slapped straight down towards her, and his mouth roared. You Carefree City dared to maim the pride of my clan. This matter of my Ghost Fox clan is not finished with you. Hearing this, Granny Whitebones was shocked in her heart. So there's still the matter of Carefree City in this? Ghost Fox Tianjiu died in Carefree City? When did this happen and how did she not know? But in the very next instant, Granny Whitebones looked back, and she was instantly shocked and furious. How dare you secretly send a great demon to sneak into Carefree City? Still talking about maiming or not maiming, daring to do this matter, deserves to die. Whitebone Granny Iron Face, even dare to engage in such a small action, really do not know how to die. Today will be the moon is not full. She suddenly swept the white bone streamer, releasing an infinite amount of turquoise fire sense and mist, wrapping all the foxes all wrapped in, coldly said, rather you. Today if you do not give you a retribution, do not see my inspiration. Boom! Swinging his claws to smash a cloud of mist around him, the Ghost Fox Demon King was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth together. And he was also unwilling to show weakness. I'll give you the same for these words. Saying that, he actually slapped at the white bone granny again. But just at that moment, a sword light suddenly lit up in the mist. A drunken man arrived with the light of the sword, and he was sighing softly. I have seen many evil guests, but evil guests like this who don't know how many pounds they have are quite rare. Hear that voice. The Ghost Fox Demon King's face changed drastically. However, the white bone granny is slightly headache head. Originally things are still barely within control. She also just want to teach this old undead lesson. will be beaten half dead will be just. But I didn't expect that this one also came with this attitude toward the demon this day. This is afraid that something big is really going to happen. Sure enough, just the next moment, only to see an incomparably powerful aura violently erupt from that silhouette's body, and a grandiose voice resounded between heaven and earth. Since you're here, don't even leave. It just so happens that my little friend is lacking some cultivation resources, and although you and the others are a bit ugly, your blood and flesh are still barely usable. Before the words fell, Granny Whitebone's eyes instantly lit up. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? These are ready-made blood meals. If we kill all these demons here, take their demon hearts and dawn, and then refine their flesh into blood beads, wouldn't it be very beneficial to the Wayfest cultivation? As soon as she thought of this, Granny Whitebone looked at the Ghost Fox Demon King and all the demons with eyes that were completely wrong, as if they had a green light in them. As for the identity of the Ghost Fox Demon King's 9 Demon Kings, it was no big deal. Even if he died here, there wouldn't be any Demon Kings who would say that they would come to avenge him. Even if it came, she wasn't afraid. The dark, cool blue fire that shone on the 2 eager faces made the demon feel a bone-chilling chill creep up his back for no reason. Ghost Fox Demon King looked at such a change of heart beating wildly. How does this have the feeling of suddenly becoming a fish to be slaughtered? At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. The drunken figure immediately disappeared. Granny Whitebone also disappeared into thin air. Ghost Fox Demon King moved. Inside Carefree City, there was a constant stream of voices coming in from outside the city. Whether it was the soldiers who were on the lookout at the city gates, or the Deep Dipper folk among the city wells, all of them could not help but whisper about it. What's going on? I heard that a demon led an army to attack Carefree City. Ha! There is actually this matter? It's really not peaceful lately. Only then there was the Liu family lunatic who came into the city and messed around. And now there's. But I've heard that both Vice City Lords have already stepped in. So I think it will be resolved soon. Oh, it's alright then. Even the Wine Sword Immortal has stepped in. Those demons outside are dead. Many of the residents in Carefree City suddenly laughed as they talked, as if they were talking about something funny. However, at this very moment, a swift hurricane swiftly arced up within the large city. It came as hard as a north wind rolling over the ground. Those with low cultivation levels were immediately startled like birds and beasts and scattered. However, those beings with high cultivation levels, but regardless of whether they were human or demon, their eyes all lit up at this moment. That direction, if I'm not mistaken, seems to be where the White Bone Granny's mansion is located? Interesting, a hurricane has actually risen in Granny's mansion, blowing the house up into the sky. I don't know what happened there. I heard that Granny's disciple was there. I hope nothing happened. However, is it possible that it's a demon invasion? It's not possible that a demon is thinking of taking advantage of the fact that Granny is attracted away and taking advantage of the situation to do something, right? That won't do. Granny usually treats us well. Now we can't just stand by and watch? How about going along to take a look? The words fell. Dark shadows swept between the wells of Carefree City. Wisps of mania constantly washed over the entire Carefree City, and in the meantime, within the whitewashed building, a beast-eared figure with 2 large holes in its body closed its eyes unwillingly and collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the corpse transformed into a huge ghost fox, which still had 2 large holes in its chest and abdomen. It was clearly the Ghost 13 who had his heart ripped out of his den. That's dead? It's really dead? Killed by the cub. The black nymphet's face was blank, her gaze dull, and she obviously hadn't slowed down yet. Right then, it's me who did it. Oh, I can protect and Yang from now on. Jiang Lu smiled and looked up, his eyes full of excitement. I don't know whether it's because of the power to protect those who matter, or whether it stems from an infinite vision of the future. And just then too, the familiar panel unfolds before your eyes. Killed the great demon Ghost 13. Total life expectancy 1,000 years. 470 years remaining. Looting complete. Current demon lifespan 1,446 years. Chapter 045. Anyang. It's time to eat rice. Network error. From https://32995/saner/45811228723/627422629. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. Chapter 046. Fox Corpse. Spiritual flesh. Chopping demons. A gust of wind blew through. It blew the hair and bones of the demons and people present, and they couldn't help but feel a jolt. That tender child's voice came into the ears, but it was like a funeral song that hypnotized people. Obviously, the appearance of Jiang Lu holding 2 bloody things in his hands, grinning with his mouth open, smiling with his morose white teeth glowing coldly in the daylight, had left a shadow in their hearts that they could not get rid of. Only by actually experiencing it do you realize how scary this scene really is. The corner of the black lady's eyes kept fluttering as her emotions became a little disturbed. Was her cub using these residents of Carefree City as food as well? Her hands had picked up Jiang and pressed him into her arms. Ha! The body suddenly hangs in the air. And Jiang eyes are puzzled. What is mother doing? Isn't mother hungry? But the demon blood and flesh was right here. It would be a waste not to eat it. Jiang eyes couldn't help but look towards the corpse of the gigantic ghost fox. Well, the wounds have stopped bleeding. If you don't eat it again, it won't be fresh. At this moment, the crowd of demons and human races, their eyes moved along with Jiang eyes. Seeing Jiang gaze fall on that ghost fox's corpse, all of them couldn't help but let out a fierce sigh of relief in their hearts. It was rash of them to come and watch the fun this time. If this cub had turned on them, then they would more than likely have gotten themselves killed here. Now that it's just a shock, you should simply burn in hell. Even the black lady was relieved to raise his eyes to the many residents of Carefree City not far away, intending to open his mouth to say something. Once she got rid of all these guys, she wouldn't have to be so scared anymore. But just then, the child in her arms suddenly slipped out. The gazes of the crowd of demons and people not far away instantly became terrified. Exquisite to the point of being flawless, the child came as fast as lightning to the corpse of the ghost fox. Under the gaze of a single eye, he bit through the crystal-clear demon heart and gulped down all the essence blood in it. Immediately after that, he stuffed the still bloody demon pills into the crotch of his pants, and then crushed the head of the ghost fox with one foot. And after doing all this, the expression on his face didn't change in the slightest, and even all of them still had a faint smile on them, as if he had just stepped on an ant. It was as if there was still a hint of intent in those eyes. Such a scene was even more chilling, and the demons were also covered in sweat. Demon! This kid is a demon. Obviously, he was only a half demon, but this ruthlessness that could look at you with a smile and also kill you with a smile was even more like a demon than these real demons of theirs. However, also in the next moment, their eyes began to gradually tend to numb, only to see that a small figure stood between the red and white. His body violently grew snake-like scales. His hands probed into the demonic body of the ghost fox. Rip! With a crisp tearing sound, the demonic body of the ghost fox was directly torn into two halves, red and white, like marble-patterned ghost fox meat presented in the daylight. There was not the slightest earthy odor, but rather a faint fragrance that overflowed from it. Jiang eyes immediately lit up as he directly tore off a piece of meat with his hand and put it in his mouth to chew. In this instant, he only felt unimaginable freshness bursting from his lips, as if even his tongue was about to melt. The most rare thing was that as this piece of flesh and blood entered his stomach, a warm current actually rose within his body. It was as if the bottleneck of the fleshly body had slightly loosened to touch again, worthy of being a condensed Dan-grade demon that has cultivated for hundreds of years. This blood and flesh have been cleansed of lead, unlike the blood and flesh of the blood transformation realm demons that are still fishy and smelly. And the effect is also good. The effect of this piece of flesh and blood is almost as good as the demonic heart of a spirit transformation realm demon. It is simply called spiritual flesh. Jiang lamented in his heart. Then, ignoring the eyes that had been shocked to the point of numbness, he directly plopped down on the body of this huge ghost fox and began to gnaw on it, blowing hair and drinking blood, ruthless as a gazelle eating grass. The black lady's face had twisted in an unsightly manner. The other spectators who had surrounded this scene were even more stunned, not knowing what kind of attitude to use to face what was in front of them. This tiny figure was like an Asura crawling out of hell, more evil than a demon, more wicked than a devil. The next moment, this crowd of onlookers will be shocked as birds and beasts scattered. Each and every one of them was more eager than when they came, not seeing the slightest trace of the calmness with which they came. Whether they were gorgeously dressed or in rags, they were all rolling away at this moment, as if there were evil spirits chasing after them. And just at that moment, a sword chi that looked like a stroke of ink flashed across the sky, hanging high in the dome of the sky. Immediately afterward, a voice with 7 points of drunkenness resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. This sword cuts down demons. For a moment, the entire world seemed to stand still. Whether it was the Carefree City watchers who were fleeing, the black maiden with an iron face, or Jiang who was gnawing on the demon's flesh and blood, all were deeply shocked by this sword. And in the next instant, a sharp and severe scream resounded in the heavens and earth, shaking the sky for 100 miles. What a demon-slaying sword! What a mighty wine sword immortal! Oli, today you broke my arm. You Carefree City mutilated my clan's heavenly pride, and also killed thousands of my clan's sons and daughters. This revenge, I'll remember it, in the coming day, will not rest with you. As soon as the words fell, another white flag was seen rising from the sky, and Granny Whitebone's voice resounded in the heavens and earth. There's no need for another day, just today. Leave your life here. Subsequently, Another huge boom came from above the sky. The sound was like thunder. Seeing this scene, the living beings of the entire Carefree City were all in a stupor, staring blankly at the sky wall above. Even Gangstream was no exception. At the moment he swallowed the meat stuffed in his mouth and couldn't help but gulp. So this is the second stage of the 10,000 Laws realm. The true power of a Demon King powerhouse? Previously, Master Teacher still stayed his hand in the end. Such power can be enviable. A sense of yearning arose in Jian Lu's body. This was the first time he felt that he was still incomparably small after possessing the kind of power he had now. Master's white streamers are bizarre and unpredictable, and cannot be defended against. Wine Sword Immortal's sword was as powerful as thunder. Even if he is not comparable to when he just crossed over, and he has been able to tear down a great demon with his hands when he was taken by surprise, he can. If you are facing such a strong person yourself but still simply do not even have a chance to make a move. But Jiang Lu was not discouraged. Looking at the sky, his young body gradually burst out a forward-looking, grandiose momentum. He pursed his lips, his voice childish but firm. A great man should be as such. He can take his place. The words were not yet spoken. A sword light swept by. Just see a drunken figure. One hand holding a red skin gourd, pouring wine into his mouth. One hand holding a huge fox claw. Imperial flying sword came. Immediately afterward, that one huge fox claw descended from the sky and landed directly in front of Jiang Lu, collapsing the ground into a large pit. Seeing this, Jiang Lu hurriedly looked up, but the figure had already disappeared into the distance, and only the drunken voice was faintly heard from the sky. Come by the wind with your sword, and get rid of the demons between heaven and earth. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Little friend, this object will be gifted to you. Eat more meat, grow up quickly, and in the future you and I will drink wine together, and chop demons. 39207171, Chapter 047, Hairless Monkey, Nine-Headed Python, Demon Heart Cold. Network error, from https://32995/saner/45811228723/627737170. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. Chapter 048, Demonic Chi and Demonic Traces, Deducing the Golden Snake 3 Flower Pupils. At those words, Granny Whitebones both froze for a moment. The visitor in front of her she recognized. This was the leading person of the younger generation of the Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan, Wu Chi-Chi. It is said that Chan and that Black Snake were the best of friends, but betrayed Black Snake 100 years ago, and thus flipped out with him, and has been crazy ever since. But shouldn't this crazy be locked up in the clan by those old men of the Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan? Why is it here? Who is Little Blackie? Again? Is it hard to believe it's that Black Snake? Granny Whitebone gripped her white bone streamer tightly, and she was ready to use her last resort to escape. But just at that moment, a demonic light suddenly bloomed in the eyes of Wu Chi-Chi in front of her. Wu Chi-Chi's neck turned in a weird position in her direction, and her hoarse voice sounded again. You have the smell of Koriko. It seems that you have seen Koriko. Take me to her. Saying that, Wu Chi-Chi's body released a golden light brightly in those eyes, actually altogether covered with a layer of black mist. After this black mist appeared, it also spread towards other parts of its body, making it even more bizarre. Granny Whitebone looked like she could see what was going on, and her face changed drastically. It became incredibly grave and ugly, seemingly illusory, not illusory. Blindfolded pus, growth of strength, confused the minds of living beings. Is this same moment in the Carefree City, within the sword mound? Only then did he return to his couch. Lying down, Emily felt the red leather gourd around his waist shake. His eyes snapped open and looked in the direction of the 100,000 mountains, filled with gravity. Demonization gourd moving devil trail appeared. This 100,000 mountains inside actually came out a devil, a true demon. This is a much trickier existence than the so-called demons. I hope it hasn't had time to grow up yet, Emily murmured softly under his breath. And then also the very next moment, a sword light rose up from the sword mound. His figure disappeared into thin air. In the meantime, inside the cave on Hulu Mountain, the Demon Kings led by the Green Snake King ate white bones all over the place, their faces and bodies covered in blood. Just as they were having fun, their expressions all became alarmed, apparently sensing something as well. The Green Snake Great King put down the half-shoot arm in his hand and violently turned his head to stare at a red-trained snake. That old undead's aura has disappeared, replaced by a trace of demonic aura if any. You go to the Ghost Fox clan's territory and see what's going on. Hearing these words, the red lining snake's face instantly became extremely ugly, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything more, and simply led the order and left. The crowd of Demon Kings sank their faces, staring at the blood food on the table without saying anything, all without the cheerfulness of the party. It was also unknown whether it was because of the disappearance of the Ghost Fox Demon King's aura, or because of the trace, if any, of demonic aura that they had also sensed. 3 days later, Jiang Lu sat cross-legged within the walls of the dilapidated house, his body's chi and blood bulging and his veins rippling. His entire originally white skin took on a strange red color, and the wings behind him also became blood red. He felt the changes in his body and remembered his crazy act of swallowing blood and flesh 3 days ago. It felt like I had been hasty after all, and even in the dystopia, binge drinking wasn't feasible. Although originally, his cultivation had almost reached the extreme of the blood-moving realm, and his physique was close to completing the breakthrough from treasure body to king body. But swallowing a condensed Dan Great Demon's demon heart, a condensed Dan Great Demon's flesh and blood, and an arm of at least a 10,000 laws realm demon all at once, it's also really a bit overcompensated. At this moment, Jiang Lu didn't dare to relax in the slightest awe. In such a situation, if it was someone else, I'm afraid that the slightest inattention would be the end of being shocked by the energy in his body to the point of bursting and dying. Even if he were to be replaced today, he would be injured without dying if he was not careful. How dare he slack off? But, this is also precisely my chance. Well, if I can rely on this energy, to complete the breakthrough of the physique and the cultivation in the blood-moving realm. A flash of anticipation also flashed under Jiang Lu's eyes. The energy that was constantly pouring out of the body was certainly horrifying. But only such a vast amount of energy could support him to break the shackles and complete the final cultivation of powerful bull magic, realizing the metamorphosis of his physique to a king body. And when his physique metamorphosis was complete, he would be able to stop suppressing his realm as well, and could proceed to end the blood-moving mirror's cultivation and charge towards the spirit transformation realm. After all, moving the blood mirror was the most basic and crucial step in the demon cultivation system. The extreme cultivated with a treasure body was definitely different from the extreme cultivated with a king body. And what Jiang Lu pursued was the strongest of them all. But as time went on, Jiang Lu began to realize, no matter how one cultivated, no matter how one grew one's chi and blood, polished one's sinews and bones, and tempered one's flesh, one was just never able to take that final step. He began to realize that he was afraid that this last step was not just as simple as mere accumulation, but perhaps it would require a little bit of some other kind of opportunity. What exactly is still missing? I've polished and tempered my fleshly body nowadays, even encompassing that piece of skin. So what exactly is still missing? The thoughts in Jiang Lu's mind came to an abrupt end. Suddenly, he remembered the feats that he had previously ignored. The golden snake with 3 flowering pupils. Right. This is it. The cultivation of powerful bull magic and spirit snake vomiting method complement each other. The two include almost the entire body up and down, including the teeth. But ignore eyes. For the current Jiang Lu, the eyes were still the most vulnerable part of his entire body. It is also his brokenness, the only place in his whole body that has not yet been quenched and polished to perfection. Perhaps, the opportunity for the precious body to break through to the king's body is that the flesh body is flawless and all complete? Jiang Lu thought of this and immediately opened the panel. Current technique. Golden snake 3-flower pupil, uninitiated. Current demon lifespan, 1, 446 years, transformable. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Lu directly poured his demonic lifespan into the golden snake 3-flower pupil. Although this technique is only a pupil art, the effect is also very simple. That is, after the completion of the pupil can release a green aura, the soul of the person who is illuminated by the light will be drawn away from the body. But pupillage is, to put it bluntly, eye-refining. It might solve your own immediate needs and is well worth a try. In the first year, you carefully studied the technique, and you understood that the key to cultivating this technique lies in gathering chi and blood to impact the specific acupoints in the eyes, and drawing special demonic patterns within the eyes. Just because the practice of this method involves the eyes, you do not dare to try it easily, and only simulate the practice process in your mind. In the second year, you felt that you had achieved something in your study of the Kung Fu, and you mobilized your blood and demonic energy and began to try to cultivate the golden snake 3-flower pupil. In 3 years' time, your cultivation is getting better, and you've even begun to hit the key acupoints. 7th year, you're blind. The corners of Jiang Lu's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. It seems that the cultivation of this method is really still difficult. The longevity that might be consumed to deduce it was feared to be more than he had expected. Just figuring out the correct cultivation route could take hundreds of years. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Lu's mind moved. Unity Sun, transform a pearl of eternal life. 1,000 years of demon life has been consumed. Transformation successful. Current number of eternal life jewels, 1. Eternal longevity pearl. When used during the deduction of a technique, it opens the perspective of a demon and randomly assists the deduction with the perspective of a demon who has practiced the technique. Still without hesitation, Jiang Lu once again infused his longevity into the golden snake 3-flower pupil, and at the same time invested the eternal longevity treasure pearl as well. Demon lifespan and so on. Should spend or have to use. Otherwise if you cannot use and no difference. The big deal is to spend it all and go back to painting. There are plenty of demons in the world anyway. I just hope that this thing that has consumed 1,000 years of demon life to obtain, I hope it won't be a disappointment. Chapter 049. Nine-headed serpent monster. King body beginning. Network error. From https://32995/saner/45811228723/628215333. HTML failed to retrieve the content of this paragraph. Chapter 050. Impacting the spirit of transformation. The true devil's saying. Name, Jiang Lu. Race, human. Current techniques, spirit snake exhalation technique. Powerful bull magic. Yellow immortal nascent soul technique. Bloodshed dragon elephant power. Dragon elephant demon volt. Sun demon wind and cloud wings. Bloodshed 3-flower pupils. You can consume longevity to deduce the technique and get the corresponding enhancement. Current remaining lifespan, 10 years. Current demon lifespan, 320 years. Demon's lifespan can be used to deduce techniques, and cannot be interchanged with one's own lifespan. Physique, powerful bull demon body. Cultivation, blood-moving realm perfection, half-demon realm perfection. Looking at the attribute panel that was updated again, Jiang Lu's excitement had calmed down somewhat. Perhaps it was because I had watched too many novels and TV dramas in my previous life, and then I felt that it was just like that. Himself is now strong, with his physique completely metamorphosed to the king body, and after it was no longer suppressed. His cultivation had also come to the point of moving blood realm consummation. Jiang Lu's hand tearing down the great demon was now completely trivial. Even he felt that he was an almost invincible existence under the 10,000 laws realm. However, if they were to face a strong person of the 10,000 laws realm, they would still be somewhat inadequate. Let us put aside the strong people of the latter 4 stages. Just say that the strong people of the second stage of the 10,000 laws realm titled Demon King. Anyway, Jiang Lu felt that unless he relied on a sneak attack, he could not go more than one move in the hands of his master, her old man. Of course, relying on the bloodshed triple blossom pupil might also be able to do it in another, more alternative way. After all, the difference between the golden snake 3-flower pupils is that the bloodshed 3-flower pupils not only has the ability to release light that draws out the soul and takes in the hearts and minds of demons. What's more, he could also imprison the other party's soul in his own eyes, and through the manipulation of the other party's soul, he could achieve the manipulation of the other party's body, and make the other party fall into his own puppet. This ability was extraordinarily effective against snake-type demons, and it was no surprise that under the 10,000 laws realm, Jiang Lu was completely capable of enslaving snake-type demons across a large realm. Even snake demons whose cultivation had already reached the 10,000 laws realm would be hit if they were not careful. So as long as Jiang Lu worked hard and enslaved enough snake demons, he might be able to rely on these demons to fight the white bone granny head-on without losing. However, Jiang Lu wouldn't do that. If it was true that he had put together such a large number of snake demons, they would have already entered his stomach. External forces are ultimately external forces. Where is the peace of mind of using one's own power? A moment later, Jiang Lu then closed his eyes once again. Prepare to launch an attack toward the spirit transformation realm, or the demon transformation realm. The spirit transformation realm of the 4 great realms of demons and demons was the process by which demons and demons remodeled their true selves, to complete the metamorphosis of the physical body to the true spirit. Thus it would also be necessary to complete the 3 stages of refining the horizontal bones, condensing the spiritual body, and remodeling the physical body. But Jiang Lu was different. Demon cultivation was to condense a humanoid spirit body, but he was condensing a demon spirit. Moreover, he didn't need to go through the process of refining the horizontal bones, so he could directly start condensing the demon spirit. Once the condensation is successful, it is directly entering the second stage of the spirit transformation realm, also as it was in the original deduction. The other side. A loud laugh rang out from the Black Lady's house, which had also been baptized by the hurricane and was in a state of disrepair. My son's breath has risen again, and the exuberance of his chi and blood is better than that of a great demon at the peak of the condensed Dan. I think that in a matter of days he will be able to achieve the transformation of the spirit. It is really a genius. The Black Maiden looked at where Jiang Lu was, and a hint of disappointment flashed through her pale golden eyes. This way, they mother and son is really too difficult, and now the cubs are giving her surprises. One after another, there is no greater joy than this in the matter of child rearing. At the same time, the Black Lady was feeling a bit of trepidation. Fortunately, he picked up the cub. Otherwise the cub such a heavenly pride if he died in the river. It is a great loss to the desolate, ancient world. Thinking of this, the Black Lady remembered Granny Whitebone again. and her eyes gradually became firm. Senior is right. My son is so outstanding. Even the demon god palace successive generations of demon kings are afraid that there are not many with such qualifications. Once it grows up, it will definitely be able to slaughter all those pretentious and lofty demon kings, eating their flesh and drinking their blood, avenging the blood hatred of my predecessors, as well as me. I as a mother have to help him arm is, when to help him shake on the green clouds, even if, need to use that thing. So she gave Riverrun a reluctant look. Turning around, he headed towards the outside of Carefree City. The black lady had wanted to say goodbye to Jianglu, but it was a pity that she hadn't found the opportunity. In that case, let's wait until later. Wait for her, to fetch for the cubs that led to her tragedy, the source of the racial fiasco, the heavy treasure of inheritance that the demon king coveted. It seems that this little girl is determined. This is good. She and White Bones are carrying too much, too bitter. Those little guys in the 100,000 mountains are also acting more and more out of tune, and now they have all forced out a true devil, so it's time to clean up the cleaning. In a place unknown to the Black Lady, within the city lord's mansion, the Carefree City lord turned his own eyes in the direction of the 100,000 mountains, the ghost fox territory. His eyes carried an expression that no one could tell how complicated it was, and it was not clear whether it was joy or sorrow, regret or lamentation. At this point, within the ghost fox territory, the white-boned granny leaned on the streamer and sat there like a wooden man, not moving, because she saw what kind of horrible state the Wu Chi-Chi in front of her was in. Magic. The one standing in front of her was no longer some heavenly pride of the Thousand Eyes heavenly centipede clan, but a true demon that cannot be killed, cannot be destroyed, and cannot be understood. This was something that had been classified as taboo among all the races, with a powerful and bizarre existence. The so-called demon was only a title that had risen because since the 10,000 races had united for the Koshi swing in the past, the ancient true demon had almost become extinct. At first, it only referred to those demon races that acted like true demons, and then it became customary to refer to the demon races as demons. And the so-called demonic cultivators of the human race are merely the human race who imitate the demonic cultivation. Ask a true demon how scary it is. There was once a half-saint powerhouse at the third stage of the 10,000 Dharma realm who attempted to annihilate a demon whose realm was far below his. It looked like a success at the time. As a result, that half-saint, however, was seized and turned into a devil, without any hesitation. Facing a true demon, even in her heyday, Granny Whitebone did not dare to have the slightest slackness, not to mention still being seriously injured today. I'm afraid she won't be able to go back if she's not careful about this. Why don't you say something? Could it be that you haven't seen little Blackie? But you clearly have his scent on you, so why don't you want to tell me? That's my favorite little black guy. Right at this moment, the smile on Wu Chi-Chi's face, who saw that Granny Whitebone didn't say anything, was getting deeper and deeper, and was also getting closer and closer to her. Granny Whitebone's heart thumped, and the blood in her entire body seemed to have suddenly frozen. True demons can be born in the ground or transformed from other races of beings later in life. There is no clan in the world that can say what conditions need to be met in order to become a true demon. The only thing I know is that it has to do with obsession. And anyone who turns into a true demon afterward will have an unbreakable obsession. And this true demon's obsession in front of him was clearly the survivor of the Black Water Basilisk 100 years ago. Her disciple's mother, the Black Lady. Alas, what a sinful fate. Thinking of this, Granny Whitebone couldn't help but let out a sigh in her heart. And just at this moment, a sword light suddenly arrived from the sky and pierced straight through Wu Chi-Chi's chest. Vaguely, Granny Whitebone also saw a figure holding a redskin gourd come out of that sword light. The other side looked at her oddly and said, "Fellow Daoist, why are you here? Also, injured like this?" Chapter 051. We will kill the demons that Senior can't kill. Granny White Tiger, however, did not answer his question and was only looking at his hand, the one holding the sword. Ryoko, Fong slowly spoke, being unjust, this kind of thing is not rare in the 100,000 mountains, get used to it. On the contrary, it is you, Taoist friend. How did you come? Still directly contacting the true demon. It is a bit too big to be true. Look, that demonic chi has already wrapped around your wrist along the sword. Granny Whitebone's brows crumpled into a pile as quickly as possible. However, the wine sword immortal Amoli as the face does not change color. Casually glanced, actually seems to be enjoying winding in their hands. Hazy black magic gas. Then, with a thought, the red-skinned gourd in his left hand instantly erupted with suction. It seems like this kind of weak demonic gas, and it was directly sucked into the lake, and disappeared forever. Not anymore, Emily said indifferently. Granny Whitebone raised her eyes, and she couldn't help but feel more than a little strange in her eyes. The thread of demonic aura had really disappeared. Even she couldn't perceive it. As a strong person at the second stage of the 10,000 laws realm, and at such a close distance, it was impossible for her not to perceive it if it still existed. So the truth must be that this wine sword immortal had performed some sort of secret method to take the demonic energy into the gourd and then completely annihilate it. That gourd must not be simple. And this kind of secret method is also undoubtedly quite terrifying. If only it was back in the day, my old lady could have met a strong person who had mastered such a secret method. Granny Whitebone could not help but think of her own unpleasant past, and sighed secretly in her heart. But she didn't ask anything more. Some things are in the past. They are in the past. Things that can't be changed. And I am afraid that this kind of secret method is also an untransmitted secret in the Tai Sword sect, and his own position does not have any room to ask more questions. It was also at this moment that Mo Lee's face changed slightly, as if he had sensed something. A slight smirk spread across his eyes, as if he had come across something that had caught his interest, but it was filled with a strong murderous intent. A true devil is a true devil. Even if he is penetrated through the heart, he will not die. Instead, he will grow back on his own. Infinite, that heavenly Father. Then in that case, my sword is not unfavorable. As soon as these words came out, Granny Whitebone felt that heaven and earth had suddenly gone cold. It was as if there was an indescribable killing aura that pushed right up to the demon's brow. All of a sudden, the ink and water-colored swordlight swept up like a shocking bolt and chopped towards Wu Qiqi. Wu Qiqi's miserable white face looked even more bizarre under this swordlight. She didn't try to dodge, because this sword had been too fast for her to avoid it. She could only slam the thousands of eyes on her body open. To go and take and fight this sword hard. Granny Whitebone gently shook her head, a creepy smile appearing at the corner of her lips. In the end, there is still too much of a difference in realms, so perhaps it's not certain that Dao Friend Mo can really completely kill this true demon. In this same split second, a blood flower bloomed in front of his eyes. Mo Lee's sword had already cut across Wu Qiqi's throat, almost decapitating his head. A look of dismay flashed across the Whitebone Granny's face, blinked, and laughed again. Your friend's sword is very sharp. It's just a pity that it's still a little bit worse. Mo Lee still said indifferently. 48,000 years ago, under the Kunlun mountains of the human race, the complaining woman became a demon, killed 10,000 people, and did not know where she was. 30,000 years ago, the black lotus grew in the merit pool of the Sakyamuni spiritual mountain. The Buddha statue shed blood and tears, and the previous Buddha master sacrificed his body to feed the devil, so that it was barely suppressed. 16,000 years ago, today's Carefree City place born corpse incense magic potatoes. There is a real demon breeding. Demon Father rate 10 demon saints to get rid of the devil. 10 saints all fell. Demon respect injury. After 10,000 years ago passed away, and 3,000 years ago, you corpse demon clan land among the true devil out of the world. That true devil on the realm, but equivalent to the demon race to transform the spirit, but almost extinguished your entire clan. His words were not light or heavy, drifting like clouds into the ears of Granny Whitebone. The Whitebone Granny suddenly looked up and laughed miserably, and said sternly, "So, you want to tell me that it is not your sword that is unfavorable, but that the true devil is too strong? Also as, in the beginning, my clan lifted up, the strength of the clan was also almost overthrown by that devil?" Mo Lee did not reply, but looked towards Wu Qiqi's place. Then with a toss of his left hand, he threw the red skin gourd in his hand into the air. Once that gourd was out of his hand, it grew against the wind, and in an instant it was like a small mountain, only to see a crimson hot light swept through from it. Wu Qiqi also disappeared in the field of vision, was actually caught inside the gourd just like this, without resistance. This kind of sight made Granny Whitebone's heart couldn't help but be quite astonished. Mo Lee, on the other hand, withdrew his gaze and turned to Granny Whitebone and said, "Taoist friend's understanding is not a little too biased. My generation cannot walk their own, cannot be blamed for the road is not flat thing. What I want to say is, since we know the strength of the true devil, we have to become stronger than it. And if this road doesn't work, we have to do it by another road. The demons that seniors can kill, we will kill. And the demons we can't kill, we will kill." Such words made Granny Whitebone's heart tremble. The wine sword immortal is really good in wanton. No wonder it can be ranked as one of the 8 great sword immortals of the human race, just for this temperament. Who can not love Ah? These words caused goosebumps to rise all over her body even as a demon king powerhouse. Suddenly, Granny Whitebone looked like she remembered something and jerked her head toward Emily and said, "Fellow Daoist's chest has a gully. I'm truly impressed. It's just as well that you've come. I'm having trouble moving, so I'd like to ask you, fellow Daoist, to help me take out the demonic pills and demonic hearts of that ghost fox demon king and that 9-headed fire python beside it. Right. Don't forget to refine its flesh and blood into flesh and blood essence. This is also a great tonic. You're really not polite, fellow Daoist." Emily smiled, not saying no or yes. As a result, just in the next moment, Granny Whitebone's voice rang out again. It's just right to take it back to the waifs to make up for them. With these, I think they will be able to complete the blood-moving realm's cultivation very quickly. Emily's expression changed instantly. His fingers slightly raised, and 2 sparks flew out from his fingertips, landing directly on top of the demonic bodies of the Ghost Fox Demon King and the 9-headed Fire Python. Within a short time, 6 beads appeared on the original position of these 2 demonic corpses, and in the meantime, 100 miles away from Emily and Granny Whitebone, a huge red train snake quickly ran in the direction of Hewlett Mountain like lightning. It's still muttering under its breath. It's bad. The Ghost Fox King and the Fire Python Lady are dead. There is also the granddaughter of the Thousand Eyes Demon King who actually entered the devil, and was taken away by that sword immortal of Carefree City, not knowing whether she is dead or alive. Now I'm afraid that the entire 100,000 mountains are going to change. I must quickly inform the Great King before I can. The next day, Carefree City, with the half-saint demon in charge. Very little happened here. The biggest is nothing more than whose boy climbed the wall of whose mother-in-law and aunt, and the black-hearted merchant peed into the wine jar and then packaged it as a superb wine. But just today, a news that was enough to cause the entire Carefree City to have a huge earthquake spread. The Deputy City Master Whitebone Granny is seriously injured and dying. After experiencing a great battle with the Ghost Fox Demon King, he only went deep into the opponent's territory, exchanging injuries for lives. And just like that, he forcefully killed 2 10,000 Dharma Realm demons. Less than half an hour after the news was spread, the whole Carefree City, wherever there is well water, are spreading this matter. Jiang Lu, who had ended his cultivation, naturally heard about it inevitably. He frowned slightly, with more than a hint of confusion in his eyes. There is no longer any Anyang scent in the house next to him. I don't know where it has gone. And now there is the news of Master's serious injury. I only practiced for one night. How come so many things happened? Chapter 052. Bone Raw Blood Melting Pill. Half a life. Between the thoughts are confused. Jiang Lu's eyes gradually become firm. If I am strong enough, and my mother is missing, I can go and get her back. When my master is seriously injured, I can go and kill the demons that hurt my master. Skin them, eat their flesh and swallow their pills. But I'm still too weak now. Too weak to walk into the depths of 100,000 mountains. Otherwise, if they encountered a 10,000 laws realm demon, then perhaps they would have to stay there for eternity. In the meantime, beyond the Sword Mound in Carefree City, many differently shaped beings stood straight up, all of them looking into the Sword Mound, as if there was something very interesting inside, and such an odd scene attracted more residents of Carefree City to watch. In this Carefree City, there are already hundreds of thousands of houses like a game of chess, 12 streets like vegetable beds, and now all the people and all the demons are crowding towards the Sword Mound, which makes it even more crowded in shoulder to shoulder. What are you all looking at? Many unknown beings stared around with wide eyes. Yo, you guys don't know anything? What's the point of coming then? Everyone is here to see how Granny Whitebone is doing. Since you don't have this intention, then don't get in the way. Some demons who knew the inside story said nonchalantly. There were even a few hints of sarcasm in his tone, though it had been clear for a long time that not many of these many people were expected to come purely to visit. After all, for an existence like theirs located at the bottom of the 100,000 mountains, both the 2 Vice City Lords and the 9 Demon Kings of the 100,000 mountains were unattainable existences. Since it was unattainable, it meant that there was no intersection, and there was no such thing as a sentimental heart when one side was injured or wiped out. And at this moment in the middle of the Sword Mound, Granny Whitebone and Emily were sitting opposite each other, and their faces were both not looking too good. Granny Whitebone obviously did not expect that she had only just returned to the city, and the news of her injury had actually spread all over the city. How in the world did this information get out, and even the details are almost exactly the same with no difference? Could it be, as if she had thought of something? Granny Whitebone's eyes became a bit off as she looked at Emily, and Emily didn't say anything to explain anything. He just secretly clenched his fists, because Emily knew that this matter could not be explained clearly. After all, although he and the Whitebone Taoist friend is returned together, but the Whitebone Taoist friend and the Ghost Fox Demon King of that battle know this detailed, but also only his own. Even Emily himself didn't know who else besides himself would be the source of the information. Is it hard to believe that there is some unseen presence? There's something wrong. Those who could simultaneously conceal themselves from the eyes of 2 10,000 Dharma realm existences, him and Taoist Whitebone, would have to be at least at the same level. And what is the point of having a being like that act in such a way that it's hidden? Big can also be a little more open and honest. Emily secretly sighed in his heart. It was better to think that he should not open his mouth. Since it can't be explained, then don't explain it. And, He doesn't need to explain it to anyone. As for the pushers behind the scenes, Emily can only say that the immeasurable that heavenly fathers, that guy had better pray that he will not be found by him, or he will definitely eat that guy black alive. Suddenly, Emily's ears rang with the voice of Granny Whitebone, and he had long been accustomed to Granny Whitebone's style of suddenly opening her mouth. Are those little guys out there coming at us? Or else would you go dispatch them? Fellow Dioist? Immeasurable that heavenly father, you damn well know how to make people. Well, those little guys dispatched? But also bother to ask the Taoist friend to go to help me to give all the harvest this time to the wearer. After all, I am now this appearance. Afraid of scaring him, I do not know if you are willing to run a trip, giving the little one cultivation resources? Emily froze, apparently also not expecting Granny Whitebone to suddenly change the topic to this. Should this go? Of course I'm going. He didn't hesitate for a second. This was a great opportunity to get closer to the little guy. As long as he could always maintain a good relationship with the little guy, it would be easier to invite the little guy into the Tai Sword sect when he became more familiar with it in the future. Yes, of course, Emily answered with an open mouth, and incidentally pulled out a small jade bottle from his pocket and threw it into Granny Whitebone's hand. This is my Tai Sword sect secret, Bone Melting Blood Dan. This Dan can help you recover from your injuries faster, so it will be gifted to you, my friend. Before the words fell, his figure had already disappeared in place. Only the Whitebone Granny, who was holding the jade bottle in her arms and was full of surprise and helplessness, was left behind. Surprised that this Tai Sword sect's secret biography of the Bone Melting Blood Dan, Emily actually casually took out to send her? One must know that although this Dan is not as miraculous as the Dragon Tiger Golden Dan, it is still a sacred Dan for healing. Its claim is that as long as there is still a breath can save the life of the elixir, which is equivalent to carrying a second life, is also very precious. It was said that in the past, the current head of the Dan sect, one of the 9 sects of the Shinmen sect, refined this Dan when he succeeded the head of the sect. At the time of the completion of the Dan, he attracted the 5-colored Dan Thunder, reversing the situation in one fell swoop, defeating all those who coveted the position of the head of the sect, and seizing the position of the head of the sect. However, since the Dan sect leader after hundreds of years, until now, there is no Dan cultivator to master the refining method of this Dan. Therefore, even among the 9 sects of the human Shin sect, this Dan was a difficult Dan to find. As a result, now it is actually taken out by Emily and gifted to her as a demon. If this is known by certain great cultivators of the human race, they must be angry and die on the spot. And what makes the Whitebone Granny feel helpless is that no matter how you look at it, you feel that this is a thief's heart to his good disciple. But just then, a sense of solemnity rose from outside. Only Emily stood in the void, his eyes hanging down, cold and indifferent, just like the expression he had always revealed when dealing with demons. Get out! With the exit of this word, even without any movement, the crowd of onlookers in Carefree City couldn't help but back away. Quickly, he exited a path. Seeing this, Emily was a bit disappointed, but he didn't say anything, just straight away turned into a stream of light and disappeared again. When it reappears, it had already arrived within Jianlu's small courtyard and came in front of him. Senior, why are you here? Jianlu looked blankly at the wine-sword immortal Emily who had suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and whispered in a somewhat puzzled voice, I heard that Master was injured outside. You old man wouldn't be here for Master, right? Said Jiang Liudu, actually some sentimental up, although only a short time together, a few days, but the Master is treating him very well. Moreover, he had no relatives in this world, and his mother and Master could be considered the only 2 supports for his soul. Now that his mother was gone, he didn't even know what to do if he found out about the problem at his master's place as well. Right at this moment, the wine-sword immortal suddenly spread his hands and unveiled the red skin gourd cupped in his left hand, in which 6 light clusters flew out and rushed straight to Jianlu's body. Jianlu looked greedy, but still pretended not to know and asked, Oh? What are these? Why do they look so much like those little beads I once took? Emily laughed and said, Demon Heart, Demon Dan, and the flesh and blood essence of the 10,000 Laws Realm Demon. For all of these, it almost took half of her life. You have to grow up well, and when you grow up, don't fail her. She is a good demon. Chapter 053, Human System, Demon King Siege. Jianlu clenched his hand so hard that his nails had pierced into his palm. Looking at the 6 small light masses suspended in front of him, he only felt incomparably heavy. Wine-sword immortal Emily's sprightly voice has once again resounded in his ears, saying, You don't have too much of a burden. The desolate ancient is inherently the weakest and the strongest. In the 100,000 mountains is especially so, and your master has long since become accustomed to it. Saying that, Emily had slowly walked over, his eyes staring at Jiang Lu without blinking, and said with a smile, It's you. Are you really not going to join the Tai Sword sect? Jiang Lu blinked. What are the benefits of joining the Tai Sword sect? Asking for favors? A favor? Mo Li's heart was delighted and he quickly said, since you can practice my Xian sect's supreme law. This law is a direct reference to the saints, which is the fourth stage of the demon's 10,000 laws realm. With your qualifications, if you practice this law, I think that you will be able to enter the realm of sealed immortality within 100 years. And the 9 sects of the Xianmen are one. If you enter my Tai Sword sect, you can get the shelter of the 9 sects of the Xianmen, and in the future, you will have unhindered access in the territory of the human race, even within the 100,000 mountains. Those demon kings will have to weigh a few points if they want to move you. Jiang Lu's eyes had brightened up, as if he had been moved by the words, but opened his mouth to ask a follow-up question. Sage? Seal the immortal realm? Could it be that within the human race, the cultivation system is still different? This is a question that Jiang Lu has long been hiding in his heart. After all, the second major realm of demon cultivation is the spirit realm. While the human race does not need to go through such a step, the direction of its cultivation should be different. He just didn't have the right opportunity or meet the right person, so he never pronounced the question. Now that it was the right time, he naturally wouldn't miss it. The wine sword immortal was silent for half a second. His lips moved and he finally opened his mouth and said, these were not supposed to be known to you now, but since you asked, then I will not hide them from you. In the barbarism, demons and devils cultivate, move blood to transform the spirit, and then condense Manhwa. My human cultivation system is different from it. So what exactly is the difference? Jiang Lu interjected in anticipation. All different. Mo Li stood with his hands behind his back and slowly told all in the other party's puzzled eyes. In the Xian sect lineage of the human race, the cultivation is divided into 9 realms, which are the 9 realms of qi-inducing, foundation building, dan congealing, divine fetus, fetus immortality, feather transformation, saint, great saint, and venerable one, in which the first completion of foundation establishment is comparable to the third stage of demon transformation spirit, which can be considered a step to heaven, and then condensed dan is in the body to condense jindan. The process is no different from the demon, but at this moment we have a spiritual power will have a tendency to metamorphosis to mana. Do not have to wait until such as the demon that also have to achieve 10,000 laws. After that comes the divine fetus. The cultivator of this realm conceives the divine fetus in the jindan, and the realm is equivalent to a demon in the first stage of the 10,000 laws realm. When the divine fetus is successfully conceived and transforms into a fetal immortal, it will be the realm of the fetal immortal, which is equivalent to a demon king, and is the realm I am in today. The so-called male pregnancy is a fetal immortal, so the realm of the fetal immortal is also known as the realm of the sealing of the immortal, and the strongest people who have reached this realm are often named various immortal names, such as I will be named the wine sword immortal. Saying that, this wine sword immortal just like already excited, extended his hand toward Jiang Lu and said, and you, perhaps it can go deeper and farther than me, and hopefully achieve that realm of feathered transformation that is comparable to the demon half-saint, and be the ancestor of a lineage. Speaking here, Mo Li didn't continue, but Jiang Lu did know that the latter 3 realms should correspond to the latter 3 stages of the 10,000 laws realm and the demonic cultivation system, and the words previously said by the wine sword immortal, the 9 clans of the Xianmen, the 9 clans of each generation of the head of the clan, are all at least comparable to the existence of half-saint demons, which means that there are so-called feather realm powerhouses in the 9 clans of the Xianmen. The upper 3 clans, on the other hand, had the existence of the saint realm. So it seems that the cultivation system of the human race is also another path to heaven that is different from that of the demons and devils. As for what the wine sword immortal said, he himself may be deeper and farther than he has gone. This statement Jiang Lu also agrees, because that's what he thinks. However, in response to wine sword immortal's invitation, Jiang Lu shook his head once again. Elders' good intentions are appreciated, but I still say that I can't let go of a Nyang'an master. No way, even if it's been detailed. And it did move for a moment. But although the human cultivation system was good, it was not as suitable for him as the demonic cultivation system. What works for you is best. But what was unexpected to Jiang Lu was, this time, after being rejected by him, Mo Li knew that he was excusing himself, but he didn't know what to do. But he weighed the gourd in his hand and then said, little Jiang Lu, it is better to reconsider. The next 100,000 mountains, and even Carefree City, is afraid that it is not very peaceful. Not peaceful? Riverfall looked up in confusion. Listening to these words, it seemed as if something big was going to happen next in the demon clan's territory, and even Carefree City would be affected. Inevitably. But Wine Sword Immortal had no intention of explaining, and was only silent for a moment. then immediately opened his mouth again and said, "Don't believe me? Then come with me. There are some things that it won't hurt you to know." Emoli's eyes were calm and he turned around. Jianglu had a puzzled look on his face. What a mess. What kind of riddles does this goody-goody play on everyone's persona? Most annoying and disgusting. But inquisitiveness eventually took over. In the very next moment, he scooped up the 6 clusters of light and stuffed them all into his pants, then quickly followed Emoli. The two of them walked towards the direction of the sword mound with quick steps one after the other. And yet it was just then, outside of Carefree City, several clusters of demonic clouds came from all directions, surrounding the entire Carefree City. The entire dome of the sky seemed to be collapsing. The faces of the demons in charge of the city's defense all changed drastically. Demon clouds are pressing down on the city. This is the arrival of another demon king. And there's more than one. Horrible. Just horrible. This is a great misfortune. Quickly go to the city lord's mansion and invite Lord City Lord. At once, these city defense demons were almost in chaos. And at this moment, above the dome of the sky, among those demonic clouds, several voices of discussion were also ringing out. Green Snake, are you sure we really want to do this? There is a half-saint existing in this city. If we annoy him, we scoff. We've only just arrived. Can't it be that you're afraid? If you really want to be afraid, just go back. Who's afraid? It's just that. Carefree City is crazy from top to bottom, and you don't want to follow in the footsteps of that deadbeat ghost fox, do you? And heard the words. The leading figure among the demon clouds actually laughed and said, 100,000 mountains out of the head of the true devil. And that true devil was taken away by the human sword fairy. This matter does not ask clearly. You can hardly be at ease? Chapter 054. This seed is the rule. True devil. A commotion appeared among the demon clouds, apparently quite sensitive to this title. The true devil came out. If that human race really removed it is okay, but if he moved to feed the devil's heart? If he nurtures the devil and then releases it back to the 100,000 mountains, then the consequences. That leading figure spoke again, revealing a meaningful smile that scared the other people who were traveling with him. But whenever a true demon comes out, there is a great terror wherever it passes through. They use all life as food and a source of power. And once they grow up, they are all extremely powerful, and weird and unpredictable. According to records, in the 10,000 races AZ swings before the devil. The world even rumors have see the devil that is to go. Cannot see the devil face, cannot hear the devil sound, cannot think of the devil thing? The saying, although according to the rules of the human race, capturing a demonic creature would drive it to extinction. And even after the other party had been thrashed to ashes, it would have to undergo a 77 or 49-day baptism of thunder and fire to ensure that the other party would die out. But the human-demon war has been going on for so many years. What kind of things haven't happened? Both the human and demon races had precedents of driving, or even cultivating, demonic creatures against each other. Moreover, although the human race is now in full bloom, it is above the recipes of the 10,000 races, especially the ancient gods, and is now facing suppression by the 10,000 races. The situation can't be described as good. Under such circumstances, they would not find it strange for the human cultivators to do anything. And if this human sword immortal was also a moralistic person, secretly cultivating true demons to use as a means of dealing with them, then they would be in big trouble. Green Snake Demon King, you're right. This matter really can't be left at that. We must ask for clarification. Not bad. That true demon can be powerful. If we let it grow up and then release it to the demon race, then I'm afraid that my demon race can't turn over in this one great world. I think that City Lord should also be able to understand this matter. After all, we are also doing this for the sake of the entire demon race. Scattered voices came from the demon cloud. That leading figure, the Green Snake Demon King, or the Green Snake Great King, however, suddenly smiled. She laughed in a charmed, yet bizarre manner, as if she had succeeded in her treacherous plan, and as if she was mocking the foolishness and ignorance of the rest of these demon kings. And then also the very next moment, the Green Snake Great King's bone-chilling voice resounded throughout the entire Carefree City. The Demon King of the Demon God Palace is visiting. Is the Vice Lord of Carefree City, the human wine sword immortal, available? Her tone was soft, like a languid whisper. However, all the living beings in the Carefree City were shaken. Immediately afterward, a sheen of astonishment rose in their eyes. That kind of luster was as if they were wondering why the Demon Kings had made a sudden visit, or as if they were sizing up which one of them didn't want to come looking for trouble again. At this time outside the sword mound, Jianglu, who had already walked to the door, raised his eyes to look at the wine sword immortal in front of him and hesitantly said, "Senior, did you cause some kind of affair outside?" Saying that, Jianglu suspiciously sized up the wine sword immortal in front of him. He didn't look like that kind of scum in any way. although the senior is also really suave, but its body filled with that out of the dust free meaning, also really does not look like it will be involved with women not to mention a banshee king. Oh, your kid is not very old, but you still know what is called the affair det, but also interesting, but do not think nonsense. Just then, Emolia's voice rang out, I think it is for a thing in my hand, since it is so, then let them see my big treasure sword. Ha! Jian Lu froze for a moment, and then a look of dismay appeared on his face as well. Is this so overbearing? Kid, what your master taught you was very right, but it still needs to be changed. In my case it is. Emoli's voice was light and sprightly, but it revealed an unrivaled dominance. That is, what? Jian Lu subconsciously asked. That is, when a demon says that you have taken something, do not explain to it, but really take away their things, take away their lives. Before the words fell, an ink-colored radiant sword light had already risen to the sky, and Emoli's figure had already disappeared in place. Only Jian Lu was left in place with both eyes glowing. Bullying. It's so good and bossy. I really hope that one day I can be this domineering. Jian Lu also has a profound experience of Emoli's words. He had realized in his previous life that the only way to keep from being eaten was to eat others. And in this desolate world, the most primitive biological laws are even more displayed. However, immediately afterward, a trace of complexity flashed through Jian Lu's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled in his heart. Didn't this senior wine sword immortal say that he was going to show me an item? Why did he suddenly run off on the road to show the demon from outside the great treasure sword? What should I do then? After thinking about it, Jian Lu looked at the sword mount in front of him, a flash of excitement in his eyes, and the blood in his entire body seemed to suddenly boil. I don't know if it's because of the blood fiend's cultivation, but nowadays Jian Lu feels that this feeling of facing the unknown is also very good. But whether it was awe or excitement at the unknown, he couldn't tell himself. All he knew was that at the moment he was itching to rush in and see what was inside. Therefore, in the next instant, he pushed the door directly and then stared dumbfounded. Master? Master? Why are you here? Could it be that the thing Elder Emoli said he wanted to show me was you? Granny Whitebone, who was healing her wounds in it, knew the cause and effect as early as when she sensed Emoli's arrival. Therefore, when he saw the arrival of Si Jian Lu, Ben's face did not look good, and in his heart, he cursed Emoli for not being a human being. At this moment, when he heard this, his face was even darker, grinning, revealing a smile even worse than crying, pretending to be kind and said, he's rambling, he's the thing, he's really got the nerve to say anything. Hearing these words, Jiang Lu's eyes suddenly fixed on Granny Whitebones. He knew that it was obvious that his own master also knew something, and looking at his master's posture, it seemed that he was also going to explain something to himself. He instantly turned into a good boy. Please still teach me, master. Granny Whitebone was slightly silent, but still opened her mouth and said, since this is the case, then I will tell you about it. In fact, this time, he and I also captured a true head outside. Halfway through his words, above the sky dome, a huge roaring sound suddenly resounded. Immediately after that there were several sounds like thunderous explosions. Emoli, you're bold enough to actually dare to strike at us at the same time. Aren't you afraid that we'll join forces and kill you here today? Could it be that you're not afraid of retaliation from the demon god palace? What audacity! Have you ever taken the rules into account? And at this moment, above the dome of the sky, in the midst of that ink-colored sword light, the figure of the imperial sword just stood with its arms folded, looking down at them, and faintly said, rules? In front of you, this seat's words are the rules, so since you're here today, leave your life behind. But if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, perhaps the seat can still let you suffer less before you die. Chapter 055. Broken arm, changes, demon trail reappears, black clouds covered the sun, and demonic winds howled. The bright sword light shone on Carefree City, as well as the iron faces of the demon kings. The demons stationed in the city below couldn't help but shiver with excitement and subconsciously stepped backward. It was as if they also sensed that something horrible was about to happen next, and it was also at this moment that the leading green snake great king suddenly laughed as well, a vicious and secretive laugh. That smile, like someone whose sanity is a little off, and as if it carries a strange kind of confidence. She actually seems to have already eaten the wine sword immortal. When the several other demon kings who followed her saw such a scene, all of them couldn't help but change their faces slightly and subconsciously pulled away. It always felt like there was something wrong with this guy. Wine sword immortal Emoli's face also changed slightly, and he didn't have the heart to continue conversing with the other party, and raised his hand and chopped over with a sword. The sword flashed and blood burst out. The green snake great king was directly chopped off an arm. All the demons froze in place. The arm of a demon king powerhouse was directly chopped off? When they saw clearly that this was indeed the case, shock appeared on their faces. How is this kind of thing possible? One must know that this green snake was not considered a weakling even among all the Demon King powerhouses in the entire 100,000 Great Mountains today. There were even rumors that it was not far from the half-saint level at the third stage of the 10,000 Laws realm. But it was such a powerful Demon King that was actually chopped off an arm with a sword. So what level should the other party's realm have reached? Green Snake. You. The Demon Kings were just about to say something when the Green Snake Great King pulled off the emerald green jade hairpin on his head and pointed at the place of his broken arm. The flesh and blood there actually tumbled up. And in no time at all, a white and tender arm grew. Rui precious hairpin. I actually forgot that you still have this treasure. Mo Lee's eyes became deep. Raising his hand and pointing, he took the arm that he had previously chopped off into his hand, smiling coldly, but this is good. When I capture you alive, my little friend will have a constant supply of 10,000 laws demon flesh and blood to eat, and his speed of cultivation will surely be greatly increased. It's still really cold. No wonder the Peony Demon King, back then, would rather die than be with you. The Green Snake Great King had a flirtatious and eccentric smile on his face, and his gaze toward Mo Lee was filled with greed. And also just the next moment, her pupils snapped wide, only to see Mo Lee's face was incredibly gloomy. His body erupted with extreme killing intent, and he raised his hand to strike a sword. The ink-colored sword chi descended from the sky, and within this rolling demonic cloud, it was just like a river of stars inverted, and like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. At a certain moment, a palm cupping an emerald green jade pin fell to the dust. Along with it, there was no loud roaring sound, nor was there any blood plasma spraying. The only thing was that on top of that stern sword light, at some point, it took on a few strands of blood color, and the Green Snake Great King didn't even feel the pain, and her face didn't have the slightest bit of pain, and had already resumed her eccentric smile, even getting more and more eccentric. Such a bizarre scene startled the nearby Demon Kings, whose faces changed drastically, immediately realizing that something was wrong. Boy, this snake demon is not right. She must be plotting something. What is worried about the true demon as a scourge? What is for the sake of the demon race, is all false. It's just to draw them in. At this moment, all the major Demon Kings felt their scalps tingle, feeling that they were caught in some sort of great crisis. However, it was good that they were not unprepared, and from the moment they arrived here, they were brewing up means of escape. At that moment, they didn't panic, and immediately showed their powers, wanting to disappear far away. However, what all of them demons never expected was that just as they were running their mana, the mana in their bodies suddenly impacted their meridians uncontrollably. Pust. In Mo Lee's incredulous look, several Demon Kings were spitting blood from their mouths, and their faces were all showing disbelief. How dare you? Poison us? How dare you? Why? Several Demon Kings opened their mouths, their voices hoarse, and extreme madness and violence surged on their faces, and the smile on the Green Snake Great King's face was getting deeper and deeper. Obviously, the state of the several Demon Kings at the moment had nothing to do with her, and also just the next moment, with a flick of his neck, the Green Snake Great King violently transformed into a hideous, gigantic head and swallowed all of the several Demon Kings in one bite. Then a pair of blood-red ferocious blood pupils stared at Emoli with a deadly stare, the greed in them growing. At this moment, even if he was as free as Emoli, he had already felt an indescribable pressure. Although he had seen a great deal, this was the first time he had seen such a scene now. Demons killing each other is a common occurrence and not worth being rare, but at such a time point and in such a scene, it is extremely unusual. For a moment, Emoli suddenly felt like a clueless child who didn't understand anything. He actually couldn't see what this Green Snake Demon King was playing at all. What was happening in front of him was just too absurd. Below, in the Carefree City, countless demons and humanoids were also watching with jaws agape, completely unable to see what was happening. Within the sword mound, beads of sweat were also seeping out of Jian Lu's face as he turned his head to look at Granny Whitebone in confusion. While Granny Whitebone was seemingly thinking of something, her face was incredibly complex as she slowly opened her mouth and said, "Remember what I just said? He and I captured a true demon outside, and that's an even more terrifying existence than a demon. They use all life as food and a source of power, grow extremely fast, and once they grow up, they are all extremely powerful. As long as one hears its voice and witnesses its face, one may be haunted by it, and it may at any time revive itself in a being who has its voice and face in his mind. In the era long ago when that demonic creature was prevalent, even saints wouldn't dare to look down on the weakest true demon when faced with it, and at the moment that thing outside is rather like a demon." With that, Granny Whitebone sighed again. Jian Lu was creeped out by what he heard. Original. There are still existences in this world called true demons, Even if the growth rate is extremely fast, as long as you hear its voice and see its face, it is possible to be taken over by it. Such a presence is truly terrifying. It's also good to hear from the master that that thing seems to have disappeared a long time ago. To this day there are only a handful of occurrences. Subconsciously looking up at the hideous head hidden in the demonic cloud. Is that even possible to be a devil? What an appalling thing this is. But in the very next moment, a flash of longing flashed through Jianglu's eyes. Demon? It should be considered a genus of demons, right? I don't know if I can refine it, and how much longevity can be gained by beheading it. And Jianglu's expression fell into the eyes of Granny Whitebone, but it made her anxious at once, and she quickly opened her mouth and said, Eva, you mustn't think about demonic matters, and even more so, you mustn't try to devour the blood and flesh of true devils. You can't grasp it in your current realm yet. It was also at this moment that Emily also seemed to have thought of something, and his face violently erupted with infinite killing opportunities. There are some things that do seem particularly unreasonable when placed on a demon, but what if it is a demon? Chapter 056. Thunderfire exterminates demons. In the Demon God Palace, requesting for catch-up readings. Carefree City. Above the sky. In the midst of the agitated demonic clouds, the figure of a behemoth slowly appeared. It hovered in the sky. Its green body and head were hideous, and its eyes shone with a demonic red aura. However, the most bizarre thing was that on top of its body, between the gaps between the scales and scales, it was even faintly emitting a black mist. Emily stood with his arms folded, and the scene in front of him seemed to confirm the speculation in his mind. This is a demon. A demon king level true demon. But Emily didn't have any intention of retreating. On the contrary, the killing chance in his eyes grew more and more prevalent. Until a certain moment, he raised his hand slightly. The sea of sword awnings instantly coalesced, no longer like ink and water, but a purple-red color intertwined with thunder and fire. In an instant, the purplish-red sword awnings completely obscured the sky dome, resembling a huge canopy. The aura of solemnity in that actually made the heaven and earth all plainly more a sense of sadness. What kind of kendo is this? Jianglu looked at the sky-blanketed sword awnings in the sky, and an indescribable feeling suddenly surged up in his heart. He suddenly felt that if he had the opportunity, it would be a good thing to get a sword cultivation technique to deduce a suitable sword technique for himself. As Jianglu muttered out his sentiments, the sky filled with sword awnings above that heavenly dome came down with a roar. It was like a bright meteor shower. Thunderfire demon punishing sword. You actually cultivated this technique. How could you cultivate this technique? Your Tai sword sex thunder and fire ancestor. You really deserve to die. Actually creating this kind of method of restraining demons to pass down. The huge green-colored serpent let out a stern cry. Fake. It must be fake. I am a demon king who has become a demon, and I have also devoured several demon kings, and my power has almost reached the extreme of the second stage. So as long as I swallow you again, I'll be able to step onto the sacred path and achieve half-saint. How can I just fall here like this? As the words fell, the black mist on its body skyrocketed. In a matter of moments, it coalesced into a gigantic ghostly shadow, as if it had crawled out of the hells of the 9 states. However, the purple-red sword blade blasted down on top of the ghost shadow, but it was like poking through a layer of light sandpaper, and then it ruthlessly impacted on top of the giant snake's demonic body. Boom! 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 That one sword hit the green snake and directly exploded. The thunderfire released actually seemed to grow and stick to its body. It can't be extinguished no matter what. The spectators of Carefree City were all shocked. This thunderfire actually can't be extinguished. That sticking to it is a death. But it was too late for them to think much. In the next instant, the demon-slaying sword under Emily's feet shot up into the sky. Immediately after that, the sky above would once again light up, and the sky full of sword awns resembled a purplish-red dragon, blasting towards the green snake. Pust. This time, the green snake's demonic body was instantly pierced through before it was completely submerged by the purplish-red auger dragon, died violently on the spot. A black light flew out from its head. That's the spirit body of the green snake. Demons at the second stage of the 10,000 laws realm. Their spirit bodies could already manage to leave their bodies and travel on a daily basis. Emily swung his sword indifferently, and a purplish-red sword aura chased after him. Even a demon king that had transformed into a true demon could be decimated. So destroying a spirit body wasn't as easy as a slap in the face? There are no surprises. The green snake's spiritual body was also directly annihilated. The whole process, but in an instant, may even be less than a breath. Quiet. The entire Carefree City was plunged into silence, whether it was Jianglu or Granny Whitebone, or any other resident of the city. At this moment, it was as if they had reacquainted themselves with this wine-sword immortal. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. In fact, especially Granny Whitebone was the most shocked. and even a little frightened. She had been working with this wine sword immortal for hundreds of years. There were not a few conflicts that had occurred over the centuries, so it was evident that Mo Li was keeping his hands off of her. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's all still very hard to say exactly how old she is now. And while Jiang Lu was shocked, he felt pity. That was a Demon King powerhouse. How many demonic lifetimes would it be if the last blow could be given? At least 1,000 years? Thinking about this, even Jiang Lu was a little heartbroken, until he saw that the white bone granny's face was grave. As if she had thought of something, even her breathing became rapid. Jiang Lu raised his head in the direction of his own master and hesitantly said, "What's wrong with master? Why has his face suddenly become this bad?" Granny Whitebone's face was ashen as she gruffly said, "Devils are bizarre. A true devil at the peak of the second stage of the 10,000 Laws realm. I'm afraid it's not as easy as this to be completely destroyed." Jiang Lu couldn't help but say that, as if she had guessed what he wanted to say. Granny Whitebone immediately interrupted him and glared, "Don't think about anything. This matter is not something you should know now. Stay by my side for these few days. Don't go anywhere. I will protect you from yourself." By the looks of her, she wasn't even going to explain. Jiang Lu didn't pursue the matter any further, for he knew that the matter was mostly unfinished, and he also knew that even if he pursued it, it would not be fruitful. Instead of thinking about things that are fruitless, we should work on improving our strength. He looked down at the 6 beads in his pants and felt that he really must break through the spirit transformation realm as soon as possible. These should be enough. Jiang Lu sat down on his knees and casually pulled out 2 blood beads and threw them into his mouth. The other side, deep within the 100,000 Great Mountains, the Demon God Palace. Inside a certain deep hall, a wordless tombstone quietly surfaced with a name, followed by the 5 wordless tombstones next to it. Many paper money also suddenly appeared in the originally empty copper pots in front of several monuments. No fire burns itself, and the long firelight reflects the whole hall more and more eerie. However, it was also at that moment, a figure slowly stepped out from the shadows beside it. It was a middle-aged man with a grim face, whose gaze was sharp as if he wanted to kill. Really good guts. Just who is it? Actually even killed my 100,000 Mountains 6 Demon King. I actually do not know when this deserted ancient one came out such a ruthless person. Its voice full of killing intent echoed in the empty hall, as if the iron horsemen protruding swords and spears sounding. At that instant, the eeriness of the entire hall was swept away, echoing with an aura of solemnity. As the head of the 8 demon kings of the Demon God Palace, the Zhao Demon King was incomparably enraged at this moment. On the demon clan's territory, 6 demon kings had fallen one after another, which was simply a pain that the demon clan today could not bear. It was also a provocation to the demon race. Whoever you are, I'm going to find you and kill you. Be at ease. I'm afraid that this matter is not that simple. Right at this moment, an extremely majestic voice resounded in the hall. Another middle-aged man walked slowly from the other side of the great hall, dressed in a blue robe and covered in bright golden light. It was the last of the 8 great demon kings, and one of the only 2 remaining today. The Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede Demon King of the Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede Clan. He walked close to the tombstone, walked to the Zhao Demon King's body, and said word by word, reliable information. The green snake has entered the devil, and the deaths of several other Taoists are related to her, even the death of the ghost fox Taoist. Chapter 057. Thunderflame Pool, Soul Devouring Spider King, request for catch-up reading. Within the nameless hall, firelight and shadows intertwined. The Zhao Demon King's face flickered and flickered. His face became more and more unsightly, his pupils reflecting the leaping flames and the increasingly suppressed killing intent. Good enough. It's still really good. Demon King into the devil. This kind of thing, since the 10,000 races as he swings the devil. How many years have not been out? Now that one of his men had actually appeared, then she really deserved to die. If it was allowed to grow up smoothly, then the 100,000 mountains would be in for a great calamity. If it wasn't for the fact that the name was born on the Demon King's steel nowadays, which meant that it was already dead, he would have to make a move to remove it. Committing such acts, then she really deserves to die as well. After a long time, the Zhao Demon King exhaled a deep breath and spoke through gritted teeth. His face was covered in frost, and his extremely murderous voice once again resounded within the hall, piercing through the bone and stirring up chills. When the Heavenly Centipede Demon King heard this, he revealed a meaningful expression and said, "But is she really dead? Even if she is really dead, I'm afraid this matter won't end here. The devil's weirdness you and I know. 3,000 years ago, the Corpse Demon Clan landed a corpse demon into the devil. On the realm, but only the transformation of the spirit only, but almost extinguished the corpse demon lineage of the whole family. Even Green Snake and I, who went to get rid of the demons, almost fell into the trap and planted ourselves there. nowadays. Speaking of this, the heavenly centipede demon king seemed to have thought of something and suddenly changed his face. Bad. It can't be that there is no demon king into the devil at all. But 3,000 years ago that corpse demon possessed and reborn, right? At that thought, his breathing became ragged in an instant, and he hurriedly raised his head to look at the Jiao demon king. Fellow Daoist, do you think it will? Not impossible. The Jiao demon king directly interrupted the words of the heavenly centipede demon king. He stood slightly exhausted. The face that was originally extremely murderous was now revealing an incomparable gravity. Obviously, what the heavenly centipede demon king had thought of, the Jiao demon king had also thought of, and even had to think deeper and farther. With a slight frown between his brows, he seemed to start sizing up the heavenly centipede demon king without thinking. Then, at a certain moment, he suddenly opened his mouth. His tone was extremely gentle, but a fellow Taoist green snake was caught up in the way back then, and was seized by the demonic shadow. Then, how can you guarantee that you won't have been caught in the trick? What is the explanation for your most beloved granddaughter, Wu Chi-Chi, becoming a demon? Upon hearing this, the sky centipede demon king's face then began to change in succession, as if he were a chameleon. He pondered for a long time, and finally said frankly, 777 is too obsessed with that girl of the Blackwater Xian snake clan. This is my fault as well. It is I who have harmed her. As for me, the devil matter cannot be neglected. I will immediately move to the thunderfire pool, subject to 100 days of thunderfire baptism. But there was one thing he still hadn't said. If the green snake had really been seized by that corpse demon 3,000 years ago, then this matter was actually their own fault. According to the practice of demon removal, the demons of the 100,000 mountains, regardless of their cultivation level, need to enter the thunderfire pool after demon removal and accept the baptism of thunderfire, until there are no devilish thoughts in the heart and no devilish shadows in the mind. But back then, after they had accepted that demon, they had not entered the thunderfire pool because they had been delayed by something. The Jiao demon king was first silent for a while, seemingly considering the proposal put forth by the heavenly centipede demon king. But the eyes that look at the sky centipede demon king are also more and more strange. It seems that the so-called favored granddaughter is just like this. If not, he would not have waited until his granddaughter had become a demon to see her obsession clearly. But this matter didn't have much to do with him in the end. It was another demon's granddaughter, not his. At this moment, what the Jiao demon king is most concerned about in his heart is still that green snake, or whether the corpse demon that took over green snake is dead or not. Although just now he had thought that he was dead through and through, he no longer thought so at this moment. It wasn't that easy to completely kill a true demon. A real demon, even if it looks dead, also confirmed dead, but as long as it still has a drop of blood, a piece of flesh exists in this world, and even there are still people who remember. It then runs the risk of returning again at any time. I also don't know if the guy who killed the green snake had disposed of its flesh and blood properly. That's good. It's fine for you to stay in the thunderfire pool for a few more days. There's no need to rush out. I'll personally make a trip later to capture all the demons related to this demonic incident into the thunderfire pool for baptism. And I'll have to thank you for your guidance at that time. As the words fell, the Jiao demon king's figure had already disappeared in place. The heavenly centipede demon king, on the other hand, looked at the place where the Jiao demon king had disappeared and shook his head. A muttering sound soon came from the shadows of the hall. This Jiao Daoyu is still as calm as ever. On this also the head of the 9 demon kings. If it is not that his physical body is invincible, and he can already fight the half-saint powerhouses of the 3rd stage of the 10,000 laws realm, who will serve him? The heavenly demon king turned around to look, only to see a coolly dressed woman come out from the shadows. In the field of vision, only to see the delicate face red haze lining, vermilion lips reddish grease even, chest white like silver, jade body muddy as snow. The sky centipede demon king could only say that it was very unique. Convinced or not, he is the head of the 9 great demon kings, once upon a time and will be in the future. The heavenly centipede demon king turned his head sideways not to look at the visitor. Pust. And yet it was just the next moment. His expression was instantly fixed and blood dripped from his open mouth. Dropping his eyes to look at it, a long knife had passed through his abdomen. Fellow Daoist, why? Such an injury was not fatal to a demon king powerhouse, and could even only be described as a superficial wound. However, the heavenly centipede demon king was completely unaware of the current situation and could only see the cool figure's jade hand pulling the long knife out of his abdomen. With bleeding lines like fine rain, he stared blankly at the figure in front of him. I don't know how to respond. Instead, the woman dropped the long knife in her hand and caressed his face with her blood-stained hands. He is the head of the 9 demon kings, but there is only one king for me. In heaven and on earth, there is only one. And this man is standing in front of me right now, but he won't even look at me. But that's okay. Soon, will be one. Her words were relaxed and bizarre, instantly making the heavenly centipede demon king feel uncomfortable all over. One even began to wonder if this soul-devouring spider king, who was also one of the last 3 demon kings, had also been poisoned by the demons. However, also in the next moment, that soul-devouring spider king suddenly laughed and said, "You wouldn't be worried that I'm going to eat you, right? Not. How would I do it? I just want you to eat me. Let me melt into your flesh and blood and become part of your cultivation so that you can never abandon me again. But unfortunately I have never found the opportunity, and now the opportunity has finally come. I remember you are a vegetarian? Then there's no harm. Let me help you. My soul-devouring demon spider clan has a secret method to make your flesh and blood eat me by itself." With those words, she actually dove headfirst into the flesh and blood. The heavenly centipede demon king's eyes widened at once. And in the meantime, in the city of Carefree, a sword light fell from the sky above. Winesword Immortal's figure appeared within the sword mound. Granny Whitebone opened her eyes and stared straight at him. Noticing that line of sight, Winesword Immortal knew that this person must have something to say to him. "Just tell me what you have to do, fellow Daoist." Winesword Immortal had some fatigue on his face. Obviously performing such a level of thunderfire demon punishing sword was not a small burden for him. When Granny Whitebone heard this, she immediately asked, "This time it is a demonic matter, right? Not bad. This time I'm afraid I need to make a trip back to the Tai Sword sect. According to the rules, after a disciple of the Tai Sword sect removes a demon, he must go to the Thunderfire Ancestors Hall to be baptized by the Thunderflame to get rid of the demonic aura." Winesword Immortal nodded his head and then said, "But don't worry, fellow Daoist. I will find and dispose of the blood and flesh scattered by that demon before I leave." In Mo Lee's opinion, what the other party had to say should also be this matter. After all, the other party was also seriously injured today, and if they were to deal with the blood and flesh of this demon king level demon, I'm afraid that they would not be able to do so. And yet it was just then, Granny Whitebone glanced at Jianglu, who was cultivating, and spoke once more. "I'm afraid that waifu has seen the true face of that demonic creature. I will bring him to the Thunderfire pool in the 100,000 mountains to receive the baptism of Thunderfire in the coming days. But it will take time. If in the meantime, the waifu's demonic ideas to take the shed will not be good, you Tai Sword sect can have any means of prevention?" Chapter 058. Buried Sword Forest, Bottomless Pit, Cultivation Bottleneck. As we all know, among the barbarians, it is said that the law should not be lightly received and the law should not be lightly passed on, especially the Shenmen transmission method. That is not simple to get, but need to go through 3 years. 3 years and 3 years of testing and observation, before you can get the true transmission, only to get their own belonging to the lineage of seniors to teach the law. If a sidekick were to express covetousness for the Tai Sword sect's secret arts in such a straightforward manner, even though Mo Lee wouldn't speak ill of him, his attitude wouldn't be any better. But at this moment, Mo Lee skimmed over Jiangli, who was sitting on his knees with his chi and blood tumbling, and did not refuse, but fell into deep thought. "Ryoko." He opened his mouth and said, "The 9 sects of the Shenmen, all of them take the elimination of the devil as the road as their own responsibility. To the sword sect is one of the 9 sects of the upper 3 sects. The means to resist the invasion of the devil is naturally there." Just what? Granny Whitebone pursued somewhat helplessly. "These guys who were born in the Shenmen sect are just this bad. Speak like to say half and hide half, as if only in this way can appear to be profound and unfathomable." Emoli said, "Just because I practiced the sword path, usually chopping demons, with a sword is enough. The knowledge of those means is very little, but also just know a few names. Then what are you doing here with your nonsense? Hurry up and get lost." Granny Whitebone's eyes were cold, as if she had seen useless and disgusting waste. And just at this moment, Emoli once again opened his mouth and said, "However, my thunder and fire demon punishing sword is also a supreme method to defend against demons, although there are some drawbacks. As long as Xiao Jianlu can cultivate a bit, even if he is really pestered by that demon, it's not a problem to defend against it for a few days." When he said this, Emoli stopped. It didn't go any further, but the implication was understood by those who understood it. Granny Whitebone didn't answer at first, but instead frowned slightly as if she was thinking about something. From the look in her eyes, she seemed to be very torn at the moment, as if she was pondering whether or not it was worth it to let Jianglu practice this method. However, Emoli didn't rush. He just took out a jade slip from his pocket and placed it in front of Granny Whitebone. "This is the inheritance jade slip of the Thunderfire Demon Punisher sword. If it's the Taoist friend who finally decides to let that child cultivate, then hand it over to him." When Granny Whitebone heard this, she was first stunned, then she looked straight at Emoli, straight into his eyes, and said earnestly, "Are you so assured of handing this over to me, Thunder and Fire Demon Destroying Sword. This is the supreme method of sword cultivation, and is also the Tai Sword Sex Town School mastery that is no less than the Great Dragon Elephant power. Aren't you afraid that I'll steal it? Ha! Emily let out a light laugh, but did not speak again. I also don't know if I think it won't, or if I just don't care, or, he took this jade slip out, originally has a deeper moral. Granny Whitebone didn't care and rolled her eyes. Since you don't want to talk about it, then just don't say anything. I'm not going to bother you, Taoist friend, so feel free to make yourself at home. You're not seeing things. The corner of Emily's mouth twitched, but he didn't say much and turned around and walked to the sword forest where the swords were buried in the sword mound. This is the burial place of the bones of the fallen sword immortals from the ancient battles with the demons, and also the burial place of the swords in their hands. In the absence of the ancestor hall's thunderfire baptism, the residual sword intent here could also be used as an equalizer. Of course, this method could only be used by Emily, because Emily had cultivated the Thunder and Fire Demon Punishing Sword. His sword path already contained the power of thunder and fire. All that was needed was to absorb the sword intent here, causing it to inflate one's sword path and stimulate the power of thunder and fire within one's body. But it's only treating the symptoms. That is, Emily still needed to stay in Carefree City for a few more days now to find all the blood and flesh that was lost when that green snake was decapitated and dispose of it properly. Otherwise it wouldn't have been necessary to go through all this trouble. As for the Thunder and Fire Demon Punishing Sword, that was handed over by him. This Emily does not care. Although this method is true, as Granny Whitebone said, it is his Tai Sword Sex mastery that is no less than the Great Dragon Elephant power. However, what Granny Whitebone did not know was that the cultivation of the Thunder Fire Demon Punishing Sword was even more difficult than the Great Dragon Elephant force. If the Great Dragon Elephant power was something that no one had practiced for hundreds of years, then this sword technique was something that no one had practiced since the death of Grandmaster Leihua. Even if they did, they were just a little bit scratchy, not even an introduction, until he came out of nowhere that year. This was also the drawback mentioned by Emily Fong. It's just a little more difficult to cultivate, so this method is actually a handful for all the major true legends within the Tai Sword sect. Sensei wanted it or not, the clan would give it, and even for the Heavenly Pride disciples of other clans, they would sometimes take the initiative to gift a copy. The only requirement was that if he succeeded in his training, he would be required to hang a name in the Tai Sword sect. Now that Emily passed it to Jianglu, it's no big deal. Besides, the Great Dragon Elephant power has been passed on, so I don't care about this one more. Moreover, he had planned to find an opportunity to pass this method on to Jianglu, and that scene of the Dragon Elephant vision being invaded by the Blood Fiend was really hard on his heart. Although there was no shortage of existences that had mastered the bloodshed chi among the Tai Sword sect's predecessors over the generations, but when those predecessors mastered that kind of power, they had been practicing for hundreds or even thousands of years. The heart of the word is indestructible, and this child is still just a child, not yet purely human, and will inevitably be affected. If he was able to cultivate the Thunder and Fire Demon Punishing Sword and nurture the power of thunder and fire within his body, then under the suppression of the power of thunder and fire, he wouldn't be afraid of being too deeply affected by the blood siren. So to pass this technique down now is just a bit ahead of schedule. As for the question of whether or not Jianli could successfully cultivate, Emily wasn't worried in the slightest. A genius who was able to cultivate the Great Dragon Elephant force to a minor level overnight and then to a major level in a very short period of time. It was extremely very reasonable to cultivate the Thunder Fire Demon Punishing Sword as well. Not much of a problem. And just then too, Jianglu, who had swallowed 10,000 Laws Demon Flesh and Blood Essence, slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his little pink fist. Aha! The power has increased again. After advancing to become a king body, the speed of refining the essence of blood and flesh and absorbing energy was much faster again, and the capacity to bear it has been sent a lot, and now he is like a bottomless pit. 10,000 Laws Demon's Flesh and Blood Essence into the stomach only loosened the bottleneck of the physique by a hair. The cultivation level, however, remained unchanged. However, Jianglu felt that this was not the reason why his cultivation had not broken through to the spiritualization realm as expected. Rather, it lies in the one's own blood chi is just too powerful nowadays. Once upon a time, he only knew that if his spiritual body was too strong, his physical body would become a liability, leading to the need to abandon it one day as the gap grew wider and wider. But the truth is that there are two sides to everything, the spiritual and the physical, and vice versa. When the physical body was too strong, it would cause the chi and blood to impact the spirituality, making it difficult for the spirit to coalesce. Even if he hadn't already condensed a semi-spiritual body, under the impact of his chi and blood, he might not have been able to take that step from true spirit to spiritual body at all. Therefore, if one wanted to successfully achieve spirit transformation, One should stop the cultivation of one's physical body and concentrate on cultivating one's spiritual body for a period of time first. Maybe I can try to find a few spirit bodies to devour and see? Jianglu fiercely recalled the previous gains from devouring the Huang clan's old ancestor's spirit body earlier, and a thought could not help but rise in his heart. Right at this moment, Granny Whitebone noticed Jiang Lu waking up, glanced at the jade slip in front of her, and directly handed it over. War, cultivate and see. It's good for you.